Next matchup. MVP. Ever8 Winners. Afreeca Freecs. JAG GreenWings. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day, the final day, in fact, of the OG and LCK regular summer split. We're going to be diving into playoffs in just a week's time, but first, we have a few matches to take care of. And our first one is a bit of a banger. It's going to be Ever8 Winners going up against MVP. MVP currently on that 4-match win streak, all 2-1 victories. Ever8 on a 4-match loss streak, all of them 0-2s.
And you do feel like it might still go 3, Achilles. MVP have proved themselves to be significantly better than Ever8 Winners. That much has been established. Some great scalps in that 4-match run, as we'll establish when we get into this series. Ever8, though, they do have the potential to win a game. I think they can play around their top side, but largely recently, they've kind of been the antithesis of MVP, who have been the patch Zergs. They've seen 714, ADDs playing the tanks. They look a lot better. Ever8 have been trying to force 713 style and not being able to pull it off. So 714 has really cemented the fortunes of both teams.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be an uphill battle here for Ever8 for sure, if they even want to try to find a victory. But again, it's just something to kind of take with them forward into that promotion tournament, have a feel-good victory, taking down a newly refined MVP. Still going to be a bit of an arduous task. We'll see if they're up to it as we get ready to dive into the match. But first things first, we'll take a look at the current standings. Just had the Telecom War a couple days ago. SKT coming out on top of that one, of course, are locked into the 4th place spot for the wildcard match, so they do not move up. But they they put a pang of dread into the hearts of the KT fans around the world.
And they get optimism for their own fans that, sure, they may have to run the entire gauntlet to win summer, but SK Telecom are going to fight for every single game. So SKT stuck in 4th. In our second set, we'll find out whether Afreeca Freecs or JAG will be facing them. There's a chance that won't be settled today, but very likely to be. Focus on the first series, they're 87th out of 90 regular season matches here in the LCK. Plenty of best of 3s for you guys to enjoy, and kind of surreal that we're already this close to the end of the regular season.
I know, time has gone by rather swiftly, Papa Smithy. Atlas's first full LCK split as well. So all of it's just been flying by rapidly, but MVP have had a rapid ascent as of late. 4 matches in a row after being the bottom team in the league, looking like they were going to go back into the promotion tournament after qualifying into the LCK last year in the summer.
It had 13 matches played, 2-match wins, and somehow from there have more than doubled that. Tripled it to the 6 that they are at now. So MVP definitely riding on a high. Still not the sort of team to 2-0. Will be another evolution for them to 2-0 against Ever8 Winners, who admittedly are the easiest team to perform that against. They are by far our weakest performing team, and Ever8 Winners, just like Atlas, had their first ever regular split of the LCK. It started promisingly with a win, you'll remember actually, Achilles, over MVP in 2-0 fashion, but from there, it's gone downhill.
I would like to think that Atlas did a better job in the LCK than Ever8 Winners, but I guess that's up for debate.
It's not for us to decide.
Personally, I think he did a pretty damn good job.
He gets my vote as well, and Ever8 Winners, they started off well. That was the thing. We saw them take down MVP. The KDAs were one-sided. Septed picked up a double MVP, and already people were hyped about SKT versus Ever8 Winners and Septed versus FLICKR. But that was a game where Septed was undone by jungle pressure from Blank, if I remember correctly, and things
on the lease in
went downhill very quickly for both Ever8 Winners, Septed, and the gang. May still see Septed next season. In fact, we may even see Ever8 fight their way through the promotion tournament. Hard to tell how strong these challenger teams are. When you look at the regular matches, though, story is very straightforward. No game victories. Hard run-in, Longzhu, SKT, Afreeca, and JAG are top 6 opposition. But MVP beat Samsung, beat JAG, and beat Afreeca. When it comes to recent matches, it's night and day.
Yeah, just odd back and forths there. I mean, the one game win against KT, whereas the 0-2 for MVP, them losing 0-2 to the Rocks Tigers, Ever8 winning 2-0. This odd exchange, but the last four are the ones that speak the ultimate truth.
And if we could draw a line up, remember that before the Samsung and Longzhou games respectively was 7-14.
7-13, yeah.
7-14 came in, and those four last matches, Ever8 have not picked up a single game win. Keen was looking like their star when they beat the Rocks Tigers, solo killing Shy on the Camille. But now most of his champion pool is much harder to pull off on patch 7-14, and from there, not a lot to cheer for, as this was the time where suddenly people were saying, this guy Scepted seems super good. Ever8 Winners could be a contender. Very quickly, we found that out not to be the case. But facing MVP will be fond memories for the Ever8 squad.
Yeah, I mean, those KDAs are just a little bit different. 17 points higher for the side of Ever8. But with MVP here on 7-14, this is going to be a whole different beast to try to take on. So if they can find success, again, that will instill hope for the squad to make it out of the promotion tournament, where I believe they're going to have to go up against the likes of CJ Entus, currently dominating the Challenger ladder, as well as Kongdu Monster, who are looking to make a return.
It hasn't been cemented yet, but those two seem like the strongest teams, largely the same rosters from before.
They're edging out in front of the rest of them.
Yeah, there still is more time for those games to be played, because we don't play the Challenger games after the regular season like North America, Europe, and all the other regions who have already played through their Challenger splits. More time for Challengers game, Challengers final in a couple of weeks. Definitely Ever8 Winners will be watching that on with interest. They are guaranteed to be playing there. MVP guaranteed safety, and also guaranteed the World's Qualifier. So I want to pick up some form here. We're going to object, but actually we're going to look at objectives, the Dragons per game and the Barons per game. And MVP, even when they were on that losing streak, had focused down the Dragons. So I don't think it's necessarily a showing of them being better at Dragons than other teams. But when the objective is available, more often than not, they'll start it up and try to finish it.
Yeah. It's good to see that everybody at least has the 1.0 Rocks rounding it out at the bottom of the standing. So no one getting less than a Dragon per game.
Somehow GreenWings get a Baron per game, which is an interesting stat on the red side. Could actually be a big one, given some of the smite worries of junglers like Spirit in our second set. BBQ Oliver's not interested in Barons, almost none at all.
I mean, that was one of the big concerns, and one of the reasons that MVP was able to take down Afreeca Freecs just a few days ago was actually the Cho'Gath coming out for the side of ADD. While we go ahead and take a look at him, just constantly feasting those Barons away from the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful segue. He is undefeated on the Cho'Gath, but it is 7-14 and future pick only in this league. Definitely be talking mostly about MVP's last four matches when we're looking at wins and losses, because before then they were not doing much winning. But the Cho'Gath fits ADD really well. Love his style of pushing in and roaming. I did try to liken it to top laners like Darien back in the day on Moscow 5, the ability to push a lane with Shyvana at the time and then contest enemy jungle camps. It's a fun thing to bring back, and ADD has looked great on the Cho'Gath.
Well, I mean, their two most recent victories are actually against the Afreeca Freecs and Jin, so maybe we should just kind of say, all right, MVP, you know what, you get the 5th spot in the playoffs. Let them play the wildcard match against SKT and see how it goes.
I see you're a big fan of disregarding 18 best of 3s and just making an informed decision.
I'm all about the chaos style. Screw
Why
it.
play Worlds? Just have SKT versus KT in the final, right?
A lot of people would probably be okay with that, Papa Smithy.
Well, we're going to play it all out. We're going to make it mathematical here in the LCK. Last regular season games for MVP and Ever8. No more games for any teams after they play today and tomorrow. And MVP will open up with a Jace ban. Want to remove the Flex pick Jace. That's right, Flex pick Jace from Ever8. Marong played it in the promotion tournament and also played it this regular season.
Yeah. So just have to take that one off the board. Ever8 likely just going to be roped into banning the standards for now. The Caitlyn, the Zac that we've come to expect, and perhaps even the Kalista, but that could almost be replaced by the Xayah at this point, because both Jewel and Maha are very big Xayah players.
And as a meta pick, I completely agree, but maybe in this game it should be replaced by the Cho'Gath. Another consideration for red side bans. I think leaving open Kalista's become more and more common. Xayah can answer it. Tristana has lane pressure on it. Many different ways to play red side drafts, and Kalista has been slipping through more and more. Double mid lane ban accepted in this case, as Jace is a mid lane Jace player. Sorry, Jace is. Scepted is a mid lane Jace player we know. has a victory on it this season.
Taking their time, but it's still just going to be the Zach, one of the picks that we surprisingly saw make it through the draft for SK Telecom, and then Telecom more just 2 days ago. Peanut, well, he did some work with it.
He certainly did. Was able to make it work, even though it was a Cinderhawk jungler. Picks against MVP are very difficult to consider. You see an Elise ban. If we see a final ban on the Kalista, feels like first pick Gragas will come through for MVP. 6-0 is beyond in the last 4 matches on the Gragas. Orianna 5-1, Xayah 6-2. These have been the biggest picks for them. Consider that 6-2 is 8 matches of the past 12 that have been played, and the Cho'Gath ban we spoke about is actually put through as Keen doesn't feel like he has a carry that can have lane pressure against Cho'Gath.
Well, that makes it a no-brainer here for the side of MVP. They go for the Kalista, so the Xayah is still available. Could get picked up by Duel unless he wants to go for something like the Tristana. We've seen it as a very popular, I won't say counter matchup, but champion to run into the Kalista.
In Tristana, I would see if Malrong wants to play around bot lane, but Thresh also as a denial pick from Max, been his most successful pick recently. Kalista Alistar can still come through, Kalista Rakan can still come through. There's still good options to pair with the Kalista. Right now, Thresh is a denial pick from the side of Ella. And look at this, we're actually considering going very backline orientated, which is not the Ever8 way of recent times. That would be what we would suspect if we see the Kog'Maw and it's locked in.
All right. Well, this is not that surprising given that it's probably one of Duel's most played champions at the moment.
Do you just lock in Gragas Orianna now if you're MVP?
Yeah, I think you do.
You're pretty happy to blind pick Orianna. It's been as highly prioritized as first pick on the blue side. Gragas for now is going to be moused away. I think Gragas does pair super well with the Kalista and also against Kog'Maw comps, but maybe they're going to consider the options for a little bit longer. So Rakan is locked in, and okay, look at this. They're actually considering Rengar. It's a pick that Beyond has played in one of Malrong's specialities in the past. It could just be a manner pick.
Be a blast from the past if he wants to lock it in, but we'll flip back over to the Gragas. I mean, there's an outside chance that could go to the top lane, but given that Beyond has 10 games on the Gragas so far, I think that it's pretty safe to assume that it's going to be in the jungle.
Cassiopeia has been a favorite of Scepted, one of the picks that he got an MVP against MVP. That's awkward always to say.
Yeah.
Earlier in the season. Wouldn't be a very strong backline. Consider that Kog'Maw can fight behind the Cassiopeia at similar range and use the Petrifying Gaze for disengage. So right now, diving the backline gets more and more difficult as you have Thresh and also the Cassiopeia to be peelers for the Kog'Maw. MVP do have insane engage though when it comes to 3 picks on the blue side, but already into the second round of bans. When it comes to comfort, I'm going to be looking at top lane and mid lane side MVP. I would like an Orianna ban. It's good into Cassiopeia as the levels go on, and it would pair so obviously well with what MVP have already drafted.
Well, for now, getting rid of the Syndra, but very well could just see double mid lane bans here for the side of Ever8, trying to offset Ian a little bit. And the Syndra and Orianna have been 2 of his more successful ones historically. See Kha'Zix expand away here from the side of MVP. Malrong still one of the few players that does pilot that in the jungle.
Wonder where Keen will go with his pick. Could always last pick top lane and just draft a jungler at Duel's pick on the red side. He'll want to go lane pressure, so banning away the Cho'Gath does give up the flexibility of there being less blind pickable blue side top laners. They'll be able to hold him in. Maokai is the strongest top laner in the current meta who is available for selection, but Keen already played it once and clearly didn't have the teleport timings that someone like AD and our better top laners do to make value out of the Maokai. But the Orianna, as expected, is banned. Ian, if you look at his recent champions, Orianna and Cassio, 2 of the big ones. Syndra, obviously a famous one for him. Could go for a Victor, for example, in this particular scenario and still wave clear away.
Well, Camille's going to be the final ban out of the top lane away from Keen, and might just see him scoop up this Jax yet again. Already has 3 games on this one, 4 on the banned Camille. But taking this blind into top could be a bit risky, but he's going to do it.
It just shows that Ever8 really can just pick for comfort for players rather than necessary for comp. Now the Kog'Maw is just a damage threat, given that they have Cassiopeia who can play around him, but Jax, who certainly is not expected to be part of a teamfight comp. So the teamfight comp is a bit out the window the moment you lock into Jax. This teamfight Jax is almost an insult at the Jax player rather than a legitimate strategy. Side of MVP just looking for them to cement their job. It might actually be Gragas top into the Jax. We've seen this before, and it does make for a free farm lane largely for the Jax, but clearly MVP are focusing on a winning team comp rather than necessarily lane priority. Corki into Cassiopeia is a okay matchup, not a huge one. I actually like Cassio as a counter pick into Corki a lot, given the grounding effect can stop his trading patterns when he wants to use the Valkyrie to go out. But when it came to recent champions, not a lot were available for Ian, and one of the few remaining queries for MVP was Ian, I would say, as a mid laner. When Syndra and Orianna are up, for sure, he can have good games, but the drop-off from there, even in the recent run, has been pretty severe. With the smart bans by Ever8, does mean the Corki is drafted as a bit of a self-counter pick. Jungle Jax?
Jungle Jax. Do it. All right, they lock in the Renekton, so it's actually going to be Jungle Jax from Malrong, who yet again surprises us with a unique pick.
Ever8 Winners don't have a lot to play for. Mathematically, it is possible for them to finish 9th, but they would still be in the relegation tournament. I said to you before this series we would see the famous Aurelion Soul from Sceptred, and maybe not in game 1, but Malrong's the one that gets a bit of a style pick, and Jungle Jax, a favorite in Korean solo queue. I can definitely tell the viewers at home it's going to be coming out in competitive play.
Alrighty, well, Malrong yet again surprising us, showing us something new, but can it work out as well as his Jace did in the jungle during that promotion tournament that got Ever8 into the LCK? MVP have been looking quite good, but maybe the surprise is enough to set them off the edge and give Ever8 a slight advantage.
And they're never really used to this spot, our MVP. Usually they're the ones that are pulling off the sick flex or bringing out the new pick, but this time Ever8 has certainly one-upped them. Jungle Jax for sure can clear the jungle, has strong ganks at level 3. Doesn't necessarily scale into a frontliner like a lot of our jungle picks. Let's see if Malrong can make it work. It is the first time we've seen this in a very long time, maybe even ever in the LCK.
All right, well, here we go. Time to start things off. One of our final matches, the regular summer split here at OGN. It's going to be MVP going up against Ever8. Let's see who comes out on top in game number 1. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for one of the final times before we jump into playoffs next week.
Very cute chibi Ian in the corner of that first sign.
Plenty of MVP fans out here.
I've been really impressed with the MVP fans. I think back to their match earlier this week against Afreeca, and their fans were super loud, even in conjunction with the Afreeca fans, who are always very loud themselves. Finally giving their fans something to cheer about after what has been a season to forget for MVP. They started the good feels with their respectable showing at Rift Rivals, despite their meager position with just 2 match wins when they went to that tournament. And the good feels have turned into match wins. So for them, it's been a much improved last month of the season.
Ever8, they want a last moment of the season to have some improvement with. Going to be trying out the Cogmaw yet again here for Ella. 4th time, I believe, this split, and then played it pretty much throughout the promotion tournament, so has logged quite a many few games on this pick since that happened, since they had qualified.
Duel especially has really struggled to find identity on too many picks, had some decent showings. That famous game recently where Ever8 lost the game and he ended it legendary, but was not able to carry his team. Jungle Jax usually starts on the Raptors, whatever the patch, because he has the ability to start Counter-Strike. And with no leash, goes for the red side Raptor start, pinged out by the side of MVP.
Yeah, just had ADD poking his head in there. Trying to take some of them away, but instead just going to get that scouting report in. And keen to back him up as well. Seems like Beyond at the end of it all, able to get those Raptors despite the harass coming down from Ella and Duel. As we'll see things start trading back and forth here in the bottom lane, but likely going to be waiting for a couple levels before we can see Max going in with the grand entrance and whatnot, trying to get that massive knock up onto the Cogmall.
I wasn't sure if Marong was going to rush straight for the enemy blue or take down the Rift Scuttle. Could have gone for an experienced Quint for a very fast level 3. He has. So has an experienced Quint here for this route to work. This is a very, very strong Cheese Gang, but doesn't have Counter-Strike available till now. Ian's going to be surprised.
Yep, going to be flashing straight into the sun. Ian flashing away, but the poison's going to be there, and Malrong has the final hit. First blood going over to Ever8. Nicely done by Malrong.
And you cannot deny that Malrong is a very inventive player. An emotional young player, certainly, but inventive here to go for the standard experience Quint run that we see on Rek'Sai. He can start Raptors with almost no leash. It was pinged out, you remember, by the side of MVP, but not respecting the angle he can take from mid. And the big thing is, if he uses his flash to open, he has a targeted ability that applies an auto attack and red buff again. So there was no way for Ian to get out. Even if he had Valkyrie, he would have died in that scenario. Really nice early game stuff from Mara.
Yeah, very nicely done. Picks up the blue buff, so he can just keep rotating throughout the jungle for pretty much as long as he wants. Can also snatch up that bot side river Scuttle Crab if he so pleases. Scepted in the meantime, just able to go ahead and run down. Doesn't even have to use the ghost to get himself out to safety.
Yeah, Beyond had the information that his laner didn't have flash, and Scepted had ghost up, so there was really no way to pick up the kill there, but I'm talking about the good feels for MVP. Maybe it'll just be a first blood, but you know, even feeling good about Ever8 for a portion of a game has been difficult with their woes recently. So it's been cool to see. Okay, Marong is spotted, I believe, by just the end of that vision.
Ian still just has to retreat, takes quite a bit of damage. Still hanging out in the meantime. Great entrance coming down on top of Ella. It's popped up and takes a decent bit of damage there from the Ren. Now Ian, yet again, Counter-Strike coming through. Gets the stun off the backside of the Valkyrie, but he's close enough to the turret that he'll be safe.
Marong knows his ranges so well. You notice there, he didn't have the range on the leap strike, but just leapt to the ward and knew that he would still stun with the counter strike.
Oh, in the meantime, flash knock-up coming through from the side of Beyond. Scepter does not have his own, and the Gatling gun plus the auto attacks will take him down, so kill on the board here for MVP.
Yeah, they had the lane wards. They knew previously that Jax was coming, so Ian doesn't die, and then Beyond, smart pathing, already level 5, has been power farming through all of these hijinks that have happened in the mid lane. Has answered the first blood, and Marong at least will pick up an entire minion wave and catch up on experience.
So yeah, helps him get back into a nice little spot there, but Scepted, bit of a brain fade, just a bit too far forward, knowing that Beyond was in the vicinity, gets caught out, hands over that kill, so keeps the gold rather close to start things off here. Just 5 minutes in, already quite a few hijinks.
I do wonder, because you know we've had teams in the past, Kilios, who Sonic Boom, Kongdu Monster, these teams who didn't make a lot of impression, and there's always a couple of players where you're like, I wouldn't mind seeing that guy on this team or that guy stay in the LCK.
Sure, yeah.
You do feel like maybe in a couple years' time we'll be talking about Marong and Scepted, maybe not together as a package, but around the league in more reverent terms. I do feel like it's almost like a thrift shop sale sometimes with the teams who are really struggling at the bottom, going, okay, I wonder what will happen with these guys' careers going forward. And I think both of them, especially Marong, if he can work on some of his, I want to say, mentality issues. You know, very young player, has been emotional, was fined by Riot Korea for a indiscretion earlier this season. And Scepted also in a better team. Just like CJ last year, you do think that maybe there could be some big growth for those two players in particular?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at the players that came out of there and how well they've been doing. It's a night and day difference. So very well could see these guys moving over to different spots, perhaps.
Or going to other regions, right? There is still that chance.
Or they requalify,
yeah,
and they all stay together.
There's a lot of what-ifs. Could stay, they could requalify, but even if they requalify, of course, the contract negotiation times will happen. Teams always look sideways to Korea for young talent to import to other regions, so there are a lot of what-ifs, but I don't think we've heard the last of Scepted and Malrong at the top level.
Definitely not, but now Malrong trying to keep things going. Goes a bit aggressive there onto Beyond, who is able to trade back quite nicely. Tommy Cinder on to both of them.
Yeah, I looked at the solo queue, one game recently played by Marong of Jungle Jacks, Cinderhulk into Trinity4. So he does still go Cinderhulk for the guaranteed clear and just the power level of that item right now. But Trinity4 is so core on Jax for utility and burst, so will still probably be the pickup here.
He's just going to slow down. Top lane on the way of Keen at the moment. ADD does have that built-in sustain, but suffering a little bit as far as the CS is concerned, but still is keeping it rather competitive. Had to go for the Ninja Tabi rush, which we would have seen anyway, even if it was the Jags going to be up there in the top lane.
Imagine a Righteous Glory will come together as well. Top lane Gragas been a lot more rare recently. Middle of the season, we saw Marin playing it basically every game where possible. They would draft 2 junglers on the red side of Afreeca and put the Gragas in the top lane to deny away the Gragas jungle.
Now Marin's been showing us some newer stuff, bringing out the Malphite again, the Trundle, first time he played that in Korea.
He had about an effective champion pool in Korea this season of 4, then added 2 extra, so that's an important factor and could be relevant in our second series. The Malphite I am less optimistic about.
It's against a Jace as well, wasn't it?
It was against Ever8 Winners as well.
Yeah, it's like kind of one of those moments where you can be like, yeah, you know what, I can play Malphite here.
You never know when it's against one of the weaker teams, whether it's a indication of the opponent or a true reflection on the perceived power of a pick. But compositionally wise, it was, as you say, an old AD comp. So a lot of potential to just run them over with the Malphite. Pretty much farming after what was a very exciting time around the mid lane earlier.
Beyond getting the takeaway there on the blue buff. Will gets out of there safely. As Malrong will just now be arriving.
Team fights from the side of Ever8 will be very interesting. If you've played or played with the Jungle Jackson solo queue, they do try to be just a top lane Jackson split push with Smite, which is always a bit of a query when it comes to Baron control in the late game. In this game, the role of Jax will be interesting because expect it to be more team fight because you have to bring the Smite along. What sort of role will it play? A peeling role, an initiating role? They went back to having some team fight when they locked in the Renekton, who has the lane power and is a decent team fighter. So even though Ever8 have the hyper-scaling in mid lane and AD carry, what the rest of the game means for them is a bit up in the air because their picks are a bit off the wall as well.
Malrong can come up with that massive 5-man counter-strike into Duel just melting everybody. That's the dream play right there.
I'm always ready for a Jungle Jax to carry in my league. This is the matchup that Ian picked himself into, and it's a painful one.
Yeah, has the Hex Drinker, but it only does so much for him.
Also delays the Trinity Force that he's craving as well.
Beyond going to be nearby, but they know this. We'll be pushing forward. In package ready to go, but it would pretty much be a suicide run if he pushed himself straight into Septid's face with that petrifying gaze up.
I thought that sentence was going somewhere else. But regardless, Malrong and Beyond sniffing around the mid lane.
Strike coming through, will lock down Beyond.
Ghost actually popped by Septid.
Yeah, he's trying to chase in for this one. Wanted to get the petrifying gaze down, but was just a bit too late. If he had started moving over as that counter-strike was coming out, perhaps he would have been able to get the catch.
I mean, he's really just a initiation bot right now, the Jax, with only Cinderhulk, tanky for sure, ranged initiation, bot lane.
Oh yeah, Max getting jumped on, is able to go ahead, battle dance his way out of there to safety as Jewel just starts throwing down the artillery shots, but can't quite find the hit. Max does take quite a bit of damage, however, so is going to be weakened, but has a couple biscuits that he can nom up on. As Beyond does join in the fray, flash into the play. The hook comes down as they try to get a kill. Max gets a double pop-up with the entrance. Now Beyond answering with a one of his own as he unburrows. That's going to be Maha putting another kill on the board for MVP as he takes down Ella.
And the flash stun actually missed from Malrong, who once again tried to repeat what worked in mid lane and bot lane with all the dashes and the flashes available. Not able to register a stun, so with equal members, MVP had the vision advantage, knew that Malrong was there and pick up the gank. I see Malrong walking up anyway. He's in vision.
Saw both of them stacked together. Wanted that nice double stun into perhaps a petrifying gaze, but just can't get in range in time. Has to peel back.
They can actually clear wards bot lane. It's not about the successful gank, but clear wards. One thing that Cinderhulk Jax can do quite well is solo down a Drake. He's going to be tanky enough with the Cinderhulk, and the base damages and also the attack speed from the passive, and just maxing W means that you do clear big camps pretty fast, even before Sheen and Phage and Trinity Force are complete. Now with the Cogmore, they don't have the lane pressure to do that right now, but an option for them as the game goes on, and can pop over and come out of vision sometimes, cheat past vision with the nature of Jackson is Leap Strike.
Haven't seen him from him yet. In the meantime, Duel actually going for the Wits and Rush in the bottom lane.
Seeing more of this in the LPL, actually. Is a lot more on-hit Kog'Maws rather than the more recent Infinity Edge Kog'Maws. To me, that's just being able to hit an earlier power spike and fight earlier, which then synergizes super well with Scepted. But some people might look past the fact that it synergizes really well with Keen, because the ultimate there, the Dominus, does basically AoE magic damage a la a Cinderhawk. So a Cinderhawk, or more impressively, a Sunfire Cape. And just flat magic resist reduction coming through from the Wit's End means that that damage can't be ignored as freely. So a one-item power spike, will he be weaker than three-item Kog'Maw with Infinity Edge? Absolutely. But at one item, can actually help his solo laners out quite a lot.
It's true. It's not sure how long it's going to be until they get into a position where you can really utilize that in a team fight. No TPs being used aggressively. So far, it's just been to return back to the lanes where ADD has fallen a bit further behind, down by 21 CS at the moment. But all things considered, just wants to be a big tanky Gragas, have that explosive cast to offer up in a team fight. So definitely not the worst case scenario for him.
Yeah, Gragas doesn't really get better with items. He'll build a bit of health and mana.
He gets tankier.
He gets tankier for sure, but very much about the disruption. Won't be the Righteous Glory, at least judging by the Balmy Cinder. Long game for Malrang will be a happy one. He's gone for the tank route early, but we still are expecting him to be going into Trinity Force based on his recently played games on this Jungle Jax. And scaling coming through in the mid lane. More scaling is well established. Ever8 are happy for the pace of the game to be slower. It's more on MVP to make the aggressive moves early.
Yeah, but swung the gold back over into their favor, but still it's a pretty minute difference here as Balrog will get popped up. Ian come around the side, offering up the rockets as Beyond goes in with the Void Rush, but he gets taken down. Balrog keeping himself alive with the ultimate, just turns in, smacks him down, and finds his second kill.
Yeah, felt like Malrang was listening. MVP, even more importantly, was listening to the commentary, wanted to increase the pace of the game, but Malrang is super tanky. Didn't have Flash, but he does have Ninja Tabi and Cinderhawk. If he'd gone for an early Sheen or a much more damage-orientated Jax, but he would have died in that exchange, but they turn on to Beyond, they return to farming, and everything's going comfortable for Ever8 Winners.
Bring it back in within about a 400 gold difference. Dragon still has not been picked up, but Cloud Drake would give them the largest advantage, so has just been widely ignored by both teams so far. ADD takes a lot of damage from Kian.
Sort of stuff from Ever8 they were doing at the start of the season, the flexes from them. Big thing for them is, okay, the knockup does hit onto Duel.
Yeah, but there's going to be the Dark Passage there. Ready to go. Max unable to stand on top of it to deny it, but they get the Rend off the end, so Duel still does come out as the loser in that exchange.
Interesting. Malrang maybe going for Righteous Glory next on the Jax.
Really wants to be able to sprint in and get those counter strikes down.
It's one of those things where we talked about the base damages being respectable. Does have good damage on the rest of the team. 3 people building for damage with Black Cleaver Rush on the Renekton. So maybe the item build can be a bit more situational for the Jax than we respected. Full tank Jaxes that go for a Sheen and then build into a Sheen item later have been a thing in and out of solo queue for a long time. Watching the Rift Herald started here. I imagine Ever8 want to contest this.
Yeah, Scrying Plant coming down. Beyond does keep this in combat for the moment, but now we'll have to leash it, except it just keeps pushing forward, and Malrang is roaming up from the bottom side of the map.
The moment they picked Corki into Cassiopeia, they kind of lost the invitation to do things like Rift Herald, because having lane pressure on a Cassiopeia as Corki is so difficult to achieve. So would have been against the run of play and the draft for them to pick something up. Okay, jumping onto Malrang.
Does have the flash available, but has the leap strike and a ward as well to take him down to safety. Now Septon firing away. There's that Miasma trying to get the pick in onto Beyond. He flashes away, but Kian is there to chase him in. Blast Plant takes him back, and the Renekton will scoop up the kill. ADD will be able to go ahead and lumber his way over underneath that turret, but he is still going to be quite hurt. Will be going back to the base, and Ever8, they do find another pick.
Yeah, MVP are just being a little bit too brazen, thinking they can make the engages, but if Ever8 are on the same page, MVP can't make the sort of engages they're trying to, and they're lapping up free kills with their bigger power in the mid game than MVP can wield. Here is the solo. We were talking about solo of Drake, but it's actually started off as a solo of Rift Herald, and Ever8 are rotating their bottom lane as well. Potential contest from MVP.
Getting nearby, but this thing is going dangerously low, and Malrong should have the smite as it does go down, but maybe the fight going to break out now. ADD going to get stunned up as he looks for the disruption. Doesn't have the explosive cast, however, has to rely on something like the body slam, but Malrong, well, he gets popped up. Still had the flash, but can still rely on a dark passage instead to take him out to safety.
Yeah, nice disengage from Ever8. They get the objective, they get out. MVP going to try and brute force down the mid lane turret right now, looking like a success with nobody on the side of Ever8 to answer it.
It'll be the first brick, but they don't even have the sheen from the Corki. Kalista going to be taking this one rather slowly, but with 4 members nearby, they will be able to force this down. So, retaining a gold lead at the moment here is MVP, but it's much more competitive than they would have liked and they would have expected going up against Ever8.
And Ever8, the one objective they cannot give up, because they've been smart so far about their lanes, might actually be ganking top lane, so I'll have to hold on to that thought.
Yeah, ADD going to get jumped on. Counter-Strike coming through. This is the explosive cast, but it's not going to buy him too much time. He'll just get taken down very steadily. The slows are not enough to get the peel off. And that's just going to be a kill going over to Keen. Now 2-2 between the top laner and the jungler here for Ever8.
And 100% kill participation for the jungler as well. Malrong on this tank Jax that we're seeing. But the objective they can't pick up, and I think the mid lane turret take should give you guys an indication, is the Baron, because the wave clear here from Ever8 is very limited. A lot of power in the lanes, but if Baron buff comes over to MVP, ability to roll down objective is certainly possible with the Corki.
Yep. Now top lane turret going to get taken, and Ever8 just like that. Right back into the driver's seat, take the gold lead, keeping things as close as humanly possible as no one noticed the ward in the brush. The
Jax had better places to be.
The 1 HP ward that takes a second to kill.
Do get to see the buff bar and know that the Rift Herald's at about 50% uptime right now. Still don't have that in the scoreboard, sadly. Next time I have a line to Riot Games, it's going to be my #1 request.
Max trying to jump away, but the Counter-Strike just find him. Gets a pop-up on the Malrong, but it's going to be the Righteous Glory pop as they just go straight in underneath the turret. Play into the death sentence. Makes for one very dead Rakan. TP going to be canceled out there by the side of ADD. Ian full channeling his. Going to try to just go ahead and poke down the minion wave with the rockets, but with the arrival of the Rift Herald, it is basically dead, and they're losing out on the mid lane as well as Keen is just split pushing there. Gets quite a bit of damage in. ADD will rotate down to try to stop him.
But this should be Ever8 actually pushing onto more turrets. There was no reason to use the Rift Herald when they had 4 there already as mid lane.
Maha gonna jump over the walls. Keen pops the Dominus. Everybody else from MVP trying to arrive,
Whoa!
but he's just gonna take down the Kalista and walk out with his life. Now ADD will not be able to say the same. Artillery not gonna connect from the Cogmaw, but one more shot will kill him, and Malrong is hot on his heels. Jukes it out, but still it's just one smack away. There we go. The leap strike will kill him, and Ever8 suddenly in complete control of the game. Up in turrets, about to be another one added to the score line here as they take down the final outer.
It hadn't been a big gold lead previously, but now 3 turrets, the Rift Herald already taken and summoned. I thought they were going to follow in the Rift Herald bot lane because they had 4 members. They could have taken the turret without the Rift Herald, but it gave them the extra speed to rotate up. Keen getting the solo kill on the Kalista surprised me with how much damage he did, and now with Blade the Ruin King, I guess there should be no further surprises about damage. The side-pushing power of the Renekton is going to be massive. Don't know what item Spiky was at right now, but watch the end of this because he takes out Maha. And just
slice and dices him.
He slices and dices him for 500 damage. That's how much health the Kalista had. So I'm guessing at least half the Bork was there already.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I didn't see an auto there. There could have been auto cancels in the slice and dice that we were missing.
I didn't see them at all, so I feel like it was actually just straight up his E.
Well,
I could be wrong.
It was a straight up domination.
I hope that I'm wrong, because slice and dice should not do that much damage. That was absolutely ridiculous.
And now we get the Renekton build that Cuvée showed at Rift Rivals that can beat side lane champions like Kled at 2 items. Blade the Ruin King after Black Cleaver wins matchups that usually you think of as losing matchups for Renekton. If it's Titanic Hydra, you do lose to Kled in the 1v1, but with Blade the Ruin King having the lifesteal and also dealing with HP tanks like a Gragas, This is a very powerful side lane Renekton.
It really is.
And also, a very fast Baron team.
Yeah, you know, Kog'Maw plus Cassiopeia plus a Jax.
Plus a Blade the Ruin King Renekton.
Yep. This is about as fast as it could get without Mountain Drakes really coming into play.
Well, I mean, Malrang could build a Trinity Force, but...
Yeah.
Take what you can get. In this case, it is the full tank Jax. He's still going further tank. Maybe the Frozen Heart for a bit of cooldown reduction. So important on his side. Bramble Vest is complete, so ADD feels like he can walk up. But we haven't seen a real hard commit from Keen yet.
And right now just getting himself sustained with a lifesteal from the Blade of the Ruined King. Still just keeping himself very well extended above ADD. In the CS, Malrang pushing in, gets this double stun with the counter strike. Play back in with the hook means Beyond is a goner. Duel finds the kill. We'll finally get that fight in the bottom lane, and it seems like Keen is the one coming out on top.
And it's going to turn on to the Baron. The Baron's speed is pretty incredible. They don't need to hit the wards. There's no vision right now for MVP, but they get the spot vision for a second. The Baron's going to be gone in the following seconds.
Yeah, another Scrying Orb coming down. Fate's Call already popped. They'll throw Max in. For the pop-up there on the Duel, will not find it. He's just going to get targeted. Has to dash back out of the pit to keep himself alive as ADD does arrive. Throws out the explosive cast, but nobody's paying attention to the Baron because they are just getting torn apart by every other member of Ever8. So Baron comes through. They find 2 kills on top of that of Beyond's earlier on the fight. And maybe even just the ace because Keen is chasing in. Doesn't have the flash, doesn't have a dice. So he'll just go ahead and take out these Raptors instead, as Max will be able to limp out of there with his life.
And predictably from a team that has not taken many Barons this season and not won many games, it was actually a pretty poor Baron engage overall by Ever8. By the end, only 2 were DPSing it down, the Thresh and the full tank Jax, but it didn't matter because of all their good work earlier. You'll see the replay here. They DPS down Baron. There's no smite from the enemy, but the moment that Duel and Scepter flash away, doing the last 1,300 damage of the Baron is actually very tough for Ella and Malrang to do, but they have so much gold on their members. They're so far snowballed on what you would have expected that doesn't matter. You can afford to be a bit rusty when you've already played the first 25 minutes of the game so smartly, and they still come up with everything they wanted. You don't have much to say there, Achilles.
I don't.
I mean, Ever8 have played super good. The draft makes sense when you really do look back on it and say, okay, the early Jax, you're like, okay, Ever8, this is some 7-13 stuff. But when it's a tanked initiation Jax from the jungle, Keen is dominating the top lane. You look at the self-counter pick from Ian, which, if it was a Jax they could have counterpicked, would have been significant. But because it wasn't, I mean, there's been almost no pressure at all on the map from the Corki, and everything's worked at once from Ever8 Winners.
I'll borrow one from Kobe. That Baron fight sucked.
It's fair. That's usually teleports, but I take the reference.
It's also me putting it lightly. That's about as PG as I can make it.
I prefer to look at the fact that Ever8 played so well in the first 20 minutes, they got to have a bit of a sucky Baron fight.
Yep. Well, Ever8, good God, they have a massive lead, 8,000 plus in the lead at the moment.
Keen bought a Spectre's Cowl because he told someone he was going to play tank this game.
Contract fulfilled.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a Guardian Angel, which has a cloth armor in it. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, boy.
Bit of a surreal game 1 here on what is a very important day because of how central our second series is to the standings. This is the sort of game where the picks might actually be influential on best of 5s. We might see some interesting stuff from other teams after seeing a Jungle Jax work way better than expected. Hasn't been a game where 4 people did well and the Jungle Jax got a victory anyway. The Jungle Jax has been very important in how this game is played.
It's been very important in solo queue from what I've noticed as well. But, I mean, Malrang looking like, you know, one of those solo queue god Jaxes that you end up with.
You
hard
say that.
Carries everybody else.
I don't agree, because I've played with enough Jungle Jaxes to know that people will play more Jungle Jax because of Malrang winning and not build anywhere near as many tank items.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying that he's going to fix solo queue by any means. He's going to throw it in the dumpster.
Exactly.
But I'm saying that every now and then you get one of those Jaxes that just pops off and they destroy everybody on your team.
No, they split push down everything with their 400 AD. They do not destroy people with tankiness and initiation. So that's where I take umbrage. They don't look like this Jax. Scoreline maybe, but nothing else.
I was going by just sheer destruction, not by items involved.
He has a Randuin's. That's the first random and Jax I've ever seen. That's not actually true.
I was going to say that's...
In combination with 0 damage items, it's certainly true.
Yeah. Think back to top lane Jax every now and then. You get the
That's true.
randoms out there. Jump in, slow them up, counter-strike,
My
vice versa.
hyperbola was incorrect. Apologies, OG Agent.
I'll forgive you. I don't know about them.
That's true. I
But I
appreciate it. The vote of confidence is necessary. Well, we're at silly season now because it is almost 10,000 gold lead. It's not really a team fight that MVP wins, barring killing Duel instantly. Duel has the 3-item on-hit power spike with the Rage Blade as well, and it means that Keen and specifically Scepted will be doing more damage, so it's going to take a significant misplay from Ever8 at this point.
I don't even know what that looks like. Like, how could they make such a significant misplay to have them get back into this game? Well, it's a nice start as they try to get the pick onto Malrong.
There's always the chance, Achilleos. It's always the chance. Keen is going to thwack on a top lane turret with a lot of attack speed and AD, you'll remember. So this is something that MVP have to react to quickly. They don't feel like they can send someone there, even though Gragas has teleport. They will lose the top lane inhibitor turret thus.
Now going to have that inhib exposed. This is just things getting worse and worse for MVP as time goes on.
Better and better for Ever8 Winners, who would go 3-0 against the side of MVP on the season with a win in Game 1.
I mean, this is the first game win that they will find in the last 9. So, nice little turnaround. Sort of like the turnaround that MVP had, but way too late in the split.
Not the way I thought they would adapt to 7-14 finally. But Ever8 haven't really done it by other people's standards. They have tried innovation. They've had a lot of unique one-off picks that haven't really been emulated by other teams. If you think of the Aurelion Soul, as Malrong just denies Scepted the BlastCon over.
I hate when that happens. Every single time I'm getting chased by somebody and then I get popped straight up in the air. Immediately died.
I've appreciated that more teams have gotten better at playing against blast cone escapes by flashing in to deny blast cones and things like that. The gameplay around blast cones, which I know got a lot of criticism when they were announced as a feature last year, has been surprisingly good.
Yeah.
A lot of adaptation came from that criticism, so it's not like the fans were wrong, but I think where they're at now, they add an enhanced gameplay rather than take away gameplay.
I don't think Afreeca is too fond of them after their last game.
That's fair. They should kill them then.
The blast cones, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Well, Malrong set to get that sick split push going on in the top lane. Wave management by Ever8 has been pretty on point as we see big groupings in the mid lane. Waiting in the brush perhaps for a hook to come over the wall, but will not find it. Instead, can just get prepped for this Baron that's going to be spawning in 6 seconds time.
Don't start DPSing it just yet. They want to push out one more wave before they head over to it, which mid lane priority on Baron has been a long discussed topic. Looking for a pick as well if they can find one. Be a false choice here for MVP. Do they come in as a 5-man unit as Renekton powers down the bot lane tower? The macro here pretty solid from Ever8.
It really has been, and it's just refreshing yet confusing to see. Keen, nice split push down there, looking to work down the turret as the rest of MVP just has to respond to this Baron. They know how quickly they'll be able to take this.
256 AD, 1.1 attack speed Renekton, much stronger than you'd expect at 31 minutes, and MVP have to force something, so they're going to force the Baron.
Oh dear, here we go. This is going to be an interesting situation. Malrong looking for an angle in the back as Max goes forwards, gets the pop-up in on Decepted, who is able to flash out and stays alive. Petrifying Gaze thrown down onto ADD, will find the first kill of the fight, and now MVP are just scrambling to try to get out of the pit, but none of them outside of Max are going to be able to do so. Ian as well, able to escape as he was just poking around. But Baron goes over to Ever8. They find 3 kills, and they're going to be looking for the victory right here.
They're going to find a game victory because it took them so long to play this role, but in their 40th professional game this season, it's easily been their best victory. Smart macro, innovation, not many head scratches, nothing really to put your nose up at. Great game 1 by Ever8 Winners.
Yeah, and I mean, especially so by Keen and by Malrong. You see the final score line for them, 4-0-5, 4-0-6. absolutely just destroyed with the jungle jacks. The Nexus will go down 32 minutes on the clock as Ever8 find victory in game number 1.
And it's too late in the season to get excited about Ever8 Winners, but it's not too late to be impressed with Ever8 Winners. A very good victory for them here. Sort of thing that where Jin Air had an uptick at the end of spring season and then crushed the relegation tournament. If this is the Ever8 we see in the relegation tournament, then we should be seeing them in the LCK in 2019, because against good opposition and MVP who have been in form recently, they played smartly, they had some innovation in the draft that they used to their advantage. And in the end, even their macro was super solid. They're set up for Baron, where a Renekton with 250 AD and a good amount of attack speed was going to take the objective at minimum. Led to them trading up, led to them ending the game. We'll see the replay here. Even though Sefted gets bouncy castled, he's strong enough at this point that he doesn't die. And from there, it all comes together.
Yeah, great lockdown into the back line there, straight in onto Maha by Malrong. And from there, the Glissa just gets ripped apart, so will not be alive for any sort of confirmation on that Baron take. So Ever8 Winners, superior macro play, just superior individual play. The mechanics from Malrong on that Jax showing things off the bat with that leap strike onto the ward, getting the stun onto the Valking Corki into the kill was just great to see.
I mean, the fundamentals of this team was some good players with good macro, good micro. The macro part was where they lacked for the other season. They felt like they got away from the innovation as well, so they put it all together this time, and they pick up the victory. Something to smile about.
Yep, sure. But can they do it again? Can Lightning strike twice for Ever8 Winners? We're going to find out when we come back from a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Too long. me under, take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. King did all of the damage, 19.6 thousand there on that Renekton. And, I mean, this game story, not only just about Ever8 overall playing very well, but especially the top lane and the jungle. He and Malrong absolutely destroyed MVP.
And I can't disagree with that. But also, like you say, the team-wide play around their strong lanes was something that we hadn't necessarily seen from Ever8 Winners in previous weeks. So it was a complete package, and I think very well deserved is the MVP from Malrong on Jax. People will hear that Jungle Jax was played, and they thought, okay, was it a gimmicky Warriors enchanted to Trinity Force who got fed and just carried? No, it was full tank. Taking the experience Quint to get level 3 off of the Rift Scuttler, even though his path was spotted, it still surprised Corki in the mid lane because he opened up with Flash and then kept his Leap Strike to be available for a killing blow. And from there, it was just a really smart jungling performance from Malrong, who had 100% kill participation when the game was being won earlier, and afterwards had already done his job.
Had some great counter strikes in there as well, knowing his limits. And every time I was watching him, I was like, okay, he still has the flash, but he always had a ward ready to go as well from that Tracker's Knife to help him get the leap strikes. He landed some counter strikes that I definitely would have been frustrated with if I was the one receiving it.
And then just tanked turrets, did his job. Nice pathing around the backside. Look what he does in this fight. We didn't talk about it in the game, but jumps over and stuns Maha, so Maha doesn't get any DPS off for 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds in the back of the fight, in the team fight that really crowned the game for Ever8 Winners. So in every single way, Malrong knew his role. There's a bit of a smile on a player who has struggled a little bit on a team that, of course, has struggled a lot, and well-deserved MVP for Malrong.
It's just, I think he's just confused because he's like, I don't know what this feeling is.
We haven't had an MVP interview with Malrong at OGN yet.
That's true. He's won 3 times so far now.
Has not had a full-on interview in this particular Sangam OGN E Stadium, so it'd be cool to have a chat with a young player who we feel like will definitely still be involved. Only 17 years of age.
He's a very shy person.
He is.
We met him and he struggled talking to us, but you got to break the ice sooner or later, Malrong. And it could be today that you have to have an interview in front of this very full crowd.
It is also the last time of asking, so there's not much later than the final match day where there'll be interviews. There isn't interviews during the promotion tournament.
Of course, that would be a team-wide interview, so he'd be backed by his comrades, so he wouldn't be left alone on stage. But first, we have to go ahead and get through game number 2, because MVP, one of the few teams that actually does have a winning record on the red side, opposed to blue. 8 out of their 13 map wins are on the red side.
And Ever8 Winners are on the blue side now, and they can still ban away the Cho'Gath, though, Killia. So when it comes to comfort for MVP, and get a little bit less of what's been winning recently, I'd like to see MVP more highly prioritize the things that have worked for them. I mentioned 6-0 Gragas, 5-1 Orianna, and 6-2 Xayah in recent games during their win streak. None of those were locked in game 1. I think it's time to go back to the recent comfort and get onto those picks.
Well, so far, just going to be the Maokai and the Zac ban away. Cho'Gath will be the follow-up, so a lot of focus around the top and technically jungle there so far from these bans. But red side is going to be very much of the same. Caitlyn being taken off the board. Could see the Kalista yet again. The targeted bans by MVP in game 1 were Jace, Lucian, and Elise.
Final ban from MVP. Hit up in the air. I don't think you necessarily have to prioritize denying dual Kalista. He's been decent on the pick. but definitely nothing to write home about. And speaking of specific picks, they're going to ban away Thresh from Max, so that's his most played. So far, they have left open the Gragas, Orianna, and Xayah. I think MVP will be lighting up their draft on the red side with some collection of those.
See how that first round goes. For now, 2 more things to be taken off the board away from MVP. This final ban and the first pick by Ever8. We'll see where their priorities lie. But it will be the Elise yet again taken off the table.
I'm thinking that Marong will return to something as gimmicky as the jungle Jax flex, so banning away to power jungler in the Elise. Not necessarily been a great performing one for Marong. Jarvan could still be flexed on the blue side, which has been a pick that Marong brought into the jungle here in the LCK. And with Kalista open, even though Duel's results aren't necessarily massive on the Kalista, does stick out as a very high priority jungler. So high priority 80 cap.
Still feeling confident, at least in his mechanical ability to play this one. Tied for his most played alongside the Xayah.
Speaking of Xayah, there's Xayah's better half in the Rakan.
Oh,
Everyone's
she's all right.
I'm a big fan of the Rakan.
Okay.
The Xayah's pretty standard, but the Rakan does flashy things, so what can I say?
I see which way you swing in this relationship. Well, maybe we'll just get both of them on the board here, as the Xayah is being hovered at the moment here. Baha would be quite happy to get his hands on this. And he will. So that's going to be 14 games of Xayah coming through.
Something for everyone to love, I guess. In that bot lane. Oh, the Jax. It's being hovered, Achilles.
Oh, just do it again.
It would be jungle almost certainly, but Keen could also play with the mind games of it. It worked once, and when he returned to the jungle Jace, didn't work as well the second time. Will return to the jungle Jax, so it's just straight up locked in.
I mean, there is the chance that they are doing the reverse bait and that this could go over to Keen for the top lane.
I wonder if you lock Orianna here, because Jax is a great ball carrier in and of his own, especially if he's going tank. He won't be DPS'd out, and it would be a denial pick away from Ian. If they do, Ian would probably draft Syndra at the pick that's available, otherwise would likely have it banned. Okay. So they won't draft a mid laner, hoping that they'll force another double ban at Ian's champion pool in the next round of bans.
So just the Alistar coming through for Ella. Something powerful to go along with the Fate's Call.
Cried for a power pick. Gragas would represent that for the jungle of MVP. Played it in the top lane last game.
We'll go ahead and lock this one down as we get ready to enter into the second round of bans. Where do they want to focus? Do they suspect that this Jax is going to in fact be in the jungle or in the top lane? Because that could really change up what we see from MVP. For now, they're starting off with Lucian.
But let's remember what they do have, Achilles. They have last pick. So what they can do is find a blind pickable mid laner and then adjust accordingly with the last pick. So I think they desperately want to pick up one of Orianna or Syndra, and they'll maybe be forced into the Corki as the first pick on the red side.
But you remember the last 2 bans from Ever8 were Syndra and Orianna last time, but they're already going to go ahead and mess me up with that one as the LeBlanc comes through.
What they want and what they get, of course, are very different things. But
Sure.
That's what they would have wanted, was the Ultra Comfort. I think they will take Orianna if it's left available as first pick on red side, but that would be madness to me for Ever8 to leave it open. They did ban away the LeBlanc, like you mentioned. We're getting pretty lean on that mid lane champion pool as the Cassiopeia is taken away from Sceptid, who played it well in game 1. Orianna, Corki, and Syndra are the picks we expect when it comes to mid lane champion pool. Do we see the Orianna ban that Ian has played almost exclusively in recent games? We do see it. That means he can still play Syndra, though. There's not that many good picks into Syndra left available, unless Sceptid wants to play something like the Galio.
Or his Aurelion Soul.
That's true. Aurelion Soul into Syndra would be an old matchup. It would also be bring the Aurelion Soul back for what could be the last game of the season for Ever8.
Well, I hope that Sceptid delivers here for us.
Give it to us, Sceptid. We really want it.
Been dying to see this one as the Syndra is locked in.
Come on, Sceptid. Jace or Aurelion Soul mid lane is what we want. One of the two, please. They are the Sceptid specials. He's going to disappoint us.
That's not what I want.
Well, it's standard wave clear in the end, but it is a bit of a... Well, you just dropped your headset there. All right, solo cast coming through from Pop Smith. I got this, boys. It might actually still be sticking with a carry top laner in the Camille. be a blind pick here, but at least it would settle that it will once again be the jungle chase. Now we're waiting to see what will finally be there, as Achilles is still very sad. I guess he's holding out in protest, hoping that MVP will lock in something exciting for him.
We were so close. Could have just had it. But no, we get the victor. We do get Camille in the top lane, which means that the Jax is going to be back in the jungle, so that's at least exciting. But to round it all out, we get a Gnar from ADD.
And we got a Gnar, and Gnar has been the punching bag recently, Achilles, so...
Because Marin's been playing it.
That's true. But into Camille can also be taken down by a carry jungle play. You see the snowball start in the top side. Potentially the Gnar can be turned around. Ian is on the Syndra. Syndra laning into Victor should be pretty comfortable for him. But we get to see the jungle Jax again, so even if it isn't everything you wanted, Achilles, it's still pretty good.
I can still be happy with this. Yet again, Keen and Malrong might just be able to deliver for us. And potentially have a 2-0 to close out their first and, quite possibly their last LCK split of, before that promotion tournament where they have to try to requalify. But ADD back over to the Gnar needs to be on point with these teleports if he's going to have an impact in trying to turn things around should they get behind, because this is going to be a difficult setup from the side of Ever8 to try to get back on top of.
And we want to see how feast or famine the jungle Jax is, because it feels like this game's going to be about the top lane ganks. We've seen a jungle Jax went ahead, go tank, and be fine. When behind, we're not so sure.
All right, well, let's see if Malrong can do it yet again. If he can find a 2-0 victory after their 4-match loss streak, be a nice little way to close out the season before that promotion tournament, before they have to regain their spot in the LCK. So let's go ahead, jump onto Summoner's Rift and see if they can close it out, or if MVP will be taking us to a game number 3.
협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Malrong back over onto the Jax in the jungle. Had quite a great start, and that says something about Paris and MVP.
Well, I'm going to assume it says something about coming from Paris to watch MVP, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Or he wants to see MVP in Paris and is forgetting that that was Worlds 2015.
And it wasn't MVP.
Yeah.
An eternal optimist. Who knows? I'm sure Riot will return to Europe for Worlds eventually.
Wow, confirmed on stream, Papa Smithy, given the leaks.
Well, I mean, they go everywhere eventually.
생성되었습니다.
I want them to come back to Korea. When are they going to confirm that, Achilles?
When do we get our Antarctica League final?
I just want Korea again.
Yeah, me too.
It feels like we're overdue for one.
Maybe one day we'll have it on the moon.
Yes.
First esports event on the moon. That'd be pretty cool. Just like this gank coming down on top of Duel. He's going to be taking quite a bit of damage as the Ignite is ticking. Flash in. One more auto attack will do it, and Max finds the first blood just a minute and 40 into the game. ADD coming up with the leash. Will wrap around the corner. Finds 2 members of Ever8 doing a red buff.
Yeah.
Beyond still has the smite available, but will not be able to get in range over the wall.
That's MVP trying for a multi-pronged level 1 plan as we get a very early pause.
Seems like it might be something on the side of Ever8.
Maybe a graphical bug or some sort of issue. We were seeing Malrong to begin that off. We'll let you know if we hear anything in our ears.
It's Duel. I walked past that bush and then 2 people came out of it. How does this work?
We haven't seen much level 1 cheese quite like that. The kills haven't been cemented the majority of the summer season. It seems like some issues, I'm guessing, with Malrong's computer.
See what it is. Either way, was able to get the red buff taken away.
MVP was certainly mad. Kilios in that particular start, beginning to pick up the cheese early level 1 gank and invade the jungle at the same time. Or re-invade, so it may have been. Waiting to see what this issue was, but as we can confirm, it's a game issue, so I guess maybe a visual bug coming through on the side of Ever8 Winners.
Something to do with those pesky skins. Perhaps, but looks like they might be leaving the booth, so we might be getting things started up again momentarily.
I got my fingers crossed. I'm touching
There we
the
go.
wooden table as well. Getting all my good luck charms in.
Get your superstitions out of the way.
Yep.
Okay, seems like we are good to go as Malrong's just going to wrap around in onto Ian in the mid lane. Immediate flash comes through. Keeps himself alive, but he's going to be that much more vulnerable now.
Even cheesier than game 1 with the level 2 gank after he invaded in vision and stole away the enemy red buff. Lot going on for Malrong, and he's on another adventure.
Hovering in the vicinity, has the blast cone, will come over the wall right as the wolves go down. Has the jump in into the counter-strike and the slows from the red buff, so Beyond might be in a spot of bother.
Beyond's going the wrong way.
You see Max and Maha, he's trying to run in towards his bot lane duo. And now maybe turn things around, but Septed is waiting over the wall.
We're getting creative with this level 1. This is on the red side, remember?
Oh, that's going to be the flash in, pulverize for the knock-up as Maha is going to be the target. Trying to run back around the side. Blasting cone is there, and he'll get killed mid-air as Jewel finds a nice little avenging kill for himself.
They may deny away blue buff, but what Malrong seems to understand very smartly is that because he is gone for the Storm Raider Surge, and because Jax has the passive to get a lot of attack speed at level 1, with red buff, no one can walk into him. Everyone has to walk away. The lane wasn't in the right spot for Maha and Max to react. So even though the full leash of the blue buff happened as it walked lackadaisically back into position, it will be a blue buff steal and a red buff steal by Malrong. He's going for a 4-buff start.
That he is, and now ADD under fire as Keen shoves him back underneath the turret. He'll trade a little bit with that hyper passive, but tactical sweep through. He's going to get slowed up, jumps to the side, and even flashes away. Keen getting the maximum out of that exchange. The only thing left to find was going to be the kill.
ADD doesn't get the Cho'Gath this game, doesn't get the Maokai, has to go into a lot more of a temperamental lane matchup in the Gnar versus Camille, which Camille can snowball on. Now with no jungle pressure either, Beyond will be able to keep competitive in experience, but not the gold of those big buffs. And Malrong, well, he's leaving the big raptor. He wants to gank mid now.
Yeah, flashing in, leaps to the side, but a nice pushback comes through, denying the counter-strike stun, so Ian will stay alive yet again.
There's a difference between life and death, but Ella's here as well.
Yeah,
Doesn't
but
have flash.
He does not have his flash, did have to use it in the jungle fight as ADD's going to wrap around, just trying to guard Beyond as he desperately tries to get a buff on the board, but Septed and Malrong are pitching their way in, and Keen has joined in the fight as well. Septed getting slowed up here. Hookshot coming through. Keen's going to flash in for the stun as Ella is also nearby. Counter-strike comes through right at the last second, and ADD will fall 2-1 now for Ever8, and all sense, all logic is out the window.
Yeah,
right
where
now.
was this Ever8 Winners all season? They're playing these team-wide plays so smartly. Malrong relentlessly aggressive like we saw in fits and spurts during the promotion tournament. The blue buff was contested, but MVP behind in every lane, and the Alster they had seen already roaming. They were going to be outnumbered. Ever8 Winners, they do confirm that blue buff, and it will be a 4-buff start for the Jax.
This is just weird. It seems like more kills have come through than there actually are on the board, just 3 across both teams.
I mean, we made the jokes in the Telecom War, Achilles, about how if you had ignored the previous 2 weeks, the tempo of the game, the result of the game wasn't as surprising, right? Just because SKT looks like the SKT of old. This almost feels like we haven't seen the game since the last time Ever8 played MVP in week 1 of the season, because Ever8 is looking like the same team that people were cautiously optimistic about when they were dominating very early in the season.
Decent trade there for the side of MVP, but Ella doing some nice gatekeeping there, headbutts away Maha back underneath of his own turret to stop that extra trade damage from coming through. As Malrong just gets another buff.
And he's got Boots of Mobility as his first item as well, so he's
okay, we're going cheesy now.
You think? With the Boots of Mobility and the ability to leap strike onto a ward to buffer the stun, he can gank pretty well.
Well, he goes in, finds the pop-up straight into the pulverize, not even giving Maha a chance. The Ren will come through, and one final auto attack will take him down as Jewel finds his second kill. Perfect chaining of the CC there from Ever8.
A sort of game that is going to be watched by a lot of junglers around the world and finding inspiration in making Jungle Jax always a solo queue pick into potentially something to consider from the jungle. Remember, this is Cinderhulk, so it still does fit patch 7.14. Clearly, there is flexibility in the build path. Jax, just like Kayle, can build lots of different types of items and find power out of them. In this case, the tank Jax is performing so much better than we could have ever expected. Level 5, and the gank pressure with a boot's mobility is insane.
So let's see where he's going. Jumps to the blast cone, and it looks like he might be going on a roam either up to the top lane or back over to that red buff that has respawned here for Beyond.
We haven't seen the experience bar for ADD and for Keen as well. If Keen was close to 6, well, at level 5, we knew that much, but if he was close to 6 on the blue side.
Oh, Counter-Strike coming through, finds him as he leaps away, the
dead.
slow up into the stun. And as you say, not long for this world, he will go down, and Malrong puts a kill on the board for himself. Yet again, starting things off, 100% kill participation, and this is just looking brutal.
It's brutal for me, Achilles, because all I want after this game is more Ever8 winners. There's a sentence I haven't said all season, but they look so good. They're innovative. Their jungle pathing from Malrong is what we thought it would be after all the hype around him in solo queue. They're turning on to Max now, but just be defensive, but it's so cool to see Ever8 trying different things. The pressure is off. They cannot get out of relegations, and somehow that's empowered them to play way better.
And I mean, this just begs the question, was it worth banning the Elise by MVP to have to deal with this Jax from Malrong? They saw it in game 1. They seem to have thought that the Elise was going to be a bigger threat, and yet Malrong is just running over them.
I think it's very easy to look at the Jax and think, okay, it's just a cheese pick. He's going to play it once and then go to the power pick in Elise. The answer clearly was no, and well, Hextech Ultimatum's available, but ADD's backed away.
He's level 6. He's building up halfway on the Rage Bar. Don't want to be diving in the Gnar that has the ultimate ready to go.
I don't think it's a mistake. I think if Elise is left open first pick, you don't necessarily return, especially if you think, okay, the Jax worked because it was a cheese pick with the flexibility on red side of going top lane and getting a good matchup for Jax if people actually think it's jungle, where you can look past it. Elise is the strongest pressure and skirmish jungler. With that sort of logic, I don't mind it at all, but he's made it work in a different way in game 2.
Coming back up to the top lane. Will not be caught up in that Gnar ultimate. Does have the flash available if he has to use it, but the stun comes down, gets the double wallop, however. And that will allow him to walk away without having to use the summoner spell.
Yeah, keeping the summoner with how many repeat ganks we've seen already is so important. We saw Huni taken down multiple times by scoring Smeb in the Telecom Wars mid lane.
Fate's Call coming through into the Pulverize, headbutts him back, and Ian will go down as Septon finds the kill. The Chaos Storm ticking away, gets rid of the Syndra. And Ever8, they're looking to accelerate this game.
That top lane again.
Revisit here, he's got the ward to jump to, Counter-Strike thrown down, flashed away, but Malrong has the chase. One more shot, he gets his second kill.
He's so experienced on this pick, and knowing that with mobility boots, he doesn't need to be in leap strike range in order to get the stuns. He did the same thing around mid lane when he opened with his flash, and now top lane is way behind 0-3-0. And sure, not a big CS lead for the top laner here in the Camille, but Camille does scale so well into the Gnar. Everything going perfectly for Ever8 winners.
I mean, ADD, what do you even do at this point? You just start building for the late game team fights because there's almost no way to regain control over the lane.
There's not
without
really
massive visitation from Beyond.
There's just not really a good answer to that question, Achilles. If you don't build damage, you just will slowly lose the lane even harder, and you can't even draw ganks, because if you draw ganks, you don't have the damage to actually take down the low HP Camille, and, well...
Ever8 definitely watched that game 2 of the Telecom War.
But, I mean, at the end of the day, Keen is playing the lane as if he has a jungler there, and whether he does or not, sadly, there's no way for the Gnar to walk up, so actually Jax is not needed, because if he tends forward, ADD will respect the potential of the jungler being there, because he has to. He's seen it too many times before.
All right, well, he does go ahead. He backs off. Taking that blue buff, setting things up for Septon.
I like what
Beyond in the bottom lane.
And this is what we didn't see Peanut doing, but he's trying to punish the other side of the map.
Got the storm coming down. Jewel, he's going to get rooted, and Maha finds the kill. Pulverized there from Ella. Is pretty tanky, and Beyond overshoots the explosive cask, potentially costing them a second kill, but they at least get the single. They put a second one on the board.
Yeah, Beyond flashed over the headbutt. That part was good. Sadly, missing the cask was a bit of a penalty. With catch-up experiences with no buffs, he is still level 6. In fact, higher level than Malrong, level 7.
Hello, Bubbling, my old friend.
Two members looking to rotate bot lane, but it seems like Septon's going to pick up a minion wave. Gold lead here is not as big as you might think, because there has been so much attention topside. The Callista's had to be left with just 12 CS competitively with that of Xayah. Takes kill advantage. You would expect them to be further ahead, but Jax hasn't done any farming at all. Can't argue with the results, 2-0 and 3.
He's farming champion.
He certainly is.
He's doing a pretty damn good job of it. Ian, the roam up towards the top lane, not going to be able to find any sort of opening here on Dakeen as he's pushed back towards the turret. Beyond, finding Ella as he walks into the brush blindly. Not going to get popped up. The Fate's call is there from Duel to take him out.
It wasn't used in the previous engage. Could just walk up to it.
He didn't have time to use it.
Yep. That part is true. Only stating facts, but you're adding extra color, which makes a lot of sense. And contest this control ward. I want to make the map as narrow as possible. It still is a lot of pick power by MVP if Gragas ganks a lane, but if they can take away all the exclusive vision, actually pulling that off becomes hard. And, well, Nara is playing the lane as if the Jax could be there at any time.
Yep. He gets the transformation. Keen takes a little bit of damage, but he's in such a nice spot. 20 CS up over that at the moment.
Likely to grow, given the implied pressure we spoke about, because, well, MVP can't get aggressive vision down, given that they've been dying so frequently in the early game. Nice control ward line, especially around mid lane. Prevents someone like Beyond from poking in vision and getting an idea of which side of the jungle Jax is on. They have no information about where Jax is.
Keeping them on their toes. They look for another engage here into the bottom lane. That's going to be a two-man knock-up. Duel pushed to the side. Desperately tries to leap away, but will not be able to do so as Beyond comes up with a kill. TP canceled there by Keen. ADD will match. And Balrog, he's just on the other side of the map. So MVP identifying the weak spot here for Ever8. Say, okay, you know what? If Balrog is going to target the top, we'll target the bottom. And
the problem there for Duel and Ella is you never want to group against a Rakan. Alistar and Kalista should never be hit by the same Grand Entrant. In that particular case, they were knocked up, didn't even need to flash Max, and that was just a laning mistake from Duel and Ella that have struggled against some of our better duo lanes. Maha and Max have been a good duo lane recently during that extended run, and didn't even need Beyond there to confirm the kill. Same time, though, Rift Herald was picked up on the top side of the map by Malra.
MVP looking to answer that with the Ocean Drake, first of the game here in 14.5 minutes. See what we get afterward. See how Ever8 is going to utilize that Rift Herald to try to knock down a turret, because at the moment it is going to be 1-0 in that regard with MVP getting the first break in the bottom lane.
Dream is take the mid lane turret to extend how far Syndra has to push out safely in order to get farm. Makes it even harder for Ian to visit side lanes to gank, something that he hasn't really been able to do in this game already. So finding a way to take mid lane turret is what they want. Not any advanced vision around mid lane yet in order to make that safe. Laning phase ended in bot side. We can see the instant response is that both Kalista and Alistar are top side of the map.
We'll have that rotation coming through. Try to break a turret of their own.
Usually we'd be talking about the Camille wanting an extended laning phase against the Nara safety to pick up farm, but he's already got Trinity Force, so this Camille, accelerated already, is happy to make the best of a lot of scenarios and can be a pick champion in the rotation between top lane and bot. That's inevitably going to happen soon.
It's about to be a 3v3 up top as Malrong is hovering in the river, is spotted out. Clears out that ward. A man advantage going to be there for Ever8 as they continue to roam up here. This does give a lot of free time for ADD in the bottom side of the map to go ahead and try to catch up in farm.
Do note that Ever8, because of the first brick, is down in gold at this point in the game.
Very slightly, but taking this turn would swing it back into their favor. Ever so slightly, there we go. That's going to be the take, and it's 300 up for them.
Where the gold is, the fact that Camille has a CS advantage on Gnar, that Jax is going to once again be able to get his tank items faster than expected. There's outscale here from Ever8 Winners. They're still happy. This is very aggressive.
Yeah, ultimatum thrown down here as Keen pulls back away from the turret, but Septed, he's going to get knocked in, and he will fall, but the gravity field comes down, locks in too. Beyond going low, tries to get away, but the hook shot will be able to pursue in a 2-for-1. Really aggressive from Ever8, but they still come out on top.
It looked like it was a mistake. We'll have to see the replay to confirm, but Ian just ended up being stunned up by the W from Victor and dying to the Chaos Storm. I thought he would be able to sidestep it, but not able to. We'll get the replay now. Keen, I should say, goes way too aggressively here, following into the Syndra. And then watching Ian, the gravity field just takes him down, so it looks like in hindsight didn't really have any way to get out. Then with the flash, able to extend the range, kill the Gragas. That ended up being a trade up, which given how it started, I wasn't expecting that from Ever8.
Well, the other thing that they got that was a bit off screen was also Max's flash. Tried to use that to create or shorten the distance that he could get in over onto Beyond and try to save his life, but instead just uses the summoner spell with no gain whatsoever.
Yeah, wanted to get at least the small shield that Max can put out on his passive, and that would have been enough to potentially let him survive, given that there wasn't a lot of overkill coming through from Keen on the turret dive. Keen continues to get stronger, still hasn't shopped actually. 2-0-3 had those items before the shenanigans in mid lane.
He's got the recall coming through now.
Thinking it'll probably be a Tiamat as the next purchase, but could be boots too as well.
Merc Treads and 2 longswords.
On the way to the Tiamat. No Dusk Blades from the Camille's just yet. Alrung also not 100% sure where the build will go. Because you see a Rejuve bead, you think Righteous Glory. But not 100% certainty there. Could just be magic resist also.
Saw it last time, so we'll see where he wants to go. But for now, things are going to be very neck and neck, despite the very early and oppressive start that Ever8 did have in the game. The first brick for MVP, helping bring back a bit of that. We also have that Ocean Drake with an Infernal on the way in a couple minutes' time.
One item, very powerful for Ever8. Trinity Force over Black Cleaver. Perfect Hex Core, and Melanomicon pretty similar actually, but there's a Aether West thrown in, is going intercepted.
Yeah, getting really aggressive here. They knock him over to the side of where Malrong is waiting, finds the double stun, but the unleashed power from Ian combined with the rest of the squad is enough to go ahead and take down the Victor.
Yeah, Malrong not able to do anything in that scenario. They're going to push onto mid lane right now. No wave clear observed, and Victor's really the only wave clear on the team, so him being the only person picked is a pretty significant factor for the side of Ever8 when it comes to keeping turrets up. They rotate down Duel, but no Hurricane yet for the Calista.
Yet again, just inching back in front of Ever8.
But notice what happens here. When Victor dies, the whole team has to rotate mid to stop a turret going down. You don't have a secondary wave clear person just come in and mow down a wave if Victor dies. So a lot of pressure across the map is relieved from that one pressure. Even if you can't say kill into turret, the amount of minions that died in side lanes because Ever8 had to leave them is still a variable that MVP were able to pick up.
There's a Dragon coming up now in 40 seconds, just about. Haven't really seen anybody go in, try to acquire vision in the area yet. Seems like that might be the goal of Ella and Duel, who are currently hovering in this bottom side of the river.
Interesting, Locket actually was picked up second by Malrong. There was no Locket in game one. Rejuve Bead suggested the Righteous Glory probably will still come in, but it's the sort of build where, because he's been building so much health as evidenced by game one, and the health scaling on Locket, maybe they're just trying to invalidate, say, the Blade Caller and also the unleashed power from Syndra with a well-timed Locket from Jax, and then from there, win the fight on the burst ultimate. So remember, MVP are pretty burst-orientated. If the burst is negated, it was like Ever8 will have the consistent damage to win a fight.
MVP in the meantime, starting up this Infernal Drake. Malrong's over the wall, but doesn't have vision inside the pit because of the control ward there. Going dangerously low, he's going to leap in, doesn't have the steal. So smited away there by Beyond. Comes up with the take here for the side of MVP, but Ever8, they're out for blood. What a little bit of a fight, but with the Meganar there, ultimate available, they will go ahead and peel away, but they have the fast track in onto that tier 1 turret in the mid lane to try to take that out, and they should be able to do so.
Both the Duel lane used Flash. Duel actually respecting the Meganar and preemptively flashing. ADD didn't go for the Flash Nar, but he's going to be so much more confident about the next one paying off. Infernal deny from MVP is just as important as MVP picking up the Infernal, I would say, given how much damage the Ever8 team can do. He'll return to some normalcy, but given how the early game went, significant that they picked up that Infernal, and Ella clearly was in the last 0.5 seconds of that recall, because I thought he was going to be dead.
Gets out of there with his life. Also had the overshield, I believe.
Ah, yes.
So, doesn't get that interrupt.
The mechanic you're talking about there is that normally we think of the last 0.5 seconds of invulnerability when backing, but if you're hit by damage through an overshield, which would be the quest being cashed in from the Relic shield line, or even a Janna shield, you can back as well. This is a solo kill.
Yep. I'll just let you take that one. There wasn't much to be said, honestly.
I don't think Morong was obliging there in terms of taking the kill either. He was jumped in to get a kill involvement, but was way too late.
Wanted that KS. Didn't get it. But, I mean, that just shows you the state that Keen's in at the moment. 3-0-3 with the Camille. Next purchase should be quite massive for him. We'll see if he wants to go for something like the Ravenous Hydra, but the Ruby Crystal in the inventory might just be pointing towards something else, Titanic instead.
You know, if Ever8 win this, there's a very interesting stat, Achilles. They would have won 3 matches all season, and all of them 2-0. They've never won a match 2-1.
Interesting. Probably the only team in the league to do that, then.
Yep, definitely. They don't play as many 3-game series, but sadly that's been a bad stat for them, not a good one.
Yeah, that's been bad times.
I wonder what they learned from this, because obviously they played very well, they had cool new stuff, but I like to think more psychologically what it means, that with really no pressure on them at all, this is a bit of a free roll in terms of a game. There is an outside chance that if they win 2-0 here and BBQ lose 2-0, they finish 9th, so you would argue not fully nothing as ADD.
Jump in, counter-strike into the hook shot stun. ADD will leap away, does have the flash if he has to burn it, but with the knockback, seems like he will keep himself alive. But he has to go right back over to the base. What I'm learning is that I have to avoid solo queue for a while now.
And that's a fair point. I just wonder if they can recreate the conditions that led to such an impressive victory in basically every fashion. Should just say that they're winning the first 23 minutes, but this game isn't decided.
Accepted. Maybe sensing that something's not right, but also maybe not being aware that he is about to be completely surrounded. Starts going back, but then goes back underneath the turret.
I think there was vision around this area. The control ward spotted him out before, so that's why he was playing with fire there.
Didn't quite notice. So my apologies, but turret here in the mid lane. Dangerously low as MVP seems like they want to just go ahead and try to force this one up. And with the Gragas nearby to threaten the explosive cask, that will be very easily taken, but MVP are still at a deficit.
Dueling build complete by Keen. Went for the Ravenous Hydra instead of the Titanic. Hoping to dunk on Gnar like he was able to just a moment ago. I mean, no ambiguity about whether he can do that. He's so far ahead over the Gnar that Gnar can't enter lane. So it's another thing that Ever8 can use to their advantage. They did this with the Renekton, you remember, in the claim of Baron in game 1. That was pretty impressive. So far they've been pretty good at playing around Keen when he's ahead.
Been quite nice.
I mean, they tried Keen on Maokai in recent series and very clearly didn't have the teleport timings that our best tank top players had, but we knew he was good on the carry top lanes, and Renekton straddles the line a little bit there, does have some tankiness to him, but this is much more his comfort. The Camille that styled on Shy just a few weeks ago, we're seeing it in this game. Got a lot of help from the Jags, don't get me wrong, but one ahead, Keen has been impressive by top lane players in Korea standards. From behind, lower than expected in top lane standards, so you take the good with the bad.
I say it's been a good effort as well from Ever8 as far as their vision control goes. Everybody having a control ward in the inventory outside of Keen, who just dropped his in the river. Whereas it's multiple control wards by 3 members on the side of MVP, but not as much spread as they could have.
Keen took free damage there because he didn't have coverage in the enemy blue side jungles, didn't want to walk up and be baited into passing over his killing spree gold. Now he has Jax behind him, so going to be a lot more confident. Jax spotted with just the edge of the vision.
And it's just going to be the flash. So just the walk up. The hook shot threatened means that ADD loses out on that. So there goes that big initiator, perhaps.
This does mean 2 wards for the Camille, so that's happy territory for her to return to. Drake spawns in 19 seconds.
All wrong. Jukes out on the body slam, gets the stun, and a little bit of a speed up there from the Scuttle Crab, but has to flash away the stun from the Cinder. Not going to connect, but that's going to be the knockback onto the Jax, and he might just go down. Massive stun there, but he's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. He will fall means that MVP could just go ahead and take this Ocean Drake for themselves. Third Dragon picked up for them, so the Elder Dragon looking like a bit more of a win condition here for MVP as time goes on.
For a bit of a stroll through the river without the important information to know where MVP was at, and even with the flash, wasn't able to flash Leap Strike onto Camille and get out. So in the end, they just give that up. Ever8 will be relieved that they don't give up Baron, because if there was unique vision for MVP on Baron, 26 minutes in, Baron could certainly have been the objective, and MVP will take the invitation to at least contest vision around Baron.
Trying to scout this one out. They're all grouped up. The only person not nearby is going to be ADD. They'll clear out the wards, but do they initiate?
Starting Baron may force the teleport from Keen, so even if they back off after that, getting down the teleport advantage from Keen would be a big objective win for their side.
Keen just wants to go ahead and take out ADD, jumps in, throws down the ultimatum. Red as Max is arriving. Is it in time? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. He gets out with a sliver of HP and didn't even have the flash there, so Max just in time to keep the Gnar alive.
Take a blue buff from this, but not get a kill and not be able to allow Ever8 to walk into Baron themselves. We'll see that many more times this game in the side lane. Always awkward when you go double laning items as a Gnar and yet have no chance in a 1v1 versus your opponent, but that's the reality here.
Balrog on the hunt for Ian.
He's been really on point with his Scout of the Weeks, interrupting the Leap Strike, so not an easy person to close down for the Jags.
I mean, we know how successful this Syndra has been for him in the past. You think, back to the spring split where they were a top 4 team. Ian was destroying people with the Syndra, so is very well practiced still.
This season, the actual Syndra play itself, when it comes to Syndra mechanics, let's say, hasn't wowed me. But the team's ability to play around Syndra is something that stood by them, even with their fortunes being worse. They know how to play around pick power in the mid lane, and also a pushing and powerful mid lane. They haven't had that very much outside of the recent Orianna games and also Syndra. So it was like Syndra recreates the magic that was spring season MVP, and from there MVP put the rest of the pieces of the puzzle together pretty well. 2.5 items on Maha, who we really haven't spoken about much in this game. NCS ahead of his opponent. Getting closer to relevance, and Burst, which is the thing that the Locket was built to counter. But Burst on the side of MVP is still something that can very much delete Scepted or Duel instantly. And from there, potentially win a team fight for MVP.
Question is, when are we going to be seeing that team fight? Because things have slowed down quite a lot. This was a very fast-paced game, but now they kind of pumped the brakes for a little bit.
Not able to get Keen split pushing around top side. So they don't really have advanced vision on either side of Kilios. So that makes, even when you have a champion as strong as Camille at this point, difficult to engineer bigger advantages than just outer turrets. Gonna get a little bit of free time on the inner turret, so can't see the HP value there, but I can't imagine it's too high. He just doesn't get a chance for the autos, unfortunately. So he's able to push the minion wave in. Starts to move forward.
The catch in, pulverized, thrown down in on the Max, but he jumps over the wall and keeps himself alive. Stun comes through. Ella popping the ultimate to go ahead and get out of that one. Keeps himself healthy as he pushes up, gets the ward into the brush. Duel has been weakened considerably. So Ever8 posturing this far forward into the enemy jungle is going to be a bit of a dangerous task, but seems like they're still sticking to it.
Skipping some steps though, Kilios. No control ward on Baron means that
There's 2 wards in the pit.
Yeah, they just don't have the ability to clear that and actually make these vision invasions as strong as possible. Beyond doesn't need to walk up to face check to get Baron vision down. Only now they clear the pits. A good control ward finally allows them to push forward and look for an extra pick, as someone from MVP will eventually be forced into Baron vision detection. They do have 2 blue trinkets available, so that relieves a bit of pressure from MVP.
Meantime, Scepted and Keen keeping the waves moving in the top and the bottom sides of the map. Trying to keep members of MVP drawn away from this mid lane.
You're recalling. We'll have teleport available and a good teleport ward, you'll notice, just below the inner turret and top lane. Potential for a teleport peel Hextech Ultimatum will be the start of something good for the side of Ever8 Winners, you'd have to imagine, especially onto Syndra or Xayah.
Warden's Mail and that extra Giants built. They're helping ADD out a bit as far as staying healthy. But still has to show a lot of respect to the side of Keen, who now has his own Randuin's Omen completed.
And good teleport was to collapse onto mid lane, but again, not wanting to do that are Ever8. They're being staunchly focused on just playing the side lanes and maybe drawing a teleport out of ADD first and swift pushing down an inhibitor straight up. A lot of other teams would have pulled the trigger on the wards you see on screen right now with home guards. Just ultimatum and pile in one by one afterwards, but not Ever8 in this scenario.
Then wrapping back up through the river, trying to clear vision here in the pit. They don't get that control ward. That is thrown down. And MVP, oh boy, here we go. They will start this one up. Keen still has that control ward that he can TP to. Also one near the Raptor pit. Instead, that's going to be Ella going forward, gets the pop-up. Chaos Storm just ripping apart everybody inside, and Ian will find the first kill, but he goes down shortly thereafter, as does Maha. Accepted finds that kill. Max comes up with the pop-up, but he is going to die. Keen with the double, now looking for the triple. Should be able to take down Beyond on the backside of the fight. Accepted finishes off ADD, and that is going to be the ace. Triple kill over to the Camille, only losing out on the Callista, but they don't even need the Ren for the confirm because there's nobody left on the side of MVP. Ever8 win the fight, they'll get the Baron.
And Keen was just waiting for an invitation to come to the fight. There was no fights to be had. MVP over-index on the Baron, get it below 50% HP, stay onto it. Keen cleans up everyone, 4 members alive for an ace of the MVP side, and that will be the Baron. And maybe this will be the third 2-0 of the season for Ever8 Winners.
Very well could be an end to their loss streak, an end to the win streak of MVP if they close this one out. We'll go ahead and get another look at the fight. Incepted, I mean, he did a ton of damage with the Chaos Storm throughout this entire fight.
But my question for MVP is, what was the objective here? Was it finishing the Baron in the face of 4 members and a teleport? Probably not. But they weren't really looking for a turn either. Where they were positioned, they didn't have the ability for Syndra to just look for an EQ and then pile on top of 1 member and maybe finish the Baron. Instead, it just seemed like they said, well, Baron's the only way we're going to win this game. Let's stay on it. And that shouldn't be any surprise that Keen rolls in, Jax rolls in, the gold rolls in for Ever8 Winners, and soon they're going to be rolling into the enemy base.
Yep. They also go ahead, they get rid of that Ocean Drake, claiming their first and stopping MVP from having a potential 4-stack Elder Dragon. So just limiting their options to get back into this game. Now 6,000 gold in the lead is Ever8.
Oh man, look at Keen, who had just finished his Randuin's. He's like, oh, I got a Guardian Angel now, that's nice.
Cool, I'm unkillable.
That was already the case before.
ADD's like, well, I got a cloth armor.
That builds into Guardian Angel.
Yeah, you know, he's just got the 300 gold aspect of it, rather than the 1,300 gold aspect of it. He's on a budget.
Now if Keen wants to break the space fast, he should honestly just threaten a hook shot and allow Scepter to walk up, get his Lich Bane autos in, because for now, he's actually struggling to get turret damage in.
Balrog's still just taking away buffs.
It's time for late game Camille.
He'll hook shot away as ADD looks for the engage. Ultimatum coming down, trying to time it with an R ultimate, but will not find it. And full sweep to slow them up. Meanwhile, back into the mid lane, pop-up comes through on a Balrog, and he might go down, but in the meantime, Keen just goes ahead and rips apart the Gnar. Gets popped out of that GA as the Chaos Storm ticks away on top of Maha, forcing him away and clearing out the minion waves. Keen is still happy and alive in the bottom side of the map, and Ever8 will go ahead and clear out that inner turret in mid, only losing out on Balrog.
The 1-for-1, and only the Guardian Angel popped from Keen. Still there, still has now some friends to help him take down a second inner turret. Not quite breaking the base with this Baron buff, but padding the gold and also taking out all the easy objectives. No inner turrets left for the side of MVP, and all they really claim is the Guardian Angel on the Camille.
Yep. That's a 7-0 and 3 Camille. For Keen. We'll go ahead and take a look at this fight.
Righteous glory, baby.
Yeah. So Featherstorm out there from Maha. Make himself untargetable. They get the lockdown in on the Balrog, but from there, it just doesn't really go their way. The Chaos Storm's too much damage.
And this is all with the 1v2 kill in bot lane, so even though the action in mid lane wasn't as one-sided as the trades around Keen, they were able to take the inner turret. That was their main objective. Gold lead's not 10,000 still at 36 minutes, but it is a very comfortable 8,000. And if there's Lichbane autos from Scepted, he does a lot of damage to structures.
There we go. Pop-up coming through here from Max into that Blight Caller, and he just gets ripped apart. Ian finds the kill in onto the Victor. Fate's Call thrown out here by Tool.
Camille's taking down the inhibitor turret at the same time, so
He drags Hella back in.
Ever8
Yeah.
just trying to look tasty. They don't want to actually fight here.
Counter-strike coming through. Malrong not going to get stunned up, but the knock-up is going to be there from Max yet again with the grand entrance. Locks down Malrong, has the counter-strike, gets the stun, takes the blast cone out, and might be able to escape. Has the ward set up. He will make it out safely. Ella can't say the same going down on the other side. But MVP, maybe now with an opportunity to fight back. 2 members dead, one of them crippled. As Malrong tries to make it back into the base, but he's still in the top lane clearing out the wave.
Malrong was told by his team, look tasty, I'm going to split push bot lane, and used everything to look tricky. Gave up so much of his health bar, but crucially didn't die. At that time, Camille had already started rotating, so they don't actually take a bot lane inhibitor. The turret was already down. Somehow Malrong didn't use flash, and that grand escape of his. Yakety Sax music probably should be playing at this point. We back away.
I don't think he has it yet. I think it's actually coming back up.
It's only just coming back up. He didn't have it in the previous passage yet.
Yeah, there we go. He
He
just
looks
got
super cool on his escape. Primary objective taken down. Ever8 can just push up as a team bot lane rather than trying to play multiple lanes. But he's going to turn back onto the Gnar.
This is the surefire tactic.
Bounces
Leap's
down.
already, yeah, Leap's already been used. ADD looking for the slow up, not going to find it. Hook shot in. As he is under fire, ultimatum invested, and the damage from the Trinity Force is just insufferable. He will go down.
There's nothing more disgusting in the
That's
game
about it.
than targeted damage. Auto attacks in the late game from a 6-item AD carry, disgusting. In this case, the true damage burst coming through from the Q auto reset, just as disgusting as those late game AD carries. And with that much chasing as well, there's just nothing a Gnar can do.
Not a damn thing. Well, 16-10, gold lead. Lapsing a little bit in favor of MVP after that recent play, getting a couple of those kills coming through on Decepted and Ella, but they are still with their backs against the wall.
And they're drawing multiple people to stop the inhibitor going down. That should mean at the same time someone like Victor or Callista getting freed time on the mid lane and top lane turrets. Ever8 have already been smart in a similar scenario doing this. They could also push through the bot lane, but they want more than one inhibitor on this push.
Have to see if this is too greedy from them. Right now, Victor getting some alone time with the Lichbane. You can already see on the mini-map that turret getting knocked down to around half HP.
No inhibitor picked up just yet, and Ever8 do have to respect pretty good wave clear from the side of MVP. So in hindsight, maybe just a grouped play would have been the smarter one. Does mean that everyone's sitting on a mountain of gold, 1,500 or more for 4 members.
Okay.
And now Camille can't die to Syndra either.
Keen is just the most disgusting right now.
Well, the interaction there is that the ultimate does apply different sources of damage from the Syndra, and you take 15% less of, at this point, not much.
I don't think there's much of an interaction going on outside of Keen murdering people by cutting their faces off with his legs.
Does remind me of that, was it Robert Rodriguez movie with the, was it
Yes.
Death Proof?
Death Proof? Yes. Yeah, there we go. We got there.
Well, Death Proof is about to show up to this particular story. Keen playing around the side of the fight. Elder Dragon down to 6,000.
He still do have the stable ground here in front of the pit as Malrong is looking to pinch in. Leaps over the wall to the ward, down to 3,000. MVP, this is their comfort zone, looking for that 50-50 as it does leash back in. Heals up quite a bit. Another storm thrown down there by Maha. Pops the heal, ultimatum thrown into the pit as Keen. Everybody targets him out. Fate's Call throws in, gets the pop-up double kill, going over Decepted with the Chaos Storm. And he is just going to be coming up huge here for the side of Ever8, a near ace, maybe even just having one, as there we go, ADD, he will get stopped up. The Guardian Angel is there to keep him alive, but only for the moment. Delayed triple kill for Scepted, and that should just be the end of the game. A 2-0 victory for Ever8, their final match in LCK Summer before they play in the promotion tournament. MVP, they get their 4-game match streak, or the 4-match win streak completely shut down.
The first piece of good news in a long time for Ever8 fans, but Achilles, there's actually going to be BBQ fans who are sweating after this result, because now they need to win at least a single game against SK Telecom tomorrow, or they will finish the season last.
Backs against the wall for them as well, but Ever8, a nice way to close things out. They finally break the loss streak in a 2-0 against a team that was rising through the standings. MVP, the former 10th place team, making it up to 7th place going into this matchup. And they were able to take them down, and that is going to instill hope for this squad. For the fans here watching in the audience, that Ever8 can indeed make it out of that promotion tournament and back into the LCK.
And I think that's the forward-looking thing, because maybe they'll finish 9th, but 9th and 10th, you're in the promotion tournament, doesn't really matter. It's all about looking forward to actually re-qualifying through the promotion tournament and being able to do that to MVP on the last match day after MVP had taken down some very notable names, had beaten the likes of Samsung, Jinair, and Afreeca in the past 2 weeks, is a consequential thing for Ever8's hopes of being re-promoted. We're going to watch the replay. They got onto Camille. They killed Camille in terms of forcing her onto the Guardian Angel, but eventually Victor just flashed past the Gnar who'd been occupying his time, and Teamfight Victor, which we have not seen very much in the summer season, is still a pretty disgusting thing.
Yes, it is. I mean, Septed is actually one of the ones that's been playing it the most alongside Ian. We haven't seen it that much from the side of Crown. But, you know, this coming into this one, 4th game here for Septed. I believe it's 4 or 5 for Ian on the other side of the coin. He was in the background for most of this game, wave clearing, threatening turrets once he had the Lich Bane in. But when it came down to those team fights, the Chaos Storm, it still does quite a bit of damage.
And when you lose to these bottom place teams, BBQ, Jinair, even the Rocks Tigers, often we look at the team who was expected to win and say what they did wrong or what they should have done different or they didn't take this game seriously. This is not that kind of game. This was Ever8 playing their comp super well and MVP just not knowing what to do against powerful Swift Pushes, against a Jungle Jax. At the end of the day, Ever8 played a really good series of League of Legends. Should be proud of what they achieved today.
Yeah, they certainly should be. Just shy of 42 minutes there in game number 2 for the closeout on the series. And topping the charts is Septed with the victor, but not too far behind was Keen with that Camille, who just absolutely destroyed ADD.
I feel like that last team fight probably accomplished about 8,000 of the 26,000 in damage because he was hitting wombo on everyone.
It was a lot.
Keen was the big winner here, but so was also the Jungle Jax. Should be more respect to Marang for his pathing. 8-0 and 8 though, legendary assists and kills coming through from the side of Keen. And it will be a full team interview, but it'll be good to hear from some of these players, Achilles, because honestly, we've not heard a peep out of anyone other than Septed for a long time.
Yeah. Just overall, great stuff here from Ever8. I mean, targeting ADD, giving him the Dyrus, or I guess we could say the Huni treatment from the Telecom War just 2 days ago, constantly revisiting and just putting Keen in such a strong position that there's just nothing that MVP as an entire team could do to take down this Camille.
And the Huni treatment, if you follow the metaphor, it involves a top laner of Smeb and a jungler of Score, and that's a pretty big praise to be leveled in very comparable fashion, like you say, to those players. Really good aggressive path. And the moment they unlocked the Alistair, who wasn't doing well in lane, remember, he was unlocked because his turret was down. He went around, made the nice plays around the map, Max flashing in there awkwardly, not having range, and then we got to the point where we saw this far too many times.
Yep. And then his face got cut off again. And Malrong wanted to join in, but he didn't get to. And I mean, yet again, MVP, you know, they make this odd decision, feeling pressured where they say, you know what, we can't do anything else, we have to force the Baron. And they just suffer even heavier because of it.
Basically, it seemed like their logic was, we need to start the Baron or we'll get split pushed, but whether they should have finished the Baron, when they should have turned, all these things weren't really done. I think it's almost that Keen took so long to teleport that they were already priced into trying to rush it down, or rushing it down was never going to work. And this is when the Syndra came to visit the bot side. And ADD, he was caught in a pit, and when you can turn on as a late game Camille, this is what happens.
Yeah. One more for good measure. We have so many
If you don't
clips.
like yordles, there was some catharsis in this game.
Yeah, there really is.
Dinar.
But if your fear is getting your face cut off by a woman with blade legs, then this was a nightmare situation. But all right, We have our MVPs, Malrong and Keen, plus the entire squad on stage. So let's go ahead and hear from them and throw it over to Joel for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations. We're here with Ever8 Winners, who actually do put out the win this time around. We're going to be here with the entire team. I took to every single one of these players to see what they thought about the entire season. So we're going to be meeting the entire squad of Ever8 Winners. So give them a round of applause. We want to first start our interview with Malrang, one of the MVPs for today. How did you feel about the season? Yeah, first of all, I think the 2-0 victory is the immediate happiness right now. Is your name Malrang because you're skinny, which is in Korean Malla? So is that the origin of your name? Oh, that's not the reason for my name. Do you have a different reason? Would you like to be able to share it? There is a candy brand that is similar to my name, so you guys can search that up if you want to, but that's the origin of my name. And Malrang, you've really surprised everyone, starting from last season's relegation when you did make it up to LCK. And a lot of people did have expectations for you in the upcoming LCK season. Yeah, I think my inconsistency was the biggest thing. But regardless of how inconsistent you might have been, you really did well with the JAG jungle that you pulled out, and it was a lot of center of attention that you've grabbed for yourself. Yeah, Jax is such a good jungler, it's a good ganker that when you invest your time in the top lane, that it's gonna be a good pick for the entire composition. And it just seemed like you had a different mind and different thought about what the Jax jungle was overall. Yeah, a lot of people have a preconception that Jax is an RPG champion that you have to just farm and hopefully get big enough, but I thought of it a little differently.
That's a good way to put it.
Did you ever thought that you were going to win the MVP after the first set, in the second set also? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think I helped him out get big, so but he got the MVP, so. But I think it's a good time to move on to Keen right away. I do agree with what Malrang is saying. He's the one that really initially got me fed, so that's what got me the advantage that I actually push forward to get even more kills after that. And of course, after he got those initial kills, wasn't it you, Keen, that really put that advantage into better use? Yeah, I think it's kind of an obvious result that I put out in Game 2, but it just seemed a lot more fancier than it was. And Keen, you were a player that joined the team in the mid part of the season. And how was it just entering the team? Yeah, I think with the attention that you've been getting, and if you get it all at once, it just puts a lot of pressure on you for the later parts of the season. But definitely, I think someone is feeling that in his head right now. But we have to talk about your Camille play that you showed today. And it just seems like, Keen, you really show your positives when you do go with those DPS champions into top lane. Yeah, I think I'm just more comfortable with those DPS champions, so it's just something that I'm more comfortable with and don't really think about too much when I do pick them out. I want to move the mic right along. And I'm sure you had a lot of difficulties trying to lead the team as the oldest player in the team. Definitely, it does feel good finally getting the win right at the end of the season. Were you not able to promote any kind of things from your team?
팀에서는 좀 친구 같은 느낌으로.
Yeah, I'm sort of the oldest in the
어,
team, but I think all of our teammates try to act like we're friends, and we're just very friendly to each other with no gaps in between each other.
같이 한번 질문을 해볼게요. 사실 에버8이 좀 부진한 여러 가지 원인들 중에서 상대적으로 바텀이 좀 불안하다라는.
And a lot of people do really think that the bot lane was one of the main reasons that Ever8 Winners haven't been doing so well. What do you think about that?
생각을 갖고 있진 않고 그냥 저희가 LCK 오고 나서 좀 이렇게 밀리니까.
Yeah, I think just getting the few losses in the beginning of the LCK season, that just really took away a lot of confidence from us and allowed us to do even worse than what we could have done.
들 선수가 생각하기에는 뭐가 좀 잘 안.
And Dil, what do you think was the biggest problem with the team not doing so well for majority of the season?
우선 솔직히 경기 때 좀 긴장하는 것도 없잖아 있고.
I think getting nervous right before the games is definitely a big factor into that. And I think we overthink things, and just some of these things that we really try to communicate with each other, sometimes it just kind of overlaps with what we're actually supposed to do and just gets us off track to the real purpose of what we're trying to do in our plays.
그럼 또 엘라 선수에게 뭐 잠시 질문을 드리자면.
And going back to Ella,
선수가 좀 나오다가 어느 순간부터 또.
and it just seemed like Comeback was actually making some appearances in that support role, but you returned back into that support role in the later parts of the season.
아 모르시나요? 모르시면 모른다고 하셔도 됩니다.
네, 몰라요.
Well, I don't have any comments regarding that, unfortunately.
감독님하고 말씀을 한번 해볼게요. 자 그러면 또 듣는다 우리 세티드 선수와.
And we will move the mic over to Septid.
하겠습니다. 아 세티드 선수 사실 시즌 초에 굉장히 주목을.
And of course, you received a lot of attention at the beginning of the season. I'm sure that was a lot of pressure coming for you because of that.
시즌 초에 좀 떠오르면서 저희가 처음에 첫 라운드 이겼을 때 이 정도면은.
Yeah, definitely winning at the first game
사이
in the LCK, the first game of the LCK season, that just received a lot of attention because we did beat a formidable team.
그래도 지금 오늘 마지막으로 이겨서.
But I think, you know, with all the downfalls that we had, I still feel good that we got the win today. And it just seemed like, as commentators, we saw you guys and we thought that you guys were playing much differently today, and especially you stepped in very aggressive, and many of the times that you were being a little bit passive.
최근에 어제 스크림 하면서 어제 좀 근성이가 이제 잭스 정글 하면서 잭스 정글 좋은 것 같다 해가지고.
I think with recent scrims that we had, I think the Jax jungle that Maorang was trying out seemed to be a good hit for us and really a good part to the composition, and we just wanted to try it out today, and fortunately it worked out very well for us.
오늘 좋은 경기를 보여주신 것 같은데 사실 지난 1라운드 때도 MVP를 상대로 승리를 하셨고 특히나
And you did win out against MVP in the first win of the season, and you getting another win against MVP. And I'm sure perhaps that was a confidence boost going into the game. Yeah, I think it was mostly with Cassiopeia too, because that champion just gives me naturally a lot of confidence in lane. And when you have a lot of confidence in lane, it just can build up to the late game as well. So that's kind of where my confidence came from today. And of course, we did go through every one of the players and went through an interview, but it is the last game of the season. But definitely you guys can still have another opportunity to make it back into LCK. And you have a lot of supporters out here cheering on you guys on, but is there anything you would like to say to them?
이럴 때 또 은근 바라고 계시거든요. 뭐 하고 싶은 말씀이
Is there anything you'd like to say to all the fans who are eagerly waiting? Whatever you guys are wanting to say.
님이랑 실장님이랑 코치님들이랑
I really thank the coaching staff and all the supporters inside our Ever8 organization.
간결한 거죠. 깔끔한 담백한 갱킹.
세티드 뭐 할 말 있는 것 같아요.
Seti, anything you'd like to add on to that?
응원해 주시는 그리고 직관해 주시는.
Yeah, we always like to thank the fans that are cheering for us offline and also online as well. So all these people that are cheering for us, it's a big help for us and it's a big power to us as well. So thank you very much. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. So Ever8 fans, it's a good day for them. Feel great about that 2-0 victory, and they got to hear from Maorang for the first time. Of course, it is potentially the last time because they do have to re-qualify for the LCK through the promotion tournament, but given their performance here today, it seems like they have a grasp over this patch, they have a grasp over their macro play, and they know how to win.
Yeah, real life Bambi is that Marung, but a killer on the Rift, you have to say. So he did warp in this particular game. Nice to hear from players who just didn't have the chance to during the season, and could be consequential because now they move to -19 game score, which means that if BBQ Olivers lose 2-0 to SK Telecom, as most people would predict, Ever8 will actually leapfrog them against all expectation tonight.
Yep, and MVP, they do fall ever so slightly from Grace down into that 8th place spot to round out their split. So basically doubled their standing. You know, they were 4th place last time, now they're 8th, so they doubled it. That's great, right?
You know, not the kind of double they were looking for. Doubling the salary, doubling your circuit points, those are both great. Doubling your position, not so great.
This is why I don't play golf, because I don't understand how pars work, Papa Smithy. But Afreeca Freecs versus GreenWings is going to be our next game. Of course, we do have a bit of an extended break here because of that set going to 0. So expect it to last about 45 minutes, and then we'll be back on the cast to bring you guys this match, because this very well could decide the 5th place team that will be going up against SK Telecom in the wildcard matchup. But there's a chance that we have a tiebreaker if GreenWings has a victory with a 2-1 record.
It pushes it forward, right? Any result other than 2-1 Jin, we have our team that is qualified for that 5th spot to face SK Telecom in the wildcard. In 45 minutes or so, we'll find out who it is.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very exciting matchup. Might just have our top 5 solidified, but maybe we have to wait another day for that tiebreaker match. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in 45 minutes with our second set of the night.
Coming up next, Afreeca Freecs, JAG GreenWings, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Today's matchup. Afreeca Freecs. JAG GreenWings. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
All right, welcome back from the break, OGN Legion. It's time to dive in our last match here at OGN for LCK. It's going to be Afreeca Freecs versus JAG GreenWings, and this one could decide the final team in the top 5. Afreeca, a win. Any win will net them that 5th place spot. They will play against SK Telecom T1 in that wildcard matchup. Otherwise, JAG need a 2-0. 2-1. Things get a little bit more interesting if that occurs.
Yeah, we're going to have another graph and some information to clarify all those potentials, but we should, I repeat, should have this decided. Who will be the team to face SK Telecom T1 in the first round of the gauntlet? SKT will have to run the entire gauntlet if they're going to make it through. Afreeca Freecs will be the most interesting one, given that they have historically a winning record against SKT, but that actually sells short a JAG story of relegations to postseason, which might be happening for them. They have the tougher run of it. They have an uphill struggle, but Afreeca Freecs, when they could have just beaten MVP, were unable to do that earlier this week, and now they will wonder what if they have to watch on as JAG face SKT next week.
Yep. In case you missed our first matchup of the day, MVP Ever8. Normally one that would not catch your eye, but I certainly do encourage you to actually go back and watch those VODs after this set is finished, because Ever8 came up with a wonderful victory with jungle jacks in both games. But now that we have that aside, we can go ahead and focus on the task at hand. Ever8 is out of this picture. They're going to the promotion tournament. Now we can go ahead and go into Afreeca versus JAG as they get ready to take to the Rift. Spirit going to be starting things off in the jungle for this squad.
Yeah, Spirit started off their last series as well, had a good game 1, but was polarizing in game 2, as he has been recently. Mowgli did some good stuff to help out Marin, but things fell away. Some very nice cheerfuls coming through.
Those are sick.
Very anime-inspired, and the anime storyline of Marin versus Faker in the first round of the gauntlet might be coming true. They still need to pull off a win here. Marin shown on Renekton in that graphic. Marin been a bit on the downswing recently in the second round robin, so his performance will need to level up because Sowan will be starting once again for JAG, otherwise going with what you'd expect. And JAG have been such a refreshing story in summer season for the first time in many, many seasons, looking up and coming, having promising rookies, and at this point still in with a chance of top 5.
Yeah, it was a bit of a fire as far as their spring run went for JAG, but then coming back here in summer, they have been climbing. They started off magnificently, fell a little bit compared to that initial push that they had put out, but now they still are within reach of making it back into the playoffs, the first time they'd be able to do so since spring of 2016.
But all the memes around them have changed, Achilles, because the resident sleepers, all the talk about long game time players many years after their prime.
It's abolished.
The main meme is clean air for JAG in summer season. They've had their moments, but just like a team without recognizable stars, they're not the finished item yet. They still do have things to work on, but they're a team you can be excited about. Afreeca Freecs on their day, perfect games aplenty. On another day, a very disappointing team. I'm so interested to know who will be the ones on this day. It feels like a final already because it is potentially the final series for Afreeca and JAG for the year.
I mean, and it's hard to say who really is going to have the edge because they have both had moments of brilliance and then moments where they've kind of dipped. Both of them suffering, or JAG suffering a loss at the hands of BBQ. Both of them losing to MVP, who went on earlier to lose against Ever8. So it's a bit questionable. But if history says anything, it's that Afreeca Freecs should have the upper hand in this matchup.
And this is another one of those games where the previous matches for JAG have been very impressive, and then they kind of lost it against Afreeca Freecs. This was a sort of game where it felt like the mental break happened in game 2 especially. Kuro's MVP on the Victor, where there's kind of, when they were 10,000 gold, just ran in and ended the game even earlier than it needed to be ended. So that was not a game JAG will want to hold their hat on. but Afreeca have been more down than up recently, and Jin Air have had impressive results. So we're going to see soon the ramifications, but in terms of the KDAs at least, pretty balanced.
Yeah, and one of the things that I want to just mention as an aside is you notice in that game, both games, was Kuro winning the MVP. Any MVP win here for Kuro will guarantee him first place or a tie for first place if BDD can double MVP tomorrow when Longzhu takes on Samsung. So he might be able to go ahead and lock that down for himself here if he can come up with that double MVP yet again.
And we compare Kramer and Teddy, the two primary carries of their teams, even though Kuro, like you say, has drawn many plaudits on the side of Afreeca. Kramer on the Xayah, 11-3, 14 games of Xayah played already. He was one of the few to say, hey, leave open the Caitlyn, I'll take Xayah into it and be okay. Caitlyn's still permaban status, but these two will be heavily contested, especially on the blue side, where you might even engineer a draft to get yourself the best side of the matchup.
I mean, I feel like if we see the Kalista and the Caitlyn band away on red, as we usually do, Zach almost certainly not going to make it through, then Xayah might just be the first pick, regardless of which team is on blue.
But there's interesting champions like Marin's Rumble, which is also a flex pick for Spirit when Spirit's playing on blue side. Tucson and Snowflower both have an identical record on the Rakan. Big initiation supports, both of them playing plenty of Alistair recently as well. Tucson, for the start of the second round robin, was looking like a top 5 support, a top 3 support in terms of play, but had some poor performances recently. Snowflower, you know what you're going to get, whether it's the Thresh or the Engage support. So, I mean, we continue to talk about the two sides, and the two sides of the coin, up and down, up and down. One team's going to come up on the upside today, and that will leave the other team literally done for the year in some cases.
I mean, to be fair, we kind of did curse them. We started off their set saying how well Tucson and Kramer had been performing, and then they got absolutely annihilated in the bottom lane.
So here's what you guys need to know. If Freecs win, they're through. It doesn't matter if it's 2-0 or 2-1. If Jin Air win 2-0, they are through. They will face SK Telecom in the best of 3, the first game of the postseason. 2-1 is the most interesting result. If Jin Air win 2-1, there will be a tiebreaker played after all games tomorrow, which is an insane end to the day for the guys at the Gangnam Stadium, where they will decide first spot in Samsung versus Longzhu, and then decide potentially who will be the team to face SKT to open up the postseason. So that'll be a lot of work for those guys if it happens, but we had a tiebreaker in spring season. This is a bigger one. This is for 5th spot. This is the sort of one where a best of 1 would be a cruel way to decide an entire 18-match round robin at best of 3 in just a single game.
Yeah, and you have to expect that blue side might be one of those things that you're really vying for when it comes down to that tiebreaker, have that slight edge in that best of 1 match.
And I'll just mention again for tiebreaker's sake, yes, usually head-to-head is a tiebreaker, but for the end of season standings, it goes match score and then game score, not head-to-head. That was confirmed in spring season when Afreeca had the head-to-head over MVP, and yet you still ran a tiebreaker because they had the same game score. So game score does not matter for end-of-year calculation.
Not sure what it is with the Freecs. Going for those tiebreakers every single time, might find themselves in those shoes yet again.
They've also made every wild card as the Afreeca org and lost 2-0 every time. So the history is a very interesting one for Afreeca. Looking at Kramer on your screen. Excited about playing Xayah potentially in this set. Which team has the better preparation? Was Freecs looking forward to this match and thus misfiring against MVP, or was it a downward trend? The what-ifs have been there for both these teams all summer season. You'd think they're going to be answered in this best of 3.
Coaches coming into the booths, have to expect them to be mentally preparing their teams for this match, especially on the side of Jin Air, because that first matchup in the first round robin has to be in the forefront of their minds right now, knowing how hard they got smashed by Afreeca, but they don't want that to happen again.
And you talked about first. Remember, first games for Afreeca traditionally have been where they've been strongest. Their perfect games were all game 1s. And also, if they win game 1, Achilles, remember the other side of the coin, if they go 1-0 up, they are not eliminated today. The only way they will be out of contendership today is if they lose 2-0.
Yep. Well, already here we go. The bands flying off the board for Afreeca Freecs as Jason LeBlanc are taken away. The LeBlanc, very big target ban away from Kuzan. Don't want him on that maximum comfort. And so far, Jin Air going to be a bit more predictable with that Zach and Caitlyn. But do we see a target ban at the likes of Marin? Do we see the Kalista ban? Because again, Xayah is going to be vied for by both of these ADCs.
I mean, MVP was banning Rumble on blue and red side to deny the flex pick. Kalista's the other choice. Most teams this week have been moving past Kalista bans specifically because they've been wanting to ban Elise, but Elise is banned on blue side, so Jinna have a lot of options here. They'll interestingly ban Thresh, which to me is a little bit of a surprise. Hasn't been a great champion for Tucson this season. He's actually 0-4 on it. Recently, Rakan priority was supposed to be so much higher, but my indication here is not about Tucson's win rate on Thresh, it's giving away Kalista Thresh as a duo that they don't want to do and they don't want to pick it themselves. The AD carry selected should be not a surprise to anyone.
Not at all. So the Xayah does make it through. So they will pick this up to go into the Kalista. We saw a lot of people trying the Tristana Alistar bot lane to try to counter, but wasn't coming up with the most success. But for now, Jin Air going to be keeping things rather standard as the Gragas comes through yet again.
Rumble Rakan would be the most standard thing ever on blue side. And that's why it's going to happen.
Yeah, there you go. Good call.
Well, the Rumble's been almost permanently banned. It is a true flex pick. Spirit's already played 2 games of Rumble, and you have to feel like Marin's giving him a lot of latitude. Letting a team with Marin on it have Rumble go to someone else for 2 games is always a surprise, but if you remember, Afreeca have always been very creative about their drafting. They love drafting 2 junglers in the first round of the draft just to deny away picks and also have the ability to flex pick. This Morgana does not represent a flex pick. It's going to be support Morgana, which is bringing more and more common recently into Rakan. But against the Rumble, there is already going to be AoE magic damage to be able to DPS through the through the Black Shield that largely we are seeing the Morgana selected for. And so we're going to have to wait and see if there's going to be double magic damage from Afreeca and really be able to burn through that and reduce the value of the support Morgana.
Into the second round of bans here. Orianna taken off the board first and foremost by Jin Air. Don't want that in the hands of Kuro. Could also see something like the Galio. Never mind. They'll just ban it away themselves. Something like the Talia perhaps. Banned out here by Jin Air.
And Kuro's recent performances have been largely Corki only. He's already played 9 games of Corki and 6 of them in the most recent sets. I haven't been a huge fan of it, but he's got a lot of freedom here to pick whatever he wants. They have a Rumble selected already, so physical damage laners become a bit more possible. Player ban you mentioned does come through anyway. I think they're happy for Corki to go to Afreeca, even though Kuzan and Kuro have largely been playing Corki exclusively in recent weeks.
Final ban for the Afreeca Freecs. Potential top laner looking here for So-On. Do we see something?
Lucian is a possibility too.
That's also something that we could see. We saw Lucian banned in our first set, but it's going to be the Syndra at the end of the day.
Kuzan's been the more impressive Lucian. We've seen a single game of Lucian from Kuro. It wasn't one to write home about. He's probably the strongest blind pick laner next to the Corki. I guess they feel like denying Corki from Kuro is more important, going the more power pick, and Lucian does lane well into the Corki as well, but they make the last second change. They go for the Karma. Probably almost certainly a Karma mid lane, given they already have Morgana locked in.
I mean, that would be a blast from the past if we have that flexed into the mid lane, but now that the Corki has not been taken, might just see it snatched up here for Kuro. This will be his 10th game on it.
It does feel almost like Jin Air are giving Afreeca Corki after taking the Karma, potentially with a strategy of just playing around the Corki lane, because now tether into the body slam could mean his end in mid lane. So they already flashed the Corki, give it over to Kuro. He accepts it anyway, and he's got some MVPs on this pick, but so far Jin Air seem to be happy with the draft they've assorted. We're waiting to get the confirmation of what Marin and Spirit will be playing. The Renekton was on the cheerful, the Renekton will be locked in, but it's not Elise Renekton like most teams have been playing the Renekton with. The Rumble's a bit more situation.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing that one out. And what do we see from the top lane? Seems like the Gragas will be the jungler, as the Gnar is just going to come through for So-On. We'll see how this one goes, given that whenever Marin's the one piloting the Gnar, it's usually a very rough time, but So-On is going to try to turn around that luck.
I mean, you say Marin, and sure, he's had some blunders on the champion, but you can count on one hand how many good Gnar games we've seen in a few weeks now. When Cuvée first brought it out against Renekton, it was a blast from the past. It was bringing back the Gnar meta that we had before, but the blind pick Gnars never really happened. Gnar has been snowballed upon time and time again. Umti will predictably expect there to be a lot of attention placed on So1. So will he jungle around the top side, or will we see Gnar lose a lot of his laning value by playing defensively? The mind games are real, and the LCK in particular, because Gnar has been hugely underperforming in the past 3 weeks.
See how So1 can handle this one. Here for the side of Jin want to start things off with that victory so that they can try to move that momentum into a Game 2 victory, come up with a 2-0, and net themselves that 5th place spot. 4th game on the Gnar here for So1, so has been played recently by him, but needs to have a standout performance if he's going to take down Marin and the Afreeca Freecs.
Gnar is coming off a 10-game losing streak before Marin played it a few days ago. It is going to be at 25% win rate. It can work, but will it work here in such an important game?
All right, well, this is going to be a stressful one here for both of these teams. Want to go ahead and punch that ticket into the 5th place match, into the wild card against SK Telecom to try to climb the gauntlet. Let's go ahead and jump onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1. Fans have found their voice this split for sure. You can see the cheersfuls there, hoping for a glad plane to be flying into the station. That's a great drawing of the cast, the Korean casters.
And Dangun, the Gangnam Stadium caster for the OGN days.
And also our interviewer.
Well. True. Our interviewer on this particular day. Be a big interview. It'll be a team interview with Afreeca or Jin. Probably the most tasty one will be a team interview with Jin if they win 2-1 and still have a series to play tomorrow. See Jin walking through mid lane. Lots of shields coming through from Morgana and Karma as the game goes on. But we haven't had a lot of Karma mid in quite a while here in Korea. It fell out of favor, even with FLICKR, who was playing it a bit during their losing streak a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, really kind of, FLICKR was the one that kind of brought it back in, playing it in the spring final, if you do remember.
As the counterpick to LeBlanc. Yeah. He was happily running Lulu and Karma mid lane to shut down the power of LeBlanc. LeBlanc shut down with a ban in this particular game, as Kuzan is one of our big resident LeBlanc players. I'm sure a lot of fans around the world will be surprised to know that the draft went through and both Maokai and Cho'Gath went unpicked and unbanned. Maokai, traditionally a big pick for Marin, but FLICKR didn't really seem well set up around top lane Maokai in their last series, picked up a loss on it, and Cho'Gath has been pretty player exclusive in this particular season, where ADD's had some great games on it, Crazy, Huni most recently, but it's not seen as a must-pick, must-ban in Korea just yet.
Red buff leash there for Spirit, going to be spotted by that ward, which he will see die right at the end. So knows that he has been functioning within vision. As we go ahead and kick off this Rumble jungle.
Jungle does catch a lot of people unawares. Very large gank pressure at level 3 if he's able to walk behind, not use anything, and then from level 6 can also contribute from far away. I've been impressed with Spirit's equalizer positionings, and that's always the thing you look at with Rumble players. So they're the only team in Korea right now feeling frisky enough to run it, and so far so good, undefeated with it. Actually, I should mention that Peanut played it as well. But
yes.
Didn't look great.
But he looked great during the Telecom war.
Looked great on a Cinderhawk jungler on the Zac. I don't know what that says about Peanut or Zac in particular's power level, but can't really mess with the results. Looked excellent.
Well, for now, just going to be steady as she goes, working his way through the jungle as So1 is getting zoned away from his minion wave. There's a decent amount of them crashing into him, so he'll still be competitive as far as the CS is concerned.
Renekton's been one of the consistent champions for this side of Marin, 5-3 on the season, but has had some games where he just straight up won the game with pressure around top side. We'll push in invariably. Gragas has gone from a very nice path, has not been spotted here. Wants to show up behind Tucson and Kramer.
We're looking for the Dark Binding if they can find it. He's in vision now. Body slam in for the flash as Tucson does jump away and makes his way over the wall with the grand entrance.
Target selection always difficult in a Kalista lane. You want to go for Kalista, but because of where they were standing in lane, no free binding coming through for the Morgana. They have to turn onto Rakan. Flashes away, but also has the grand entrance to open up space, so no first blood to snowball bot side.
Is that an inadvertent one?
Nope.
Okay.
We had Tucson play Nunu support. And there was definitely some puns in that game, but so much here. Big story for the side of Afreeca is how strong they are with 1 to 2 items. Think of all the moments we've talked about soundboard-wise. Rumble picking up Leandri's Trinity Force on Corki, 2 items on Ballista, and Marin picking up a Black Cleaver. There's a lot of power early for Afreeca Freecs in terms of their early item purchases, and it's not like Jinair falls away heavily in that regard, but Teddy's the real anomaly of this game, where he will scale at 2 to 3 items. 3 is the sweet spot. Everyone from Afreeca is super comfortable fighting at 2 items, so look to them to opt into a lot of skirmishes and team fights early when they're strongest relative.
Now just trading back and forth in the bottom lane, as they do keep Teddy and Snowflower stuck in underneath the turret. No return gank from UMT yet, instead functioning around the top side of the map as Teddy takes a juicy rend. Still has the heal, still has a potion, so can get top back up, but it's been a bit of a painful one for him so far.
UMT puts up a control ward and to try and help out the Renekton as much as possible by shutting him down. Nara has been wailing away on an island for the majority of the past couple of weeks and punished because of it. Spirit's around mid lane now.
Kuzan popping the shield on himself, but he's very low on mana, and this could be a rough situation. Flash in for the rocket. First one not going to connect, and now they have MT waiting in the brush, but a ward comes down. Just one final shot, and that's about all they're going to get. So flash for flash.
Getting flash for flash when you're ganking a Corki lane pre-6 already. A little bit of a win. No CC to speak of after the Harpoon went wide. Speaking of CC.
Grand entrance coming through. His Teddy gets popped out. The Black Shield just a bit too late to stop that CC from coming through, and Kramer gets a couple spears in there. And Teddy and Snowflower are just getting pretty heavily punished at the moment, but they're still keeping up in CS, so not being fully denied. So in a decent enough spot, but the trades very much are going the way of Kramer and Tucson.
That does mean that because they're getting pushed in, Tucson can push down some vision, try to spot Gragas, who we know is about to take the Rift Scuttler in the middle of the map. Afreeca being able to push in is definitely preferential for them, and lane control in a Rakan lane is a pretty uncommon thing, so you'll take it if you're Afreeca Freecs.
That's the Dark Binding you needed a gank ago. Oh well, First Blood still not coming through. I think she's going to be nice and tight-knit from the CS.
I mean, killing people is pretty hard this game when you consider how many escapes, Callista, Fate's Call, double shields from the mid lane and support of the enemy team. And it's Karma versus Corki mid lane. You couldn't get much safer than the two that have been locked in. So for now, we're expecting it to be a pretty extended laning phase. Maybe Spirit will get a bit more frisky when he hits level 6.
Or maybe we just get one of those classic Jinair games that goes on forever.
Classic over the course of their lifetime, certainly, but not as much this season. Sure, they had the famous Yasuo game from So On. That was a long one. I may or may not have said some colorful things in that particular match. But largely it's been the early game cleanup. I can't repeat these things. You should go back and watch the VOD, yes?
I will.
It's immortalized forever.
I'll find it and I'll tweet it out so everybody can see it.
There was a YouTube highlight of it that had 32,000 views. I felt very sheepish. But loved, certainly loved. That's what I was going for there.
People love when you're explicit.
No content warning on the stream either.
To them, it's out of character, but I know you personally.
You know that I never say anything naughty at all.
No. Nothing but cheerful things.
But only nice things to say about Afreeca and Jinair so far this game. No big mistakes or flubs, although now I might have to hold my tongue.
Body slam there on the Koro. Takes a lot of damage as the equalizer will be tossed by Spirit. Gets a bit of damage down onto UMT. But still nobody in danger of dying yet.
Disengage ultimate, I guess. Seems like a pretty big cost, given that Kuro had flash up and wasn't going to die, to no longer have the ultimate. And UMT can walk in pretty confidently knowing the ult is down on the Rumble.
They had that ward thrown down. Did get cleared out, but now can try to take priority over the blue buff. Kuzan here to maybe scoop it up with a Mantra Q. But it's actually going to go to UMT in the end.
Well, that wasn't very smart.
Well, at least they got it, so could be significantly worse. As they'll now just go ahead and start taking away that Rift Scuttle.
Afreeca were looking to ward up the enemy blue to look for a trade, and now it's higher priority for Jinair to secure because their mid laner doesn't have blue. Extended laning phase suits Afreeca just fine. It's all about farming to the one-item phase and then basically fighting for anything. Mountain Drake's certainly a good spawn to fight over, not the Cloud that we had earlier today.
First back here in the top lane for So-On. Likely just going to be going for the Black Cleaver. I'll start things off with Ninja Tommy and the Durham's Fist.
Quick Runic Echo rush already from Rumble, who's been very focused on farming this game. Couple of those AoE camps more than his opposing number, Umti. Rumble coming through mid. He has to equalize up in a couple of seconds, but you don't want to gank mid lane with Equalizer. No CC makes it very, very difficult.
Let's go to the package in for the
They're
chase.
brawling
Pushes
anyway.
Kuzan, yeah, pushes them down the lane. As Rumble gets ready to arrive, Spirit here, massive Flame Spitter forces the flash yet again, basically on cooldown away from Kuzan.
That's still a successful gank, especially in the context of what was possible with no CC between the two. They can bait out the Black Shield and bot lane. To me, that's the obvious spot to gank, because here is the invade on blue.
Does take it away.
It's a denial blue, specifically from Kuzan. They're going to turn on to Kuzan.
Looking for it, Equalizer coming down, Boss Bomb connecting, he's got the tether. Kuro doesn't want to get locked up under the turret, so we'll go ahead and peel back.
They were worried also about getting bounced into turrets by Umti. They knew the Gragas was around, so smart of them to back away, but Equalizer once again used for no successful gank.
Sorry, it's Joram's Fist, not Durham's Fist.
It's Joram's Fist.
They sound somewhat similar.
One you said sounds a lot like Doran's Fist, and Doran's got enough things going on.
He does. He's got quite a bit. I still want to know who Doran is. Maybe one day he'll be a champion. He could just unlock any item at any given time.
Sounds good to me.
Level 6, he just gets an Infinity Edge.
The dream. Marin wants to unlock a Black Cleaver as fast as possible. Cards for sure. Might be Frozen Mallet Rush for So-On with the Joram's Fist Rush. A couple of different ways you can go. Laning phase gone on forever, Achilles. Both teams really don't want to lose this particular game one, especially Afreeca, who do guarantee not being eliminated today.
Marin. Oh, he's wrapping around the corner, but Umti was already going the wrong way. Well, that could have been a first blood perhaps, but now Marin maybe he's zoned away from the turret because So-On sitting there in the Meganar form is a little bit longer. But not going to be looking for any sort of dive. They know the Dominus would come out immediately, and it'd be very difficult to kill Marin without something at least like a phage.
He saw Spirit in the ward, and it was suspicious when Marin was staying in lane, but we know that Marin overstays in lane all the time.
I'm sure everybody knows that. Jin Air should know that.
He is supremely confident in his outplay. But even if you have that information, Achilles, you always have to wonder if this time the jungler is there or not. Thankfully, they had the vision to cement that one. With lanes that are hard to gank, with Black Shield to deny, engage in bot lane. With so far Marin not able to control the wave in top to the point where they can actually get a Rumble Equalizer off, and also a low health bar. All we get is very extended laning phase and a farm fest.
He's checking in his backside to make sure that he's safe. Might finally see him go back. He's still just getting junked out. A little bit of damage coming through. Pop up in on a Snowflower, forces the flash in underneath the turret. Ren stack's not quite high enough for the kill, and Kramer not in range for it anyways. Teddy is trading back quite nicely onto the Callista.
That's a pretty good heads-up play there from Tucson. Saw the Black Shield go onto the AD carry who was behind Morgana. So just turned on to Morgana, used Flash, and ends up being a trade. I like the fact that he was respecting cooldowns. It may actually open up latitude for that Drake we spoke of.
They are going for this one, and Kuro is here to help secure as well. Kuzan just getting back to the lane. Won't be able to arrive in time. So it seems like Jin Air just going to have to go ahead and sacrifice this one.
Which is a pretty big sacrifice because you drafted Karma mid lane. It was all about early push and also early shielding to allow for fights in the first 15 minutes or so before items are complete. When you're seeding objectives as Karma, who will give up the damage war to basically any other mid laner in the late game, it is a pretty significant cost to also be giving up a Mountain Drake this early on.
Rough stuff. But just not in position to do anything about it, so Afreeca go ahead and get the first objective of the game. First blood still eluding us at the moment as we encroach on 14 minutes. Just slow and steady. Just how I like my League of Legends.
How you doing over there, Akos? That was a pretty intense yawn.
I want to take a nap.
All right, you take a nap. I'll wake you up when something exciting happens, about 20 minutes from now. So far, so good on the Freecs side. They got the first Drake, the first items we spoke about, getting in there. Black Cleaver one on the next purchase. Trinity Force on the way from Kuro. Not quite a haunting guys yet from Rumble, but we know that's coming. Zan took this Karma with full knowledge that Kuro would be running the Corki into it. And so far, hasn't necessarily convinced us it was the right way to go.
He's got a CS lead, but that's about all that he can speak for.
He does get to buy the pretty busted Ardent Sensor as second item.
True.
There was a great post on the subreddit today about how basically a level 9 Janna gives you 4,500 gold worth of stat when you have Ardent Sensor and 5 points in your Eye of the Storm shield. That's a lot of gold.
Sorry, my fake yawn made me have to do the actual yawn. It just crept up on me there. Kuzan going hunting.
It's a Corki versus Karma mid lane. Don't get too excited.
I'm trying to get excited over anything here.
Can I suggest KT rolls?
Sure.
Guys are wondering, we can speak a bit more about the standings. KT will finish second. They're locked in second. They will play in the semi-final. They're not affected by the match tomorrow. Winner of the match finishes first between Longzhu and Samsung. The loser finishes third. Second place is guaranteed for KT.
Well, Rift Herald going over to Afreeca, so maybe we'll finally see a turret get taken down.
Well, the scoreboard doesn't read that heavily for them. They're 500 gold up, and they have the first Drake and Rift Herald of the game. But so far, so good for Afreeca.
Leads out of the jungle in the bottom lane, hoping to put that on the board for them. Dark Binding not going to connect, because Tucson can just go ahead and make a grand exit.
Kind of weird to see them play so much into the bottom. They might catch Kuro here, though.
Form body slam in, but pops him the wrong way. He's even got a blast cone for extra insurance.
They put so much vision into the bottom side jungle when Drake is down that you don't really see the reward for the 3 wards they've already placed in. There's no extra step to it.
That could have been it. That could have been the reward. But MT with a bit of a botch on that cask toss.
That means we return to laning.
I love it.
Kuro's been incredibly greedy. I imagine he must be 100 gold short of Trinity Force at this point. And Spirit's just going to channel in vision. That's why you see Tucson stand in front of him if the binding hits. I believe it does interrupt the channel there.
No minions here yet, but the wave is getting ready to come through. So we will see that charge onto the turret, and it's dangerously low.
They'll just equalize it behind, but they're trying to be greedy and just take it with the Rift Herald.
Well, the Herald does go down, but it's only a couple more shots, and Kramer will get that last auto off. Soul Shackle's thrown down by Snowflower, not going to get the root onto anybody, nor will Teddy as he throws out the Feather Storm. So we'll just be first tower going over to Afreeca. Finally starting to stretch a bit of a gold lead here at 17 minutes, but still only 1,500.
But with basically nothing happened, Afreeca get every early game checklist thing except for First Blood, and maybe they're going to look for that right now.
So on. Transform, doesn't have any rage here. Kuro's going to come in, pushes him to the other side with the hop, so he keeps himself safe and holds on to that flash as well.
Yeah. Short of First Blood, they've gotten every single early game objective here at Afreeca Freecs, and also close to the 2 items where they are inherently massively stronger than the side of Jinair. Wonder how much Baron priority there will be around 20 minutes. That would certainly be the icing on what has been a pretty tasty cake from Afreeca Freecs so far. It's been a lot more measured than some of their recent games where they've kind of gone big or gone home.
Well, it's one of those ones where like the icing is good, but the actual cake is not it's not very moist. It's not that tasty.
What sort of cake would you level that at?
The surface level is okay, but then the overall is like, eh.
So like a sponge cake with a delicious icing on top?
Sure. A nice buttercream, perhaps.
I don't know if I've ever had a buttercream cake. That sounds very American.
It's definitely not something you can find in Korea. But yes, it is American, because it's very fattening.
What are you implying, Achilles?
I don't know. I don't know anything. Turret going down to the bottom lane, going to be matched in the top as they go ahead and get rid of these tier 2s. But Jinair looking for that inner turret here.
Because, I want to say Marin, because there's a Rumble on the game, but because Spirit's pathing around topside, he can't just equalize the wave in bot lane. Marin doesn't have any range damage, so this is going to give up a second turret. Basically for free here.
Yeah, so actually good move there by Jinair in response. There is a bit of damage going through onto this top lane turret, but
a bit is perhaps
minion
strong.
wave.
A tad.
Well, they get it down to half.
They got the vision on the enemy red side. They could return to and does help them with a potential 20-minute Baron if they want that with their Mountain Drake. They will not pick up a second turret in the top side. So turret lead does go to Jin Air, and they have control over the Mountain Drake as well.
Burrow in the mid. Yeah, just a little dash away.
Completely out of mana, so it's going to be a free Drake, you'd have to think, for Jin Air.
All right, so tying up some loose ends. Getting themselves evened out as far as the Drakes are concerned. We'll see what comes in next, but this is going to be a limited Drake game because of how late these are coming through. So 25, almost 26 minutes until we will see that next one. It's going to be a Cloud Drake, so maybe we don't see it ever.
Back away, out of top lane, in a top lane turret at half health. Baron about to spawn now. Setups here for Afreeca will be interesting. They have a lot to work with their 4 deep wards already placed. Enemy red side jungle, they have a lot of damage and secure onto the Baron as well. The tankiness is not really there, so whether they actually return to it in the next 5 minutes or so will be interesting to track.
Well,
may have our latest first blood of the season in this game.
It's starting to look that way. We'll see how long can we go without somebody dying.
I don't know if there's ever been an LCK game where no one died in the first 30 minutes. There probably has, given that we have a bit of a slower-paced league, but certainly not this season.
Have we ever had a professional game where nobody died?
No.
I didn't think so.
At some point, you just filter in to, at the end of the game when they're trying to kill your Nexus. There's been, I believe, sub-10 kill games a few times, but...
I remember, and the only reason this one particularly sticking out of my mind is because I was there, was TL versus Team Impulse at Madison Square Garden. That was like inhibitors going down with 1 kill in the game, or maybe less than 3 kills in the game.
I would be surprised if there was ever less than 5. I think 5 is kind of the minimum I could imagine. 7 is what I would say if there was a quiz and someone was asking what the lowest amount of kills in a professional game was, but I don't admit to knowing the exact record. I'd take 7 kills in this game right about now.
I would take 1, as long as it happened soon. This is like the filler in an anime where just nobody dies. They're just charging up, they're getting strong.
So you're saying this series is going to go to extra innings. It's going to be here after midnight.
There's going to be 9 episodes of this.
A remake?
And then they'll finally be powered up.
We could have remakes. It could go for 9 episodes.
Well, then they have to fight, and then that also goes for another like 4 or 5 episodes.
See, I never watched these sort of animes, so I don't have the context of the famous Dragon Ball Z powering up arcs. I guess I watched Bleach. And we need the powering up in that.
Yeah, we need the abridged series. This,
the abridged Dragon Ball Z, I imagine, will be quite short.
I forget. I actually haven't investigated it. I haven't gotten around to that. But Bleach is definitely one of those ones that needs an abridged one, or just significantly less seasons, because I believe there was over 15 seasons of that show.
I gave up on it eventually.
I think I made it to 9 and I stopped.
Oh, I think I made it to 100 and stopped. I gave it a really good go.
Wait, you mean
100 episodes?
Oh, no, I'm talking about 9 seasons.
I didn't even know if they had seasons.
They did.
Okay. I just thought it kept rolling along. You know better than I, Achilles.
I mean, they kind of have them divided, I guess, by the arc in the manga, I suppose. I'm not that familiar with Bleach beyond the anime.
Well,
this is where we've got to.
The moment we're talking about anime.
The anime talk.
Given that I've watched maybe 3 animes in my life, it lets you know that going towards we're grasping for content.
What those be? Death Note, Cowboy Bebop, and Bleach?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't count like Pokemon and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's not really. Like it sort of is, but not really.
Oh, we might have a
kill.
We
might have a gank, but maybe not because MT's got Flash and Body Slam.
Maybe we just have to get excited with Chunks. A great gank.
Yeah.
Got 50% of his HP.
Such good damage for a moment, and then it all ended. Another grand entrance.
Who's
He's going to get locked in, but there's a Fate's Call, so you know it's not happening. But
are we going to see an inhibitor turret before we see a kill?
I'm telling you, TL versus Tip. It's happening.
Well, that's what happens when you have Callista, Karma, Morgana. Even Xayah has a note button. There's so many note buttons in this game that it just goes forever.
Yep. My note button would be to turn it off, but I can't.
That's an option for the stream watchers. We won't hold it against you if you come back for game 2.
Just check in on us every couple minutes. We'll be all right. We'll survive.
You know the studio is silent when I could hear the ribbit of the frog.
Yeah.
It just walks across Summoner's Rift.
There's nothing for the audience to make any noise for.
They just want to cheer. This is a big match, but both teams are petrified and both teams have drafted very defensively, so we get a lot of non-interactive gameplay. And hell, if Teddy shows up at the first fight with 3 items, honestly, Afreeca are probably the one you'd have to wiggle the finger at because they've been item ready to go for a while.
Well, Teddy does take quite a bit of damage there, so has to go back to base in all likelihood. And this could open up for Afreeca to get a push onto that tier 1 in mid. But still not a kill.
Nope, no kills. The elation that we will feel at the first kill. Maybe ear screeching. Turn down your volume a little bit. Play-by-play casters especially get excited.
Who's on? We'll walk away.
We're at the point where Afreeca, relative to Jin Air's comp, doesn't get any stronger. They have great item spikes on everyone. The Leandris we spoke about is done for the Rumble. 2 items also on the Corki. Afreeca want to make something happen. Again, not a trivial feat against a Jin Air team with Karma and Morgana, but this is the time when they're strongest. So with the objectives spawning in 30 seconds and with Baron Vision enacted, I think this is the time to go. They have 5 damn control wards around Baron. Just get some sight vision down behind it, and it's time to go.
Well, for now, they're mostly playing around the bottom side of the map because there's a dragon spawning in 6 seconds, and it's Cloud, so it really does match the excitement that we've had throughout this game so far.
If they have 5 control wards in Baron and take Cloud Drake, I'm going to rage.
Never would I have thought that Ever8 versus MVP would be infinitely more exciting than Afreeca versus Jin Air with 5th place on the line.
Well, I'm mad. They have 5 control wards on Baron, and they're doing a draft.
Yep.
Well, they've lost all those control wards now for a Cloud Drake. That's pretty cool.
See, if this was like NALCS or maybe even EU, the audience would be cheering for ward kills at this point.
Maybe we should just cheer for ward kills.
All right, we can try it out.
All right, we'll just go for the golf claps around our mics.
Yeah.
The fans will love this.
Turn down your volume just in case.
Oh, is it going to be a ward kill? No, not yet.
Is it going to be Tucson looking for an engage?
Keep it on
only
the
to be
screen.
denied by another black shield? Ooh, maybe.
It wasn't on the screen, so I don't know if we're supposed to clap or not.
I don't know. It's like we can't really confirm whether or not it is or it is.
Kind of like how I feel right now, casting this game.
Am I alive? Am I dead? Is this hell?
I don't know.
Maybe it's purgatory. Teddy going for a bit of damage there onto Kramer, but doesn't find much overall. But this might just finally be the pinch. Equalizer coming down as Marn dashes in. They're underneath the turret as the Dark Binding connects. Soul Shackles through as well from Snowflower. Closing cast gonna pin Marn into the wall, but so far, no one has died.
Nope.
So on, looking for the transformation. He will finally have it, but that's about it.
On the upside, both teams have sick wave clear, so the turret probably won't die either.
That was like the most debated fight ever.
Oh, this game. We're going for 30, though. I'm getting excited now, because now we're going to start hitting records. If we can get to 40 minutes with no kill, that has to be the first game ever.
Yeah, you know, I do have to believe you on that one and agree with you.
Imagine the alternative not believing me. The Great Depression that you would have.
Don't stop believing in Papa Smithy. Don't think it was Journey's original intention, but it's quite apt at the moment.
It's the sort of update I can get behind. That update, I don't mind. The new Italian Job movie, that was an update I couldn't get behind.
You know, I actually never watched it.
I watched it. It wasn't a bad movie, but its existence offended me.
Sure. I mean, it's like, why are you remaking it? It's like, why are they doing a new Jumanji movie?
I don't know.
When they go into the game rather than the game coming into the world.
Also, I heard it wasn't a board game.
It's not. It's like a video game that they find in their like high school basement or something.
If you consider where we were in 1990, whatever, 5, 6, and now, like, isn't it kind of weird that you could have the same illusion as a board game 20 years ago and a video game now? Like, is that saying the age of video games, that we can kind of have the same analogy of rusty old video game?
But I think that like having the board game feeds into the intrigue of the kids. Like, what is this? Like, I've never played a board game before. Let's open this up, and then all of a sudden, just stuff goes wild. You know,
To be fair, the original game wasn't set in 1990s. I think it was set in the 1950s or something.
That's when I think Robin Williams got trapped, and then he comes out years later. That's the whole what year is it thing.
That's true. They were playing a board game years ago.
I think it was like in the 90s or maybe even late. I forget, actually. You know what?
You know, you might have time here, Achilles. Or maybe not.
Well, a package is coming through. Sohan's pretty tanky, but he does lose out on the Meganar. Is kiting
he's
back,
low.
but he's going low. Can they get it? But the shield from Kuzan might just say no, but Kuro, he goes down. First blood over to Jin Air, and my God, we were just 40 seconds shy of the 30-minute mark.
29-20, first kill of the game. It's Kuro as well with no teleport up. Maybe Jin Air will also crash a turret. That'd be exciting.
Be looking for it, but now just hovering around. Fate's call is drawn out here by Kramer, but doesn't really find the opening, so we'll just be burning the CD for no real reason.
Could equalize the wave here if they really wanted to. They're trying to walk up, but we could see more initiation from Jin Air.
They're firing away. So far, equalizer not been thrown out. Relying really heavily on Kuro here with the rockets. The turret will still fall. And you can hear the audience going wild.
They're ecstatic.
We finally got some crap going on. I almost said something else.
Stuff?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, we are getting to the point, Achilles, where Teddy got to free farm an Infinity Edge 3-item build before any action at all happened. But we're trying to make up for it with sick action now.
All right, here we go. Yeah, 30-minute on the Baron. Is he going to walk over, throws down the barrel?
They have no idea
Until
now.
He sees it now.
But that's with the recall already from Morgana. Nara doesn't have teleport. Okay, Afreeca do back away. But that was probably the time where they could consider rushing it down.
They just peel away immediately. 1995 is when Jumanji came out.
I said 95, 96.
Something around there. You might have said 95.
Around the same time as The Lion King.
I was 3 when that movie came out.
I was 8.
I still have it somewhere on VHS. Not that most of the people in the chat probably know what a VHS is.
No, they know what a VHS is. They may never have owned one.
That's true.
When I start talking about using a cassette player, that's when we're really aging ourselves.
Or a Walkman.
I had a Walkman phone, actually.
A Walkman phone?
Yeah, they brought back the Walkman name for Sony phones for a little bit.
Oh, I would just imagine like a phone that had a cassette player.
No. Sony Ericsson just wanted to use the Walkman name because obviously it was pretty identifiable.
Okay.
It just meant it had an MP3 player.
Gotcha. Well, that makes much more sense than having a phone that you could slide a cassette inside.
But now I kind of want a phone that I could slide a cassette
Sure.
inside.
You can listen to all your classic Black Sabbath and AC/DC tracks.
I had a Michael Jackson cassette as well.
Probably.
I like that the OGN Legion doesn't know if I'm like 30 or 45 or 100 years old. Like,
Papa Smithy is infinite.
I like being like
time cannot restrain him.
Well, you know, like when you're really young. I'm to hold the point.
Well, that's going to be Tucson going in for the fight. Equalizer thrown down, but Jin Air able to move off of it with the help of the shields. He will be forced to flash, and the TPs will get canceled.
We waited for our summoners to be out before fighting.
And we're back to 20 minutes ago. So the Rockets do quite a bit of damage here on the Snowflower.
They do. This game is doing damage to my psyche with all the almost action. It's basically debated the game.
Yep.
But when it comes to my age, the fun thing, you know, when you're dealing with kids and their idea of how old their parents are is like infinite age, right? Because they're so much older relative. The concept of time is kind of limited.
Sure.
I like being that to the OGN Legion, where they know I'm generally older, but how much older they're not 100% certain.
Have we never said it?
We've got to hold our tongues in that one.
Okay. We'll keep that one under wraps. I have no shame. I'm 19 now.
12, by the way?
Yeah, 12, by the way.
If we weren't memeing, we'd be crying. So.
25 in September.
Oh.
Coming up shortly. Just about a month away from my birthday.
Time to update your Esportspedia page.
Yeah, if I have one.
Well, someone wants to hit level 18 before another kill happens. That's the tacit agreement that's come here. Side minion wave is in a great spot for Jin Air in bot lane and in top. So when it comes to side waves, Afreeca actually working against the map. Gonna actually go and accelerate the push in top side. At least have one lane working for them. But that does mean they surrender pressure in mid lane. Marin poking his head around bot side, pops the ultimate.
Has that pop, the shield coming down here from Kuzan. Big grand entrance popping up multiple members as Kuzan tries to get out with his life, but he cannot do it. The Rend from Kramer will take him down, and Snowflower, he's just gonna get speared in the face. He will fall, double kill over to Kramer, and we finally have more kills here on the board. And Afreeca Freecs, with those 2 picks, are looking for Baron.
Yeah, tripled the kills in the game, but they did not take down Umti. Now they have the secure of the Kalista. They're still risking this, and they have no vision behind. The blasting plant undid them last time, Achilles.
See if it happens here again. Umti getting ready to take a ride, but Tucson has the pop-up. The Rend will come through with the smite. No, Afreeca Freecs will be able to find the Baron, and Tucson makes it out safely, not even having to use the flash.
So after 33 minutes of no-risk League of Legends, that was a pretty controlled risk taken by Afreeca with no ability to ward behind. They jump over. Watch for the equalizer here, because the pinch here is good, like you say. Big engage, but the equalizer is perfect. About as good as you could ask for. Meant there was no way for Afreeca to be aggressed on. Jinne had to go backwards because they had no path to walk forwards. That meant 2 kills, it meant a Baron, and it might be the only action in 35 minutes, but it might also decide the game.
Yeah, which would shut out Jinne's hopes of locking down 5th place spot here tonight. Afreeca Freecs, despite the Baron moving through, still have only about a 2.3 thousand gold lead, but they're gonna look to open that up a little bit more with this Baron buff to get rid of these turrets. Top lane's already been weakened. First, they want to get this outer in mid.
Yeah, a lot of standing gold. Spirit is not using his equalizer like we've seen a lot of rumbles to zone people off of turrets. They could do that when the minion wave pushes up and Kalista gets 5 autos, Corki gets a couple of Trinity Force autos, and this turret will go down. But now they're trying to look to keep onto it for a fight, but I don't think you need that sort of greed when turrets are the objective. You have the Baron buff. Already Jinne doesn't want to fight you. Zoning them away is the next step forward for Afreeca.
See how long they can hold on. Again, classic playstyle by Jinne is just tail between the legs play for a little while, try to extend into the late game. But Kuro, that Triforce and the Infinity Edge, he rips apart those turrets, so is able to knock down the first inner turret here for the side of Afreeca Freecs before they can get that outer in mid.
Yeah, playing the map like they want to with the Gnar built for split push is impossible when the Baron buff is there for the side of Afreeca.
See, something like the equalizer, try to zone them away. Just go ahead and guarantee this. Or there's the brute force. So they do have that one for themselves.
They also had Tucson walking up aggressively, so an extra mind game for Jinne to respect. Have to seed a lot after so much parity for the first 35 minutes or so. Now, when it comes to easy objectives, most of them have been claimed by the side of Afreeca, matching the turret score that Jinne had been able to put together.
Just having that much more gold now. So a little over 4,000 in the lead so far for the Baron buff. They still have a little bit longer. It's about 75% of the way done.
And let me draw your attention to a bit of a new school build coming through from Kramer. He has Infinity Edge on Kalista, which has never really been a staple purchase. There was a couple of patches where people messed around with Kalista's picking up Infinity Edge, but in this case, going to be about doing a bit more damage to Gnar and Gragas in the front line. Still largely going to be about Rend sets. Still have the Blade of the Ruin King and Hurricane, but Infinity Edge Kalista has been a rarity in Korea especially. Less face tanking ability than if you went Bloodthirster.
Yeah. Again, still just happy that we are past the Serix Gage days.
Now Jinne is not happy because they're being split terribly across the map. Last of the Baron buff might actually break the base spot side.
Well, equalizer thrown down up top just to zone them away. MT can still push up, but getting through those Baron-empowered minions is going to prove difficult. Because of that Infinity Edge, it's big damage onto the turret, but Blade Caller comes through and he just rips right through Tucson, overstepping his bounds.
Hit by the Dark Bindings are taken out. At the same time, the Kuro did break the base. Couldn't take the inhibitor, but broke the base. Afreeca is still able to back off. Baron buff just despawned as well. So still do manage to break the base with their first Baron, which given what all the inaction of the previous 35 minutes is still a win for Afreeca.
Decent pickup on the pace, tempo of the game.
I mean, the tempo of the game was 35 minutes of flatline, let's be real.
Oh, jeez. Well, Snowflower just takes all of the damage, but now they're going to try to turn this one around in onto Kuro. He's got the flash available. Tether not going to connect. He will make it out with the snipe, but has to pop the flash.
Both get bursted, but both will be able to back away. This is as the Drake spawns, the Elder Dragon, I should say. Jinne going for a 4-man recall. So They weren't able to get in good back timings previously. They don't really add on a lot of power with these backs, though, and they do give up control around the Elder Dragon.
2 buffs each. Mountain Drake on both teams. Everybody going to be vying for this one. Afreeca, you'd have to expect that if they can get that second buff, follow up from the Baron that just expired recently, they might be able to close it out or at least knock down those inhibitors.
Seeing a bit of experience versus inexperience here in terms of items. If you notice, Jin Air have a lot of members with long swords, cloth armors in their inventory and not control wards. Not like Afreeca is bursting with controls, but they have more.
Yeah.
That could mean so much. They already have the vision advantage and more control wards, which means setup for Jin Air is so much harder. They're kind of at the whim here of the side of Afreeca, because when it comes to actually holding exclusive vision in area, it's almost impossible because they only have 1 control ward to move around.
I believe they had about 4 down on the map there for a moment. Now moving them around, so still do have quite a many few.
And Jin Air have none and the ability to put down 1. So that means a gank brush and nothing else. In fact, that's the brush.
Yeah,
that's what they
just
got.
used it. So they pick up 2 wards, but in the meantime, the Elder Dragon is going down and the Rend is going to be there. So now double buff going over to the side of Afreeca. TP used by Soan as well. Had the rage bar built up, was looking for the fight, but now Marin sees the opening, dashes in, looking for Teddy. The Black Shield will deny the stun in the meantime. Loosen into the back line, knocks up 2 as he dashes away to keep himself alive as Marin chases in, looking for Umpty, taking the Gragas rather low, but the shields are there from Kuzan. They're trying to keep him alive. Massive Gnar ultimate, pushing them back up the lane, and Teddy is going to find the first kill as he gets rid of Kramer, as he gets rid of Tucson, looking for a little bit more, and all of a sudden, Jin Air are right smack back into the middle of this game. Teddy will take a ton of damage here from Kuro, who chases in, who does get the kill to answer the Xayah. But Teddy just opened up this game off the back of Soan's massive play. Now Jin Air, they're going to fire back. They're going to take some of these turrets.
That isn't a trivial kill. Getting down the AD carry probably stops Afreeca from just straight up losing the game. Death time is a massive with 40 minutes in. They might just try to battle it down anyway.
See if they can. Kuro still does offer up quite a bit of damage and wave clear. He has the double buffs. Will be doing true damage. I mean, just look at the hits in onto Kuzan. And Jin Air have to run for the hills, but Kuro, he's going to go for it. Soan trying to leap in for him. Doesn't have the stun. Will have the wallop, throws down the barrel to try to, the fist to try to slow him up there, and Kuro will die. So big overstep by him. You can see he's got a grin on his face. But in the meantime, the minions here in the bottom lane pushing in for the inhibitor.
So that was too much aggression from Kuro, but you see why he was trying to go. He was trying to look tasty while a massive group minion wave was pushing in the bot side. Too tasty though, he was walloped during the channel of his special delivery and was stunned on the back end, so wasn't able to move around as much as he expected. It looked Mickey-esque, but I understand why he was doing it and when he was doing it, and notice that Jin Air got 4 kills and couldn't break the base.
But now Kuro is dead for the next 30 seconds. The Baron has respawned. Jin Air are already moving over towards this side of the map as a team. Kuro has the TP, but at worst, Jin Air could try to bait this and at least get the teleport away from the Corki.
They definitely can't rush down the Baron, you'd think. They're going to try it. Renekton can come back and teleport, but we don't see the Baron HP. We don't know how healthy it is.
Teddy does have a lot of damage to offer up, but it's already fallen down below half, and Kramer hasn't been able to get any Ren stacks in, so it seems like this is just going to be Baron going over to Jin Air, who now have a second lease on life. Boulder comes through. It's a slow up onto Tucson, but he's got the dash away.
Strange decision-making from Afreeca. If they had walked up and contested instead of teleporting back in with Marin, they wouldn't have been able to rush it down. 20 seconds when you require much more to actually take a Baron 5v4 was a decision made by Afreeca, and it might be one that cost them, because now Jin Air, with 3 waves, is pushing in with Baron buff.
But is this going to be enough to get them a lead in the game into a comfortable spot where they can try to take this one out? Teddy pushing forward fearlessly. Just rips right through Kuro and Tucson. Wave expired, waiting for the other one to go ahead and knock down this final inner turret.
Still haven't had a replay of the big fight that got 4 kills over to Jin Air, and that was Marin largely offering himself up, taking free damage, and never allowing his double 80 carries to auto-attack during the fight. Marin still looking for flanks. I think the time for flanks is over with how fed Teddy is. The end result is that Jin Air keep brute forcing through, and they want to break the base with their Baron.
Be looking for it here. A couple more shots from Teddy up onto that turret. Should be able to take this one down. As they do with the Baron minions sieging away, but Kuro is doing his damnedest to try to clear these out. Equalizer up, and Spirit might have to pop that just to get rid of the waves. As they get ready to come back through.
So good for Jin Air. They're exposed inhibitor down bot lane is not in any way being able to be attacked. Kuro is getting chunked out. They're going to break the base in just a few seconds.
One more shot. Turret is gone. Inhibitor now exposed. Jin Air going to be looking to go ahead and take this out. The first inhib of the game, 44 minutes in. Gets the route down on Tamarin, but needs to wait for another wave before he feels safe enough to push forward. Meanwhile, So on the backside is building up that rage bar rapidly.
When are they going to make their last stand here? Already got the inhibitor. Jin Air can just back away.
Get it, and Tucson takes a massive hit, so he can't go in for any sort of counter engage here, and they just have to watch as the inhibitor dies.
Even channel that Baron buff recourse. No ability to interrupt that. Actually, there was an auto attack that's going to fly over to the enemy side. Kramer's Infinity Edge build means he can't walk up as much. That's why I'm a fan of double lifesteal on the Kalista. And to his credit, does have double lifesteal already, but the Bloodthirster is what I'm looking for. An overshield, the ability to skip in 100 range and then skip out to your max auto attack range. Infinity Edge on paper sounds nice, but there's a reason it's never been in vogue for the Kalista, because she's much more about surviving through a fight in terms of damage rather than taking down the actual person she's focusing on.
You can see the Hurricane getting put into overtime here by Kramer as he tries to clear out these waves. Has to push up, but that's when things get dangerous, because one stray dark binding from Snowflower almost certainly means that Kramer could be going down.
6 items on both AD carries from Afreeca. A very healthy enemy AD carry with Karma in his pocket. It's probably going to be the decider here. Whoever gets to do more damage between Teddy and Kuro and Kramer should decide the game.
Keeps poking forward. Black Shield has been used, but the Equalizer comes down as well. At least buys some time for the Afreeca Freecs away from this Baron buff that is getting ready to expire.
You can't use Equalizer while Mantra's available for Karma. Mantra Shield is movement speed and also means that not even any chip damage is done to the members of Jin Air. So in terms of cooldowns there, big trade up for Jin Air.
A big wave getting ready to crash into the base on the top side, so somebody's going to have to answer that. No one really wants to leave because Kuro, he's got the package ready to go. If he can find an opening, that could be the turnaround here for Afreeca Freecs, who have their backs up against the ropes.
Everything's working against Afreeca. Shorter cooldowns from Jin Air. Super minions pushing in on the top side. Base will be broken second time here.
Yep, that's going to be the turret falling, maybe even the inhib following up, because Teddy does so much damage. You can see he's comfortable to go ahead and sit here. Has that speed up and the shield from the Karma to make him feel secure. So now 2 inhibitors down. Jin Air just inching their way towards that victory.
It's going to be a big what if for Afreeca if they lose this game. 5 control wards around Baron for the longest time, positioning for the longest time. A big team fight victory, but no ability to go back to the inhibitor whose turret they broke 20 minutes ago. And now we've gotten to the point where everyone is unkillable. The moment that Mantra Shield comes through from Kuzan, the Ardent Sense working in overdrive as well. Killing Teddy is basically an impossibility.
Yeah, I mean, Kuzan is just stacking on the AP right now off the backside of the Ardent Sensor and the Athenes. Maybe a Zonia's with a Fiendish Codex here in the inventory at the moment. But the Rabadons, the Ludens, he is just topping everybody up and more so, and just double so with these shields that come out.
Never had to get to this point, but Afreeca lengthened the game.
That's like 2 autos there. They're going to look for the engage. Pop-up does come through as Kuzan takes a hell of a lot of damage, gets the redemption to keep him topped up and has the shield to chew through the rest of that ignite. So on joining in. Going to be losing out on the Meganar soon, so maybe this is an opening here for
Ults are down
Afreeca.
though, Achilles. They're happy to walk up now.
Just using the shields to try to chip away at the turret. Don't get too much damage in, but they have super creeps crashing in 2 different lanes now.
There's no windows left. Black Shield is up. Teddy can walk up as aggressively as he wants. It might as well be Juggamore or Jugazaya, I guess, in this case, because in the front, Teddy has no threat onto him. Ults are down. Marin has only a single target CC. Jin Air's going to take a 3rd inhibitor right now.
It'd be one hell of a turnaround if Afreeca can somehow pull it off. Dark Binding connecting in onto Marin. It's going to get whittled away at by Teddy, but can't quite find the damage to pop that GA. Kramer knocked to the side, and Umpty very overextended. Still has the flash, but he's holding on to it. Red Stacks will come through, flashes at the last second, and barely stays alive. Teddy with the Feather Storm, not really going to line him up for the Blade Caller. Finds the root, though, from the Dark Binding in onto the Rumble. He goes into the Zonias, but this is going to be a turnaround. Teddy has fallen, Umpty going down shortly thereafter as Kuro finds the kill and so on. He's just going to try to retreat, flashes away, but it seems like he's dead to rights because there's so many members that can chase in onto him. He will fall, but in the meantime, the base is getting tackled by the super creeps. Spirit doing his best to clear those out. Should be able to stop the second Nexus turret from going down, but the first has fallen. Snowflower, Dark Binding will save his life for the moment, but the rest of Afreeca, they're pushing up the bottom lane. They want to take down that inhib, if not just end the game, because it's still 30 seconds on Teddy and Umti.
This is one time their formation let them down. Kuzan couldn't actually be the quarterback with all the shields. You're right, inhibitor should go down, but anything more than that with 20 seconds left on the Xayah seems really difficult. Actually taking down this inhibitor is a big boon to them. But if they play a long game, they probably lose, so it's time to go Rambo if you ask the Afreeca Freecs.
Martin is tanking up, and Kuro can shred this first one. Tucson goes in, gets the pop up, and that's going to be Kuzan going down immediately. Snowflower with the Soul Shackles will get the roots coming through Redemption. Maybe able to keep him alive for the moment, but now the Nexus is exposed. They have the damage, and they will take it out. A slobber knocker of a game, 49.5 minutes. Afreeca Freecs, early lead. Thrown away into the hands of Jin Air, but they hand it right back over to them all in a moment.
And the throw analogy is so on point with this game. Nothing happened for 32 minutes, and then everything happened in the back end of the game. Jin Air had everything ready for them. They literally had the ability to knock down all the pins, but then they made a mistake around the bot side, and it felt like they'd be fine because they already had 3 inhibitors down. But at this point in the game, with double AD carry, Afreeca just forced through the inhibitor they prepared earlier and actually end the game against all normal logic.
Well, Jin Air will not be able to secure that 5th place spot here today, but they can still force a tiebreaker by winning the next 2 games. Afreeca, they're at the edge. They're at the cusp of locking themselves into that wildcard match against SK Telecom, who they have a winning record versus.
Afreeca is playing best of ones from now on. Win any of them and they go through. Game 2, Game 3, or the tiebreaker tomorrow. If they win any game along that road, they will face SK Telecom in the start of the walk. I want to see the replay. Umti basically jumps in and does nothing. He baits his team by walling through. He did not need to do that. They already had 3 inhibitors down, Achilles. What the hell is he doing? Walking up for no reason. And they turn here. And for once, they're not in formation to actually peel. And Afreeca can't believe their luck. They're able to turn on and take down the Xayah, which should have been impossible. And you know what the worst thing about all of this is? If you watch the replay, as anyone on Jin Air's side, no one will know what Umti was trying to make happen. They had 3 inhibitors down. There were no more objectives to pick up. Go buy your items, push in your minion waves, and win the game anyway.
Heartbreaker of a loss there for Jin Air, but all hope is not yet lost. They can fire back, but 2 wins in a row against the Afreeca Freecs is going to be an arduous task, especially after that loss when they were so very close.
I don't know what SKT is thinking watching on from this series. They probably prefer not to face Afreeca given history. History could be made today. Jin Air still in with a chance, but like you say, it's looking more and more remote, Achilles.
Yeah. The hope is dwindling here. The candle burning for Jin Air is getting snuffed out by the Afreeca Freecs. They just need 1 more win. They lock themselves into that 5th place spot against SK Telecom. And like you said, SKT likely not looking forward to playing against Afreeca. So they are going to be cheering for Jin Air back at their team house.
Jin Air has been cheering on Umti as King T all season, but wasn't King T when they needed him there.
Definitely not. Maybe he can do so in Game 2. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if Afreeca can close it out with 2-0.
Shake these boots.
I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not to
as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world comes to earth in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a marathon of a game, and as you might expect, both Teddy and Kuro did a lot of damage throughout it, but it was the Afreeca Freecs who were able to close it out in the end.
Yeah, really slow burn game. I feel like your summary there doesn't really do justice to really how many things happen in the late game, and also where you have to really level the blame, because I think nobody goes blameless. There's blood on everyone's hand in this game, but unfortunately no more so than Umti, who made a lose-lose decision when he couldn't afford to. And from there, Afreeca Freecs got the all-important first game, where now they are guaranteed to at least be playing in a tiebreaker tomorrow. It's effectively 3 best-of-1s in a row that have to be won by Jin Air to actually make it to the postseason. Your MVP here will be Tucson.
Yep, comes up with the victory, his 5th of the split. I mean, honestly, he had some great escapes, as we can see right there, but also some of the key engages that finally led to action taking place. Found that catch right at the end onto Teddy, which kind of spilled over into the close of the game.
You also have to wonder who else, because there were some big mistakes from a lot of members. Umti, though, right at the last, you see no other highlights apart from these 2 plays. Umti goes in for a cask, and you might say, well, he thought he could get the Callista. But remember, they already had 3 inhibitors down. You don't need to be getting a pick now. You can back off. The health bars can get organized. You can have Kuzan in position, just mantra shield for 1 billion to everyone. But instead, they went for a pick they didn't need to. They were chased on, and the game ended from 1 misplay.
Yeah. And also that, like, even in that circumstance, just let him die. You know, let Umti go, back away, and just defend your inhibitor. You know, that was an odd call overall, but Umti was the one that initiated it all, that led to that downfall. And Afreeca Freecs, they very much have their playoff hopes alive now, because Jin Air, they need to win 2, maps in a row if they want to force that tiebreaker tomorrow.
Changes in lineup. Now over 10 games for Ixu last played, but they will be trusting in So-Won, trusting in the process. Afreeca Freecs had this game early, got the control wards down, did nothing with them, and gave Jin Air an invitation that honestly they should have taken. Now, that no longer matters. Now it is about Jin Air winning every game in front of them, and it needs to begin with this game too.
Well, over onto the blue side, we'll see if they fare any better here, as they will be starting off the draft. Can actually target out certain picks, and first thing that they're going to do is get rid of that Talia.
Kusan hasn't put priority on Talia in the summer season. It's been one of the more comfortable picks for Kuro, so should be no surprise in that pick. But there was no surprise in Kuro's Corki pick in game 1, and while it didn't necessarily decide the game, it didn't really feel like Jin Air necessarily were playing around Corki's power either, so it was a bit of a head-scratcher regardless. Jarvan's going to be banned as well, which has been one of Spirit's favorite picks on the red side, because they can just draft Jarvan and work out where it's going later. So banning away something that is as ambiguous as the Jarvan makes some sense. Wonder where Xayah and Callista will land. And okay, we see a Xayah ban. I wonder if Jin Air is just really setting up for a first pick Elise or a first pick Callista. So there's not going to be a Xayah answer. Well, Kramer's played some Tristana, but Callista is available.
Yeah, with the Elise banned away, be crazy to leave this open here. So they will go ahead and take this.
So you would expect Tristana, Gragas, or potentially a high-tier support, but no, they're actually going to remove that playbook, go for Ashe.
Okay.
So there's some initiation from Kramer, different role for him in this game. But the Gragas certainly would be the expected jungle pick.
Do take that for themselves. Of course, can flex it, but has very much been stuck into the jungle lately. Umti, do we see him return to the Lee Sin? has not been a big pick for pretty much anybody other than Umti.
But let's tell the story of Umti, who, remember, played in spring, started the season well, and then really, in the losing streak, you could see visibly was being upset with his team losing as a very young player, as a true rookie, and fell away in performance until he came back and wowed us in the promotion tournament. He is an emotional player. That part we know. He knows his role in the downfall of Jin Air in Game 1, so comfort for him is so important here in Game 2. He doesn't go for the Lee Sin in the end, but that would have been comfort his most played. He was playing Rek'Sai before the meta shifted, so it makes sense for him to jump on Rek'Sai here.
We get a big tease there. Kuro hovering over the Yasuo, but they will flip over to the Zyra for Tucson in the bottom lane. So aggressive bot lane matchup, but going up against the Kalista Thresh, this is one of the most sought-after ones that you could have here for Jin Air.
Right, I mean, it was taken away from them in Game 1, or was taken away from the Kalista comp in Game 1 to deny it from being fully enacted, and we have not seen Kalista Thresh on the Rift with any regularity in the recent weeks. Let's focus on pick ban here, as once again Kuro will have Orianna banned away from him. Looking like very much a rotational comp from Afreeca, but not with a melee support, so it's not as easy to play a KTS comp and go for 4 tanks when you do have the Zyra, more focused for laning phase.
Chase Orianna. Afreeca, do they want to leave? I was going to say the LeBlanc potential there for Kuzan. Looks like the answer is going to be yes, because Gnar gets banned away in the end.
Rumble's still available if Marin wants to go there, and Renekton as well. Those are the top laners we kind of expected to be in this game. Other people will be surprised that Maokai and Cho'Gath went through pick and ban in Game 1. Could still see them drafted here, but Marin and so on surprisingly haven't been as high priority on Maokai as you might think. Spirit has played it more than Marin, who's played a single game and was a loss for them last time out.
Well, Renekton is the final ban, which means that the Rumble's available for Marin if he wants to take it.
So much magic damage, though, with the Zyra already, unless Kuro does have a physical damage laner he wants to pick.
Can always play Corki again.
Blind Trundle would be certainly very risky, given that So-On has carried champions he's confident to play, just like the one he's right now hovering in the Fiora. Now, Fiora was so heavily nerfed that it'd be a surprise to see it on 7-14. I think they'll go a different way, and Cho'Gath would definitely fit the bill.
Have high damage, but be significantly squishier with that Trundle on the Rift, but they'll go ahead and lock this in all the same. Final pick, looking for a mid laner for Kuzan. Like I said, LeBlanc available if he wants to take that blind, but so is the Corki.
Not taking the LeBlanc here would be a surprise to me, given that it's been banned so frequently against him. He's an excellent LeBlanc player, and blind pick LeBlanc can't be answered by too many things on red, but the Corki does represent a bit of a takeaway. Kuro could go into the Lucian again. They didn't necessarily look very powerful on, but does fit the comp quite well.
Show me the Yasuo.
That part is a lot less likely. Lucian would be the laning choice, and they have enough magic damage to facilitate it, but because he didn't perform on it, maybe Kuro would move away from it. Cassiopeia is a possibility, but it'll be pretty overloaded on magic damage.
All right.
He has more comfort on the Cassiopeia, so he takes the magic side of the coin, and they just rely on Trundle and Ashe to shoulder the physical damage.
Could be a big ask here for them. Ashe has not been one of our highest priority ADCs, so Kramer needs to get ahead, needs to have some damage to pump out in these team fights, because otherwise Jin Air are going to feel very comfortable just stacking MR.
How the Trundle plays out here, and the fact that they went for a first pick on the red side in the second round Trundle is very interesting for Afreeca. They picked up a win on it, but it's not going to be an answer to a Maokai. While you do have percentage HP damage from the Trundle ultimate, it's largely about the stats being stolen, and those going to be less relevant because it's going to be health stacking from Cho'Gath, Warmogs, Righteous Glory, also going for something like the Stone Plate that will give some resistances, admittedly. Cho'Gath, if you're going to play a tank, does seem like the right choice into the Trundle, and does have good wave clear before the Trundle can start split pushing away.
All right, well, Jin Air hopes not gone yet, but it all rides on this game, and if they can win that, then they have to do it all over again in game number 3 to try to force a tiebreaker so they can play another game tomorrow versus the Afreeca Freecs and earn that 5th place spot. But for now, Afreeca, they're standing right on the edge. They can taste success. They want to close it out right here with a 2-0. Let's see what happens as we jump onto the Rift for game number 2. Here we are. That like Kriegasm Cloud Templar look.
He's in ecstasy. Dongjun just wants to constantly
I'm here as well.
I gotta say, the fans here have filled up immensely. We actually have the top row seats full as well. Everyone is here to see what is basically an extension of the playoffs. This game really should feed into the wildcard match that will be played next Saturday. So when it comes to League of Legends, there will be tomorrow's big matches at the Gangnam Stadium. Then no more League of Legends till Saturday. But everyone's excited because this really is a Titanic series. We are spoiled this week with playoff implications. First place will be decided in Samsung Longju tomorrow. And 5th place could be decided here. Afreeca Freecs need one more win, and they get 3 chances of asking. But Afreeca have always been that one to tantalize you. If they showed dominance here, it would mean so much to their fans because they would love to play SK Telecom in a best of 3. The storylines there are ripe.
We'll just have to get through one more game in order to do so. But Jin Air not going to be going down without a fight. I already saw that Afreeca, even with a massive lead, are capable of throwing, at least for a while.
Might actually be a super leash being pulled off by Teddy and Snowflower. They do leash the Raptors. They could also just be going to bot lane, which would make a bit more sense with how much time they spent leashing the Raptors. Pathing options here for OMT. Do a lot of different things, but it seems like he will just be going for his red buff without a leash. Spirit's looking for a gimmick level 2 gank to tilt the top laner of Jin Air.
Yeah, this is a pretty swift one here. Might have to wait for that level 2 from Marin, but instead we'll just go ahead and push forward. Body slam connects. Wants to force the flash at least as Sohan goes low, and they will do so.
And that's also targeting the player with the least competitive experience of anyone on Jin Air. Sohan's definitely played less games than anyone, even though Umti is a younger player, and Teddy as well. Spirit also going for the blue buff invade. It's going to be vertical jungling, which should relieve pressure from Trundle especially. We'll be playing top side of the map for the start here, Afreeca, whereas Jin Air will be playing on the bot side of the map.
Umti's spotted and starting to wrap his way around towards that blue buff. We'll see if he goes in for it. For now, starting things off with the Wolves. And Spirit, he's in behind, but he's still level 2, so something tells me he's not going to be looking for a dive onto the Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath has so much sustain from the Doran's shield and the passive, popped his potion as well, so this is a risky dive at the best. Rupture can also ruin your timings because the slow after the knockoff is actually makes it you take up to 2 extra turret shots you didn't want to.
Blue buff will be taken from the side of MT there.
Tell from the mid lane what's going on as well, because you'll see Kuro tending towards the top side, or the top side of the lane, the left side I guess you would say, and Kuro and Kuzan to the bottom side of the lane, where their junglers are jungling.
So how long do we go this time without a kill?
I think this one has to be more bloody, which is an easy prediction, but also I think Jin Air really want to steady it. They want an early first kill to get some wind in their sails. That's why Spirit went for a level 2 gank, because you'd feel a bit of PTSD if you started the game with a death in such cheesy fashion. Jin Air with full control over the bot lane, which Calista Thresh, pretty easy to enact that, even though Ashe Zyra is a bot lane of repute.
But mostly from an age sense.
I mean, it's still Zyra, right? And if you're able to just take trades whenever volley is up, you're pretty happy, but the trades are more reliable for Teddy and Snowflower, and that's why it does outclass at this present point.
Look at the spot on to Umti. He finishes clearing out the Krug, so just trying to keep tabs on that Rek'Sai. But yeah, suffering a bit as far as the CS is concerned right now is Kramer. Got the waves pushing into him
Be a lot of action early in the Trundle lane. We had a little spurt of action when the gank came through. The way Afreeca played around Trundle last time was very interesting. Just left Marin on an island to push in and not die. Very hard to actually take down the Trundle. I played elsewhere on the map, so a snowball gank into bot side focus, especially when we get close to level 6, is my expectation for Spirit. Zyra root into Ash Arrow, into Cask should represent a kill. Basically every time, even when Callista Thresh is one of the troller lanes to try and kill.
So much escape. Especially once that Fate's Call comes through. But gonna be a farm fest for now. How enthralling. So yeah, just gonna be slow and steady as she goes. But Afreeca getting ahead as early as possible would be quite important for them, given the massive amount of AP that they have.
They got good target selection. You know, a lot of Cassiopeia comps. We talk about how Cassiopeia struggles to get into do damage to the back line. So we see Umti actually fighting Spirit, who still remains a level behind Umti.
Will be the smite coming through, however, for the Gragas as he takes that. Umti gets his tunnel destroyed, and Kuro's gonna go ahead and pop the Ghost, trying to join in. Flashes in, Petrifying Gaze will clip him. Will not be finding the stun, and they're just going to have to let him go.
Yeah, missed skill shot, and Kuro low on mana means they can't actually turn that. Used both his summoners to try to close in and pick up the kill. So, rare mistake from Kuro in the laning phase. Does actually help out Kuzan a lot, who now has a 2-summoner advantage over Kuro.
There was also a blasting cone there that he could have rode in on.
Afreeca doesn't really know much about blasting cones.
That's true. I guess he wanted the more instant reaction to not give time for Umti to dodge, but then he just missed it, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah, the ult flash is what he tried for, but wasn't necessary, and the opportunity cost is that he now has to lane as Cassiopeia with no summoners. Rek'Sai tunnels in, and Cassiopeia's day is done, most likely, as Corki certainly provides a lot of damage from mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the silver lining, I suppose, is that Umti also doesn't have flash, so he can't close the distance completely on top of him.
A bit of pressure there, but just mentioning again that in the late game, Trundle can just ult the closest target, and then Kuro, if he's able to free farm, will do a lot of damage to the front line, and you can kind of play front to back with the Cassio comp better than in usual cases, as Tucson just has to flash away from the hook.
Yeah. No other ways to escape that one.
It's an Ignite Thresh as well, you'll note, so
could be a dead Zyra.
Would certainly look like it would be that. Doesn't have the Strangle Thorns for a turnaround, so probably a smart flash. But now we have both Cassiopeia and the Zyra laning without flash.
Spirit pushing forward. It's a level 6 Umti that he's trying to find with the Corki nearby. He'll just take away, I believe, one of the little raptors. That's about all that he gets.
Good news, Marin's back. He got a cull.
All right, here we go.
Doesn't open cull anymore. He's not that greedy, but is returning to his favorite item.
He's not taking a lot of damage from those Twin Fangs, only able to answer back with the Frost Bomb. And Marin's just going to go ahead and take away a blue buff.
It's not Cho'Gath, but he's doing Cho'Gath-inspired plays. Kramer and Tucson had great heads-up knowledge, probably spotted Rek'Sai coming over a ward, weren't moving under the turret, have information about the vision that was put down, and you're correct. Marin knows that Rek'Sai's bottom side, so why not steal a blue?
Now he can chomp every few seconds.
He kind of could do that before, but I guess he's got even less
Even
thoughts.
faster.
He can cast W every time as well.
Hell yeah. Well, Cora's going to get jumped on and has no summoners, and Kuzan's just going to come up with a solo kill in mid for first blood.
That's what happens when you have 2 summoners down, Achilles. Nice play coming through. Kuro couldn't even use ultimate, although, speaking of solo kills.
Yeah, that's going to be the flash coming out from Soan into the pillar, and Marin might just be looking to dive this one, but it's just a bit too risky for him. Even with Soan not having that feast, doesn't want to go for it. Has to let him walk away.
Love what happened between Kuzan and Kuro. Kuro didn't even find space to use the Petrifying Gaze.
That's why he flashed to the side.
Exactly.
Trying to predict it, but really good stuff there from Kuzan.
Probably smart in hindsight, knowing that the summoners were down, to just not use it. You'd lose DPS from the Petrifying Gaze when Flash is going to be there, and very likely to be taken down. Speaking of takedowns, Marin got a lot of damage onto Cho'Gath, whose teleport was down, and when Chomp gets the auto attack reset onto turrets like it does now, he should actually get it here.
Yeah. He's taking his time, wants to deny as many of these minions as possible. He'll just leave one that should get killed anyway, so Marin comes up with the first brick, so does fire back, keeps the gold even.
Ecstasy from the Afreeca fans, and if you think about it, sure, there was no kill credit, but picking up first brick is a bigger objective than a solo kill in mid lane. There was no ability for turret damage to come through from Kuzan. So Marin kind of spares the blushes of his mid laner by taking that turret.
Picking up the pieces. Kuro. Again, he could go ahead and lock down first place for MVP of the split, but let's tighten up the Cassiopeia play. Don't think it's going to be happening here in Game 2.
I think he'd trade first place in the MVP for a spot in the postseason. Obviously would prefer not to, but a great start to the game, like you mentioned.
But then he wins money.
You know, I don't know if they're smarting for money. I think they're doing all right, Afreeca Freecs. Gone are the days of Rebels Anarchy that originally was the squad that turned into Afreeca Freecs in spring 2016. That was the joke. At the time, Mickey was the mid laner and was rank 1 in solo queue and changed his name to please sponsor Rebels Anarchy. Afreeca Freecs were the sponsor there. Afreeca TV, one of the rivals to Twitch TV here in Korea. Lots changed since then, for sure. Mickey became a Rocks Tiger and then now on Team Liquid, so...
Now he's a horse.
That's true.
What a transformation. Plastic surgery these days is just a magical thing.
Really? You're going to go to the plastic surgeon and ask to become a horse?
And there's that that movie Tusk about, like, what's his name? Kevin...
Smith?
Yes. There we go. I don't know why. I was going for everybody that wasn't Kevin Smith in my head. Bacon, Hart came through there. It's going to be the flash forward, flash in for the play over. The death sentence doesn't connect. The box comes down, and it's going to be Afreeca outnumbered. Now have a TP riding in as well. Spirit looks like he will make it out alive, and Tucson does as well.
If I remember sent there, at the end of the day, Marin will just stay top. Cassiopeia will stay mid. They pick up a kill. They'll want the turret as well. Cho'Gath already backing away. His lane is so long, and it was starting to freeze towards Marin's side, that actually Cho'Gath could happily leave lane and not lose anything. He'll continue not to lose anything. It looks like we're getting another type of trade, as Marin's going to take a while to take down that turret.
Well, Tucson, he sidesteps the death sentence, but he can't get away from the spears or the Ren. He goes down, and that should be the tier 1 falling as well once the minion wave crashes, perhaps.
Don't really know why Tucson was standing up where he was. Had to flash up, but really didn't need to. Continuing to see trades, so there's the Rift Herald, which taking that away from Jin Air is probably even more consequential than having it for the side of Afreeca, given that they have very low wave clear. They get the hook onto Ashe.
And that's going to be the Ignite coming down. He takes a lot of damage, has to pop the heal, and Umti's coming around the backside, but he's not even needed. Teddy's just going to Ren for the kill. Spirit is able to answer with the help of the turret. And, well, Umti, he will die. Doesn't find the answer that he was looking for. Wanted to get rid of the Gragas, but a bit of a botch comes through from the side of Jin Air, and well, Spirit just walks away with a double kill.
Where's my red nose, Achilleos? We've got some clown fiestas going on in bot side. None of that needed to happen from the beginning of Zyra walking up to the preceding 3 kills. Super unnecessary. Kramer's just auto-attacking down minions. His turret's so low, you're going to get baited against Thresh with Ignite. Walks up. Teddy surprisingly dies to this turret shot, does 300 health to him, and then Umti, I guess, also wants to die. He pops the first turret shot, but no one's around to take another one, so he just dies.
This is great.
Next time I see Deficio, I'm going to ask him for a red nose.
Yeah, should definitely get that. First, I thought you were talking about Rudolph. My mind didn't even go to clowns, but I see your point.
Well, it's been an interesting series.
You want a red nose. I want a blindfold.
Actually, right now, I want a picture-in-picture of SKT watching this series, because for sure they're watching it together.
True. Why can't we have it like the group's announcement from Worlds?
Like, what was their response to that turret dive?
Just get that gif of Faker just like shaking his head in the interview chair.
Watching games with pro players is really fun. There's a lot of hooting and hollering and name-calling. It's all business in front of the camera, behind the camera. It's always a fun time.
I know it's way different when I'm watching games at home than when I'm sitting here on this desk.
Really? You're not saying nice things with no colorful language? I see you in Twitch chat. You're a reputable man.
Outwardly. Internally, there is a hurricane of emotion.
I'm sure there's a hurricane of emotion for both these teams, and it's manifested in 30 minutes of really so gameplay in Game 1, and now just some plays where people are making decisions they wouldn't make on another day. We've not seen this level of, let's say, stupidity from these teams during the course of the season.
Tusen's just going to be walking into the thresh that he could see with his own eyes. Just flash away, gets the pop-up onto 2, and Kramer is firing away, so maybe not so stupid after all.
Kramer played that super well. We're not done yet, though.
They're looking for a little bit more MT, just trying to get it in on top of the Zyra, but he can't do it. He's going to use the Void Rush yet again onto the Gragas, but he goes down, and there's nothing that Kuzan can do to stop it. And it is slipping out of their fingers. Turret getting ready to go down as the Rift Herald is summoned.
It's not slipping, Achilles. It's really pouring out of every single crevice. If you watch that on the replay, you will see that Jin Air, that was the moment 15 minutes in where they felt like they couldn't do it. They ran up. It was good play from Kramer. But Achilles, suddenly they're 2,600 gold behind. Suddenly they have no way to answer the Afreeca Freecs, and I don't know if you can turn this around. That would be a surprise to me.
The mental shock of all of that has to be immense for Jin Air, and it would take quite a bit of convincing to turn the mental state around. So unless somebody is a psychiatrist, I don't know how it's going to go.
So the hook comes in, but watch how Kramer plays. Instantly turns on, has the Ash Arrow ready. DPS is down Teddy, then he turns on to Snowflower. Kramer spares the blushes of Tusen for sure, but Gragas was in good position, and this is the part where Umti is also tunneled in aggressively. They should have backed away moments before, but Umti gives the bonus kill, you'd have to say. And that really does feel like the moment where the mentality was broken.
And it's just, we saw the flash over the Lee Sin. If Umti wanted to play this aggressive style, the Lee Sin would have been so much more fitting, because if he goes into the back line, he's got the dash. He's got the safeguard to get himself out. He's got the kick so he can isolate somebody. But they went for the Rek'Sai, they forwent the Lee Sin, and he still plays that similar style. And they're just getting punished for it now. I mean, 5-4, sure, that looks great on paper, but the gold lead is not there. They're down 2,000 at 17 minutes, but they need to be able to bounce back. That is the next step of progression that we need to see for Jin Air if they're going to close out this game and keep those playoff hopes alive.
They want to play a pressure style, but I think the pressure style is almost entirely absent with where map control is at now. 2 turrets to 0. Game is so straightforward for Jin Air. If they have a turret lead, if Afreeca have no turrets down, they put down the control wards. Picks from Rek'Sai, Cho'Gath, and Thresh are possible with deletion damage. When the turrets are up for Afreeca and down for Jin Air, Marin can just stay top lane, cash in his cull very happily, just split push aplenty, and Jin Air overforce the one time they feel like they have a fight and are exploited by Afreeca.
Kuzan will get a little bit of work done here in the mid lane. Has the Triforce, so maybe even takes this turn unless Tusen can stop him. The walk up is enough to threaten him back.
He asked for action. Not always been highlight action, but action has certainly been more common in Game 2. If you didn't watch Game 1, we had no kills in the first 29 minutes.
There we go. They finally got it. It took multiple attempts and several people dying. But Jin Air do knock down their first turret of the game here in the bottom lane.
To set up around the Drake, which is spawning as well, but the backs do begin. Marin goes for Spirit Visage first, same build he did yesterday. Not a fan of the Ravenous Hydra that most Trundle players will rush, just going Tiamat into Spirit Visage into the Titanic Hydra, which does mean his pushing is going to be even faster, which, given the map style that Marin likes to play, makes a lot of sense for him in particular.
We'll go ahead and start up the second Mountain Drake of the game and take this one away. Nobody able to react from the side of Jin Air. This will just go down. And we'll have an Ocean after this.
To have some tanky members, but late Ocean is not going to be big in this game. Also, Mountain Drake, when you have so much secure from the Cho'Gath, it's not going to be too massive outside of the turret pushing. Marin just galloping around the top side of the map happily. A lot of the kills went on to Spirit, who is obviously going to put the gold into utility. We've already seen Kramer, when his positioning is not put into question, be able to go in aggressively, and we'll be able to continue to do that with all the inherent tankiness that'll be provided by Spirit. Afreeca could be pathing around mid lane. We do see Marin coming to join Kuro there. Low turret HP usually is a bait for a team fight to begin. Marin actually
out here, but that's about it so far.
Yeah, Marin just galloping across the map. He's going to go all the way to the enemy red buff, try and steal that away, then go to the bot lane minions. So just being the biggest troll he can.
Yeah. Take away that red buff, gets a nice chomp in onto Umti. He'll use the Void Rush yet again, but he just really tickles that Trundle at the moment.
Oh, Trundle has no cares at all. No mundos, if you will, about what's going on.
Hey, we'll let the red buff go. So showing some restraint is Marin, which is a rare one for sure.
He's just trying to leash the blue buff, but no one's actually coming to pick it up, so he just takes free damage. I like the timing from Afreeca, who have been on point at contesting buffs this series. Taking away enemy blues. We started with vertical jungling, so they've had the timers for the majority of the game, and Marin also stole away a blue and made it for the red buff steal, just trying to incrementally grow their gold lead and deny away blue buff Corki from being able to poke down turrets. And they're also keeping this outer mid lane turret up a lot longer than you would expect. It's been on about 200 HP for the better part of 8 minutes now, and Jin Air haven't been able to push down Vision to return around it with any safety. The longer that goes on, the longer that Kramer and even Kuro will pick up safe farm, and that suits them just fine.
Just playing the delay game, still 2,000 gold separating here. No real way for anybody to try to go for something like the Baron at this point. Well, it's tanky, and so is Spirit, but just don't have the opportunity to sneak something like that away.
You have the vision for it. 5 control wards around Baron last game, 3 this game. Marin uses his whole mana bar. I'll go back and buy his Titanic Hydra, but the items are starting to roll in. And we talked about the high indexing on magic damage on Afreeca's side. Because they have the Shred from the Trundle, you can kill Cho'Gath or Rek'Sai when they dive in, and then the team fight is just won because Kalista and Corki will be zoned out. So the power of the Subjugate to negate the tankiness of the frontline member will mean that focus fire from Kramer and Kuro will kill the frontline.
Which just means that Jin Air is going to be that much further dissuaded from going all in. Afreeca, however, might not be. Ash Arrow comes in, connects in. They'll pop him back as Empty gets isolated by that explosive cask, and he will go down. Now with no Smite, Afreeca, they have plenty of damage with this Ashe and the Cassiopeia. Do they want to look for something like the Baron?
Well, they've got something better than Smite, remember. They've got the Cho'Gath.
They want to go ahead and find another pick.
Electrifying Gaze would be something. Here it is!
Coming through, locks them all down with the Miasma. They just can't get out of there, and Snowflower is the first one to fall. Kuzan having to flash away, can barely even offer up any rockets to try to dissuade Afreeca from going for more fights for this Baron, but he can't do a damn thing. And that's going to be Baron going over to the Afreeca Freecs 23 minutes into this game.
Expertly done by Afreeca Freecs.
That's all they'll get.
Yeah, with the brush camp there, having the Petrifying Gaze and the Trundle Pillar behind meant no one was going anywhere. Multiple people were registered by the stun. They die. Cho'Gath's gone, Umti's gone, Baron's gone. This will open up the game for Afreeca, and finally, with our first real gold lead of the series.
Umti offering up the Prey Seeker is about as best as he can do. As they go ahead, they take out that turret. So all the outer turrets now gone, and Afreeca Freecs have the Baron buff.
And for an Afreeca team who have really struggled with Baron, look what's down there. It's Miasma and Petrifying Gaze and a damn Trundle Pillar behind. You're not going anywhere, Jin Air. Afreeca level up their Baron taking with a great peel. They were not interested at any moment at chancing the feast coming through from Sowan as Flash was available. They play respectful but smart, assertive even though it was largely around a defense. And that means that Afreeca pick up a very straightforward Baron.
That they do, and now they have the Baron buff that they can utilize to knock down these inner turrets. All of the outer is already gone. We'll see what they want to target out first. They have waves moving in top and mid at the moment. Bots getting ready to meet in the middle.
And Afreeca Freecs getting ready to meet SK Telecom T1 again in a best of 3. Now, they haven't quite broken the base, but you know that in their minds they're thinking that this is their time. They can break the base with the Baron. That would be everything they could possibly want.
Oh, that's just going to be Snowflower getting caught out all on his lonesome. Tucson with the Zyra. Comes up with the roots. Ash Arrow for extra insurance. It's going to be Kuro in a bad spot, however, gets popped up, and so on does have the beast. So Jin Air by a little bit of time. They get rid of the Cassiopeia, who did have that petrifying gaze available, but they will not be able to save this inner turret up top.
Yeah, relieve a bit of pressure, but will not be able to lose out on inner turrets. Question is, 4v4, can they deal with keeping their inhibitor turret line up? And first instinct is yes. But still something. That was going to be a moment where 4 members would be mid lane and Trundle will be taking turrets on the top side. They do buy a lot of time and negate some of the Baron buff power play with that pick.
They need so much more than that, though. They want to get back into this one. 5,000 gold.
It's so hard, though.
Maybe growing more because the Baron buff is still here for a while. They will find an Ocean Drake for themselves to get a second stack, but the Infernal is going to be the real prize when that spawns in 6 minutes' time.
And the problem with the comp from Jin Air is that if they have vision advantage, they're good, but let's consider what Afreeca can do. Just roll down a lane, and then Thresh isn't going to hit a hook at max range. It's too difficult. Corki, Poke is going to be there, but Cho'Gath Rupture, you don't need to respect the Rek'Sai knock-up either. In a 5v5 ARAM style scenario, Jin Air really have nothing. So that's the problem, is that making things happen on their turn is almost impossible.
Afreeca trying to move up the wave. Don't get slowed up here, Jin Air. Clearing things out as best as they can with the Corki. Marin starts bringing up the mid. He's going to be matched by So-On, trying to stop that Trundle from getting in onto the turret, but Tusin's bringing up the next wave. So it seems like Afreeca are committing into this bottom lane to try to knock down this.
Zyra, disengage from everyone. Might even straw out an arrow. Doesn't hit anyone, though.
Toss it. Bit of a deft arrow. Goes wide. Their real prize is going to be this turret. Inshin coming through from So-On from above, but the Rupture will not connect, and all of Afreeca just goes ahead and starts splitting up through the top side of the jungle.
Marin really wants to put down a pillar behind the turret and start the turret, but the worry is that if he does that, Fate's Call comes through, Thresh engages, and they don't have the pillar for disengage. So taking turrets, which usually for Trundle comps is pretty straightforward, given that just a regular ability can force people's positioning under a turret, is more difficult because they are respecting the one way Jin Air can actually engage, which is the big Fate's Call, launching Thresh into the backline. That will probably extend the game long enough for this Infernal Drake to be a potential pickup in a couple of minutes, and On will go deal with this very grouped up minion wave in the top side. Going to start opening up a pretty decent CS lead over Cho'Gath.
Yeah, he's in a pretty commanding position at the moment.
Corki with Kuzan's solo kill earlier is 60 CS up, but feels like a play from Kuro like he did around the Baron, negates all that CS, and Corki isn't able to just auto-attack down turrets in side lanes. Doesn't have the teleport to play the map as cleanly as before. He went double combat summoners, we should have mentioned earlier in the piece.
Never really had a chance to use them. So.
Apart from the one solo kill,
yeah,
of course.
This is true. But it was so flashy that we were distracted.
It's true. It was the right move from Kuzan, but probably the only good news story so far from this game too. Be one of those senses of what could have been. Here's the Ash arrow.
Will connect in onto Snowflower yet again. Gets popped back. He flashes away, but he's cut off by Kuro, who won't even be able to get the tag for the assist. Shows you how dead Snowflower really was. Now no Thresh, no death sentence threat here from the side of Jin Air. So Freecs are just going to pile in with a subjugate down onto So-On and rip right through the Cho'Gath. Still staying alive for the moment. Will go down in the end as Kuro finds the kill. Petrifying Gaze. Not going to be getting the lockup in onto Teddy. They deny his mobility with the miasma.
They didn't want to stand off there. They just went for the hard dive. Marin tanking up the turret for days. But has so much regen that it doesn't matter. They don't break the base of the play. But another kill, this time onto So-On. No one dies from the Afreeca Freecs. They get closer and closer to breaking the base and breaking the hearts of the Jin Air faithful.
Just goes to show you how squishy So-On can be once that subjugate comes down from Marin. And this is just 29 minutes into the game, so give Kramer another item or so, and it will be absolutely disgusting the amount of damage that he can deal. One for the Essence Reaver this time around, so could be seeing something like a late Infinity Edge, but for now just has a Zeal getting picked up.
Yeah, Utility Ash was the decision made by Kramer, which, given that ranged engage pops basically everyone on Jin Air. Even So1 got chased down under a turret. Having more Ash Arrows seems to be just fine from the side of Afreeca Freecs. Ash Arrows, Subjugate, focus down one member seems to be how the fights have been going. And now Marin's really unkillable because he has a Thornmail.
He's just trying to really tilt Jin Air over the deep end.
Secret Agent Marin, 004.
He's not that high rank yet. He's working his way up the ladder.
3 more assists.
Yeah. But no kills.
They're setting up around Baron. This is where they won their big engage before. Don't think they're going to be face-checking the brush with as much gusto as they did last time, though, Jin Air. Fool me once and all.
Likely not. Instead, just working their way around. You see that Kuzan's up in the top lane. They can just start pushing down towards the bottom side, where the wave is amassed right in front of that inner turret.
If Cho'Gath's alone, I feel like they'll feel confident to just kill the Cho'Gath again. Usually you don't want to dump that much damage into a Cho'Gath and peel off into a fight, but Trundle Ultimate gives you more options in actually securing kills.
Package gets used, so threat eliminated there for the side of Afreeca. Don't have to worry about that. Not that I think we'd see Kuzan going for any crazy plays with it anyway. It'd just be straight into a Zyra root or the likes of an Ash Arrow.
To me, the only way Afreeca can mess up this game is trying to finish Baron. Starting Baron, smart move. Trying to finish Baron against specifically the Cho'Gath, not the best move unless they have a lot of advanced vision and can see the large lumbering monster coming along. The peel off of Baron is insane. Trundle Pillar, Ash Arrow, Zyra and Gragas, all of them peel so well. Single Ash Arrow can also get a lot of work done if they hit the right member.
Well, right now they're having a bit of a standoff here in the mid lane, looking to cut their way down the river, perhaps to the Infernal Drake.
A lot of wards that Trundle could teleport to, but it's not a Maokai, so you have to be a bit different. Jin Air now are the ones themselves walking up.
Look into the box. Spear takes a lot of damage. He gets popped up and he goes down. Not even the feast used here by So1, so Afreeca now have to be worried about that, and they could use it to try to pick up this Baron. They have 2 confirmation abilities here to help them take this with the feast and the rend.
This could be the moment.
Could this be it? Down to half HP. So1 pushing forward, throws out the rupture into the hook. Ash Arrow connects in onto the Cho'Gath. Subjugate has been used, and the Baron will leash and heal up.
Yeah, Ash Arrow and Subjugate onto the Cho'Gath means that So1 will have to teleport back in, but it's still 20 seconds till Spirit gets respawned and about 30 till he's anywhere near the Baron, so I think Jin Air just starts it again.
Yeah, they're going to go right back over to it. The TP being channeled out here by So1. The rest of the team very healthy, and the Spears starting to get stacked up. And now there's no Subjugate to try to get through that Cho'Gath. Baron going low, 2,400. Rend about to come down. There it is. That's going to be it, picked up by Jin Air. Fate's Call used as Teddy looks for the kill. They will be able to take down Tucson. They will exit. They want to try to hold on to these buffs. Marn chasing in. Will stop them. They cancel all of the recalls, and they're still pushing forward. Pops up by the rupture. They don't know that Snowflower's in the brush.
See if Marin gets the W back up for movement speed. Gets it. Could get a Trundle Pillar here.
Looks for it. Does cut off So1, but
Subjugate
not going to be
again.
enough. Yeah, does throw it out, but no one else is there to back him up for the kills.
It felt like Afreeca were caught between 2 identities. They could have tried flashing into the pit and getting a couple of kills, but they seemed to think that if they lost the fight, they'd lose the game. So they take the far more controlled option, and I'm not convinced it was the right one, Achilles. They were very, very hesitant to pull the trigger. Just turn on to Infernal. They'll pick it up. That's some permanent stats they'll pick up if they can confirm it. That's 8% more AD and AP for the stacks that are already happening. But it felt like there was a turning moment, a door that Afreeca could have taken. They choose not to. And suddenly, the game gets a little bit more interesting.
Having Game 1 flashbacks a little bit here. Slightly more action, however. They had a first blood a bit earlier on in the game, but for now, Jin Air going to be looking to knock down this inner turret in mid. Still haven't even taken the outer in top. Ash Arrow coming through. Kuzan has the juke to the side, but that's going to be the pillar coming down. Miasma there, and he is just going to get burned out as Tucson finds the kill.
Perfect stuff from the side of Freecs. It's why Cassiopeia is so strong into Corki. No longer do you have the options to get out. Marin's going to keep chasing because Afreeca wants to bring up the minion wave, and no one here can actually just enter mid and empower the minions. So there's no super minions or Baron buff minions in mid lane until they crash onto that inhibitor turret, and it will force Cho'Gath back.
Yeah, so Juan's going to have to go ahead and peel back out of there. Doesn't have the TP, so has to get the recall off to rejoin his squad.
That was really smart from Marin, because if they allowed them to peel straight down the mid lane, they would have brought up Baron minions. They wouldn't have been able to take the turret anywhere near this fast. They take it, they get out. Didn't get it with the Baron buff, but got it nonetheless.
Very smart stuff there by Afreeca. And just a great pick onto Kuzan. Kramer identifying that he could, kind of push the Corgi into the jungle with the angle of that arrow. Marin's going to get spotted here. So the death sentence does come down. Ash arrow coming through. Will get the flash out away from Umpty, and the Fate's Call will drag the Thresh out to safety. So multiple summoner spells and ultimates pop there just to stay away.
Good news, Marin got promoted. He's up to 005.
All right, just 2 more. And then we're in business. Then it replaces Daniel Craig.
If you're going to pick a Korean James Bond, Marin's acting in that famous video in spring season about who the architect was of the off-season was not bad, so I'm willing to give him an audition.
My first pick would be Dongjin, but our resident Tarek. But Marin will be a nice runner-up.
He's 26. He's getting to the age where James Bond can be a role. I think they prefer them around 35, it seems, these days. There'll be a new one eventually.
They're working on it now. I think it's Daniel Craig's last one that he's looking to do.
I think you're correct.
Until they throw more money at him, and then he decides, oh, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll be Bond one more time.
It feels really weird to call him Daniel Craig. I guess we're on an American focus stream, but it's Daniel Craig to me.
Craig.
Yeah, you guys say Craig. It's a British-American thing.
Sure, those little differences. Like how you say aluminum.
It's pronounced aluminium, mate. It's got an I in it. You just took it out. The Americans deleted the I.
I don't know what you're talking about. We reserved the right to remove the I when we won the American Revolution.
Apparently.
That's what the war was actually about. It had nothing to do with independence and taxation. I could become a history teacher.
Why did
if
you
my
have to bring
casting
up
career doesn't work out.
aluminium? That's a bridge too far.
Now I've tilted him.
It's not October yet, Gragas. And it's not quite off-season yet for Afreeca Freecs. They're in a good spot. They got another pick. They ended up canceling out the Baron buff's impact. They're going to be a bit rattled compared to where they were pre-Baron buff. They are one good move away from killing the game, and Marin is about as tanky as can be.
Afreeca revisiting the bottom lane yet again. And this time, seems like they're not going to have any difficulty taking this out. Pop-up getting ready to come through. They will knock up Umpty, and he will go down. And now Jinar in full retreat. Death Sentence connects onto Marin, but it's not the target that they want by any means. His clear is somewhat decent, but Marin doesn't give a damn. He is just pushing straight up into the faces of Jin without a single fear as he tanks the turret here for Kramer to go ahead and knock it down. Second inhibitor gonna fall. 38 minutes on the clock, and Afreeca, despite not getting that Baron for themselves, have just taken this game by the horns, and they are in full control.
And well, we wondered about the blind pick Trundle coming through from Marin, but he's vindicating it with his performance in this game. He knows exactly his role at every point, walking up, zoning, not actually looking for a dive, but looking to zone people away from killing the minion wave, and happy to face tank the turrets as well when he has Thornmail and Frozen Heart and a Ninja Tabi. Takes no damage from anyone, barring the Feast, and if the Feast is used on him, he's probably pretty happy as well, Achilles.
He's getting ready for the GA as well, as he is now 006.
Wait, wasn't that Sean Bean? It was, I'm pretty sure, in GoldenEye. It was 006.
Oh, forgot. I haven't seen GoldenEye in forever.
What a great movie that was.
Great game, too.
Oh,
and
yes.
64, not the awful remake that happened.
For Country James. Quoting GoldenEye in 2017.
Some of those movies were damn campy.
They certainly were, but GoldenEye was great.
Thunderball and whatnot.
Oh, boy, we're going back too far now. If you just say insert Roger Moore
Roger
movie,
Moore.
then he was having a good time.
Ash Arrow out from the darkness, and Snowflower will get locked down. Pop back, and he is deleted. Kramer with the kill. No assist for Marin. He's bringing up the top lane, so not 007 yet, but there's still time left in the game, but not a whole lot of it. Because it seems like Afreeca kind of want to end it very soon. Kramer's chunked out considerably, however, but he has a Guardian Angel to keep him safe for the moment. Rupture not going to connect, and we're looking at 3 inhibs down yet again. But can Jin Air do it? Can they have the turnaround that we saw from Afreeca in game number 1? My guess is going to be no.
Never say never again, though, Achilles. Anything can happen. It's still possible here. And yes, that was a James Bond reference, but regardless, Afreeca will just back off with 3 inhibitors down. They know they don't need to get greedy. They don't want to pull an Umti in this situation. They're still smirking about the James Bond reference.
I was actually trying to come up with a different one, but I couldn't really think of it. Ash Arrow coming through, looking for the hit, connects in onto the Cho'Gath as Teddy sprints his way out of there. So on, still quite tanking. The Subjugate has not been used yet, as Marin is wreaking havoc in the mid lane, trying to chase down Kuzan, but he's got a decent amount of damage to go ahead and fire back onto the Trundle.
Want to try and extinguish the hopes of Jin Air here. Not quite able to do it. Whenever Kramer's ult is on cooldown, the percentage move is to back away. They could start up the Baron, and I don't think there can be any face checks, especially not from a Cho'Gath, so I think this is a secure one. You pick this up, and you see the pings from Jin Air. They're trying to take an Elder Dragon as an answer.
Yeah, they don't want to overcommit. They just go ahead, peel back, get that Baron, and could be even arrive in time to disrupt this Elder. Looks like the answer is going to be yes, so Afreeca might just take this for themselves as well to complement the Mountain and Infernal Drake that they have. So they let Jin Air go, and they end up getting pretty much the maximum out of it. They say, you know what, you guys can die another day. We'll just go take this Baron and this Elder Dragon instead.
Now I'm smirking.
Did you like that one?
That's pretty good. Now we have to talk about Quantum of Solace. How do we work that one in?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
Is that what Jin Air will be feeling after this series?
Sure. And then Afreeca will go to the Casino Royale to celebrate?
We need to stop now.
All right, kill me.
Well, he's not quite 007 yet, but it feels like the man with the golden gun is Marin, able to just decide fights with the Subjugate. Come on, it's our last game of the regular season.
I know, gotta have some fun
over
with
here.
Oh, Lord. All right, 14-7, 42.5 minutes in. Afreeca Freecs. One final push perhaps with the 3 inhibs dead. Super Creeps empowered by Baron, looking to go ahead and seal their spot in the top 5.
All the super minion waves pushing in, not quite bot lane yet, but to be soon. One more pick, and they might be able to end the game even without a team fight.
They're gonna go ahead, jump right in onto Soan. It's a dog pile, and he's gonna go down. Tucson finding the kill yet again with the Zyre. The Subjugate just doesn't matter. The Cho'Gath, no match for it. Petrifying gaze down, Fate's call out to try to keep Snowflower alive, but it's pretty much a hopeless effort to win the game because Jin Air are getting taken down, stomped into their graves. Afreeca Freecs, the last Nexus turret will fall, and they have done it. They've punched their ticket into the wildcard match versus SK Telecom a week from today. 43 minutes on the board, and Afreeca have done it.
Afreeca Freecs are the Dream Crushers for a 4th season in a row. They will be going to the postseason. They will be fighting in the wild card. Never have they claimed a single game in those wild card matches. But the minimum expectation with the talent they had on the lineup was playoffs. They'll reach there, and that means that SK Telecom T1 will have to get 1 bogey off their back and beat Afreeca Freecs to just begin a run. Afreeca Freecs will join Longzhu Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, KT Rolster, and SKT in the top 5.
Of course, things are not done yet. This is our final day here at OGN at the Gangnam Studio. There's still tomorrow with that marquee matchup, Longzhu versus Samsung.
Yeah, the order is not decided, but we do know that the first match of the wild card will be SK Telecom versus Afreeca, a best of 3 a week today on Saturday. Then the Tuesday afterwards, it will also be the winner of that against either Longzhu or Samsung. Whoever loses that series, the semi-final will be the winner of that game against KT Rolster, and then we'll find out who will be waiting in the final. Like you say, until the last minute of this season, we will not know all the playoff matches. Jin Air would have had hopes, but We saw earlier in Game 2 that the loss in Game 1 started to get to them. A couple of mistakes in Afreeca. Every time they launched an Ash Arrow and it registered, you felt like it was one more dagger into the heart of GreenWings.
Painful stuff for this squad. So very close in Game 1 for closing it out, but that one mistake snowballing into others cost them Game 1 and likely their mentality here for the end of Game number 2. Freecs, they come up with a 2-0 victory, and they have gone ahead and solidified their spot in 5th place over Jin Air. No tiebreaker tomorrow. Instead, we get to go ahead and focus on figuring out who our number 1 team is going to be, who will be waiting at the end of the gauntlet in the grand final.
And if you ask me, I don't have an answer for you, Achilles, for that particular question, but this was an interesting one. I think Freecs was very likely to come in the favorite.
Look at Tusin's damage.
That's a lot of damage from
I mean,
Zyra.
he claimed a lot of kills, but that is insane.
Not number 1 in the game, but not far off. The 39,000 that Kuzan was able to put down with his double combat summoner Corki. But it was a team effort from the side of Afreeca, and Jin Air, once the snowball started against them, felt like that ball was really gaining moss, and sadly the moss was only going the way of Freecs. Took 43 minutes in the end, but 2-0 for Afreeca means that Jin Air will finish the season in 6th spot. A big improvement from 9th spot in spring season for Jin Air. So near yet so far, and the Game 1 VOD review will be heartbreaking, and the Game 2 VOD review a little bit more straightforward for Jin Air.
I mean, honestly, I don't even know if you have to review Game 1 now that the season is over for these guys, because it all comes down to that one moment. I think that's really all you need to highlight. But our MVP is going to be Marin. He surpassed 007 status, 0-0 and 10 at the end, 53% kill contribution, but he did so much more for this team.
And I think it means so much for this team because you can tell in interviews, and we'll have a team interview, they will talk so much about how important Marin is. They talked about how he calls the teleports, how he makes the macro decisions, but his individual gameplay in the past month or so has been pretty woeful in general, even with certain champs back in the meta. Even as a tank player, he's made a lot of mistakes and he's been a bit of an Achilles heel for the team. So to have a performance on a blind pickable champion like the Trundle is really important for the squad. It might even have to be a ban for the side of SK Telecom. This whole game wasn't about him killing. He just won MVP without a single kill to his name. Certainly not a common thing in Korea, but the pressure he had, the Trundle pillars he put down, and the shot calling that is such a unknown quantity to really be able to quantify. This was a quintessential Marin game, and just at the perfect time.
Yeah, and that was a gorgeous one there from Kuro. We'll have that first place MVP elude him, so there is hope for BDD tomorrow to surpass him with a double or tie him with a single MVP victory. So we'll see how that one transpires. But for now, we can celebrate Marin. We can celebrate the Afreeca Freecs, who punched their ticket, and they will be playing in the playoffs yet again.
And it's the worst possible story for an SKT fan, because if it was Jin Air, they'd be full of confidence. But with Afreeca, you just never know what to expect from them. They can be the ultimate wild card, so it makes sense that they always make it to the wild card.
Yeah. What's this, 5 in a row now?
4 out of 4.
Okay, 4 out of 4.
Afreeca Freecs as an org began in January, and every season since January 2016, and 4 seasons in a row, they have made the wild card. They have never picked up a single game, and SKT will still be massive favorites against them. But Afreeca have always been this yo-yo team, and the yo-yo was bouncing upwards today.
We'll see how things happen. They got a week from today to go ahead and sort out their yo-yo before they square off against SK Telecom. But plenty of Afreeca fans here in the audience waiting to hear from the entire squad. We got them set, ready to go, so let's go ahead and hear from them as we throw over to Joel for the translation.
Hey much, guys, this is Joel with your last interview translation, and we'll be the last interview translating for the regular season that OGN will present to you guys. And we're here with Afreeca Freecs, who gets a 2-0 victory against their opposition, and we're going to be with the entire team that has played today, so all 5 members will be here for the interview. So give them a round of applause. Finally, you've clinched yourself in the postseason. How do you feel? Yeah, I think 5th place definitely was our goal to really come with in the series, so we're really happy that we actually achieved that today.
생명의 위기까지도 있었는데 오늘 경기가 굉장히 중요했을
And definitely,
것 같아요.
elimination could have been a possibility for you guys if you had lost. So, how did you feel coming into the series?
장기간 휴가할 거니까 그런 상황 안 오게 열심히.
You know, if we were to lose this game and really lose at the tiebreaker, we might have had a very, very long break. So, didn't want that. So, glad that we actually got the win.
제가 뭐 하는 건 없고요. 그냥
You know, for helping out the team, I don't really do much personally. I think all my teammates really contribute to help each other become better. And just for today, it was no different that every one of our members really contributed their part.
요즘에 또 마린 선수가 새 친구를 찾았어요. 2세트 또 트런들로.
And it seems like you found a new friend in the Summoner's Rift. You got the Trundle on your back now.
트런들 카드에 대해서 어떻게
And what do you think about that specific champion right now?
일단 탑에서 좀 원거리 캐릭터로 견제할 게 없거나 좀 근접
Yeah, as long as you don't have a ranged champion to deal with in the top lane. But I think it's really good against the tank champion. So in this current meta, it's a very fitting champion for sure. And I'm sure Spirit did a good job of really supporting you in the top lane, making sure you were okay in the laning phase.
요즘 들어서는 그런 모습 많이는 안 나왔는데 연습할 때 좀 이제 서로 맞춰가는.
I think definitely with the recent games that we have shown, I haven't shown as much of that as I used to. But during practices too, I think we show a good synergy that we always like to really emphasize on.
바텀 타워 끼고 이렇게 버티면 상대 물론 상대의 실수도 있긴 했습니다만 상대 둘을 잡아냈는데.
And there was a situation where the opposition was really hugging the tower and trying to protect it with their organ, but they actually threw a lot of deaths because of that.
무빙으로 그라가스 마지막에 배치기 피하면서 좋은 플레이 한번 했잖아요.
Yeah, there was a situation where the Kramer dodged out the Gragas skill with the flash. And those were the situations where we called our teammates on and we were hoping that we get something out of this. So we were happy that we got that done. And we felt like the timing with the stun that you had, Marin, was really exceptional. And just everything that happened throughout this game, did you feel like you clinched the win at some point? Yeah, there was a situation where the enemy were really low on HP, and I tried to be a little bit greedy off of that play, thinking I could get a lot of advantages off of that. So I thought it was a good play to go in on that one. Who's the person to really recall the finish? Yeah, after we got that crucial kill, we were trying to go for the base and try to destroy it as much as we can. So just one by one, we were just crushing towers, and that was good enough to finish the game. We can actually look at the video highlight of exactly what we're talking about here. This is the initiate that he's talking about. We were kind of anxious as to whether you guys could actually finish off of that play. And you're definitely, this person is the one that's shining above the MVP ladder. It is Kuro here. Got the win. How do you feel? Well, second game I got super carried. So riding that bus with that driver on hand felt really good. And Zyra actually was the most damage dealt. As I think Zyra is a pretty decent champion there. And weren't you kind of surprised at how you got solo killed in that one situation? You know, I was actually trying to run away, but I was trying to grab a little more CS, and just getting a little creeps was my greed for that instant moment. And but I think the opponents kind of came in a little bit aggressively more than I had thought. And there was a situation where he's talking about where he got cut off, and probably the least expected situation. You have 1,300 MVP points right now, and BDD is second to that ladder. But there is a game still available for Longzhu, so for BDD to up you on that one. So right now, even if he was to get all those points from this remaining game, you'd still be tied for first place.
받을 생각이었는데.
You know, I actually thought BDD was doing really well. That, you know, I thought he was gonna actually got to get the MVP there. But even Spirit there, he's shaking his head, trying to think of his own thoughts.
이게 사람 심리가 1등하고 싶잖아요.
But you know, with anybody, you can just ask anybody. You always want to be first, you know, whatever you do. And when you're so close to it, I think it was a very close race between a couple of people. But I'm glad I'm in this position right now. And her Spirit was actually pretty greedy, wanting to get that MVP points, but was pretty disappointed at times when he didn't get it. And Kuro did mention during his interviews that other than himself, a lot of people did deserve the MVP.
맞네요. 예. 제가 잘할 때는 많이 잘한다 생각하고 못할 땐 많이 못한다고 생각해요.
You know, I'm very bipolar with my plays, and when I play really well, I think I play really well, and when I play bad, I think I play really bad out also. So. But of course, you know, from the times that I do play really bad, I do have some very good games. So I think I do need to play a lot better and limit those really bad games. Shall we move on to the bot lane? Moving on with Kramer first. Congratulations on the way. How do you feel? It was really a psychological struggle for all of us here that are sitting for us, but we're just planning to work even harder so we can limit that in the future.
그런 얘기가 있잖아요. 자야를 정말 사랑하고 또 진짜 잘하고. 근데 자야를 제외하면
And you've expressed your love for Xayah and how you really like to play that champion. And what do you think of that champion still in this meta? Yeah, I think even my coaches tell me that I'm good with knives and any champions that uses anything sharp, sharp objects, and those are things that are really suitable for me.
I'm scared. I never want to meet Kramer in a back.
And a lot of people do say, even during the scrims, the most improvement seen from Afreeca Freecs was the bot lane. But how do you feel about that comment? I think we've always worked hard ever since spring began. And I think we were just really wanting to wait out for that confidence that eventually was going to be gained by the both of us. And I think it's just, the timing-wise, I think it's just getting a lot better. And do you feel like you've gotten that little more confidence, as you mentioned? Yeah, definitely. Not having the experience on the distance, range champions on that meta back into support, that was a little bit difficult for me because I had very little experience before I retired 1 year ago. And we did mention this previously in the interview, and Marin did mention that he likes to, along with the team, try to push for the bot lane to succeed. Yeah, I don't know really what to say to that. Whatever he says, he's right. So if he says he pushed for the bot lane to succeed, then he did. And it just seemed like, as we think of it now, with that comment, it just doesn't seem like Marin doesn't really help out the bot lane. What do you think about that, Spirit?
일단 준비는 그렇게 짜왔어요.
You know, in preparation and right before the game, we really wanted to give everything to bot lane and help them succeed in every way, even for the ban pick. But sorry, guys. Marin, you like to add to that comment? I guess they all came to top lane, so I think that's the answer then.
이렇게 인터뷰를 하니까 다들 유쾌하게 이렇게 답을 해주시는 것 같습니다. 그런데 오늘 또 승리는 승리고 이제 더 중요한.
But today's a win for you guys, but you guys have a lot more important road that you guys have to face and really overcome. But do you want to say anything to the fans who are cheering for you guys right now? We always thank the fans who are always cheering for us. And of course, you know, you guys can give constructive criticisms and anything that we want to improve on, and for you guys to want us to improve on as well. So we have a lot of games coming up, and the immediate one is against SKT. So against SKT, we're gonna prepare as best as we can. So hopefully to get the win will be our objective for that one. And that will be the end of that. So looks like the interview will be over with that, and let's throw it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel.
Oh, but actually, cancel on that. We have a little more. Kuro.
오늘 되게 많이 와주셔서 되게 감사하고.
Thank you once again for coming out.
1등 결정전이잖아요.
예,
맞죠?
맞습니다.
프릴라가 1등으로 가면
And I know that Prey and Gorilla were clinched to be first, so we were kind of betting right before who was going to make first, so congratulations to you guys. And this seems to be finally the end of the interview. Really back over to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Joel, for the translation today and throughout the duration of the regular splits, all playoffs from here. But a nice win for the side of Afreeca Freecs, but Jin Air, they're not going to the playoffs, but they can look forward to the next split. You know, tomorrow never dies. They can get ready for 2018.
And Kuro sends his cheers over to Longzhu, because tomorrow Longzhu will play Samsung, and his old teammates may be able to finish the season in first spot. That's the big game. Got the confirmation here that we do have the top 5, but the order is still to be decided. KT Rolster will finish second. That is the result here, because Samsung and Longzhu will trade positions. First place will be the winner of that. Longzhu will stay at third. SKT cannot go up. So that's the big story tomorrow. All 5 of the starting roster of the Rocks Tigers 2016 will be involved in the gauntlet this time, with Longzhu actually advancing. First game tomorrow, BBQ Olivers with a 2-0 loss will go below Ever8 Winners and finished in 10th, but obviously that's going to be an entree to the main course, Longzhu versus Samsung. Everything to be decided at the final time.
Yeah, have to figure out who is going to be waiting in that grand final just above KT Rolster, because you never know, maybe we end up getting another telecom war in the semifinal. Maybe Afreeca will take down SK Telecom and advance. There's so much stuff that could happen. We are very uncertain about everything outside of what the wildcard match is. After that, all bets are off.
And SK Telecom having to run the entire gauntlet of fantastic teams is so big for them, because SKT, they truly have been the team to succeed. They are the team around the world. And if they run through every single team on the way, then undoubtedly you can look at the last couple of weeks, ignore them, and say, SKT are back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we already have touted them for years as the best team in the world, but that would just be the extra icing on top of the already quite tall cake that
They've got a big cake.
They do. They really do have
They add extra layers every year just to redo the icing. That's just how it is. But thank you so much, guys, for joining us for the regular season. It's been a long one. It's gone quickly, but there's been a lot of games there. Yeah. We will return in a week's time, Saturday. We'll kick it off all again. The wild card's going to be fun.
Yeah, so make sure you guys mark your calendars. A week from today, same time, same place. We'll see you then. For now, have a good night, and we'll see you in a week.
show where it's when you face the fire.